Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to Edgbaston, where umpires Alex Wharf and Steve O'Shaughnessy have just shaken hands on the way out to the middle for the second day of Somerset against Warwickshire in the County Championship at Birmingham. My name is Brian Halford from BBC Coventry and Warwickshire and BBC West Midlands. I'm joined by the excellent Anthony Gibson, BBC Radio Somerset, and we'll be benefiting from the wisdom and expertise during the day of Phil Britt and Kit Harris. Fascinating opening day yesterday. Warwickshire will resume on 277 for 6, a really fluctuating day yesterday. Warwickshire moved to 94 for 1. Somerset hit back in the afternoon with some really good bowling and reduced Warwickshire to 165 for 6 before Jacob Bethell and Michael Burgess added 112 unbroken for the 7th wicket so far. Warwickshire 277 for 6. Anthony, where's this game going to go next?
Well, I think a lot depends on what happens in the first hour this morning, because the new ball is due in 4 overs time. If Somerset can break this partnership either before the new ball or with the new ball, then they'll be through to the Warwickshire tail, and they'll have high hopes of knocking Warwickshire over for less than about 350. On the other hand, if this partnership continues, then Warwickshire could put some serious runs on the board.
4 overs, as you say, Anthony, before the new ball is due. I've got a feed in my ear. I don't know whether I'm required to give a report.
Well, you start the commentary, and then if you are required to give a report,
okay,
you can do it in
would have been nice
midstream.
To have some notice, I have to say. It is to be.
It's interesting that they're opening up with Craig Overton. I'd have thought they might save him. Well, it's Craig Overton who's decided that he is going to open the bowling, but I thought he might save himself for the new ball.
Indeed, it could just be a way of easing himself into that new ball spell. Of course, he'll only have 2 overs with the old one. He starts the first delivery, and Burgess plays the ball quietly up to mid-on, no run.
Overton is limping. I think he just turned his ankle a little bit in the bowler's footmarks as he delivered that first ball.
Yes, that would be an unwelcome start to the day, wouldn't it? Very first ball of the day. Hopefully it's just a bit of stiffness. Overton turns at the top of his quite short run. The glorious sunshine at Birmingham. Burgess defends again, the ball out to extra cover. Very strong winds in the West Midlands this morning. The cloth sight screens at the city end billowing away in the sunshine as Burgess and Bethell continue their excellent work from yesterday. Jake Bethell really did apply himself magnificently. He's made a lot of attractive runs in white ball cricket for Warwickshire. This one is edged just short of slip, and 4 runs, streaky runs for Michael Burgess there. That was not a chance. It was just in front and to the right of second slip.
Yeah,
but
Casey Aldridge is the second slip. Couldn't quite get across to it.
A moral victory for the bowler. That's with the old ball. 281 for 6. Partnership moves to 116. Burgess settles into his stance again and waits for Overton, who is bang on target. And Warwickshire have just resumed in their first innings. They're now 281 for 6. Michael Burgess has 67, Jacob Bethell 60. A good recovery that from 165 for 6. We lost some time to the weather yesterday, but a full day's play is scheduled today, so hopefully Warwickshire can build on their fight back of yesterday. 281 for 6. Burgess drives straight, fielded at mid-off. No run, the end of the first over of the day, and Warwickshire have taken their total to 281 for 6.
Well, it's almost the end of the first over.
Oh, was that a no ball?
No, I don't think so.
I thought it was. Unless they clicked that to 19.5 on the scoreboard,
Well,
the second that he delivered.
I agree. Feels as if 6 balls have been bowled, but scoreboard says 5.
Very rapid. The umpire obviously agrees because we do have another delivery, and this one is defended out into the offside. Good first over that from Overton. It wasn't actually a chance, but a potential wicket-taking delivery, which just wide of the slips. 3 overs to go now to the new ball, which, as you say, Anthony, is going to be very significant in the shape of this day's cricket and possibly this match. 281 for 6.
Yep, and Josh Davies going to bowl the second over of the day from the Birmingham end. Davey bowled tidily yesterday, 17 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 49. He was the most economical of the Somerset bowlers. He's got the breeze blowing across the ground from west to east, so that'll be helping him swing the ball into the left-hander and away from the right-hander. He's going to be bowling to Jacob Bethel, 2 slips, 2 giants. Craig Overton at first slip and Casey Aldridge at second slip, as Davey comes loping in and bowls, and Bethel comes half forward and plays that defensively out into the offside. Interesting talking to Jason Kerr at close of play yesterday. The Somerset head coach has just been reappointed for a further 2 years as head coach, and obviously highly delighted about that. Talking to him about the pitch and the decision to insert. He said it was a very, very good pitch, which rather begs the question of why Somerset decided to ask Warwickshire to bat first on it. And his explanation for that was that there's quite a bit of grass on it, albeit dead grass. Davies in and bowls, and this is an on drive from Bethel, which he doesn't time. But he accepted that it's going to take. He actually said we need a bit of luck in the morning. It's which suggests that it is a pretty good surface, this, for batting on, albeit slow. But Michael Burgess demonstrated pretty convincingly that it is possible to play big shots on it, as he took Jack Leach for 16 runs in 1 over, 2 sixes and a 4. Davey in bowls to Bethel, plays around his front pad into the onside, and Andy Mead from mid-wicket picks up. All except Jake Ball of the Somerset fielders have got their cable knit sweaters on this morning, which suggests that there is quite a stiff breeze blowing across the ground, but the weather is forecast to improve as the day wears on. So hopefully we will get all 104 overs that are scheduled for the day in. Davey in and bowls. This is driven away by Bethel through the offside. Tom Lammonby is in pursuit, but I don't think he'll overhaul the ball, which crosses the boundary rope now, and that's Bethel underway this morning with a handsome cover drive, which brings him 4 runs and takes him on to 64, 285 for 6, just over pitch there from Josh Davey. And Jason Coe I also asked him about the state of health of Somerset's skipper, Lewis Gregory, and some rather worrying news. He's got a chronic groin problem, which may or may not keep him out of Somerset's remaining matches in this season. Davey in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside. There won't be a run as Kola Cadmore moves to his left to field. And Somerset have got the last quarter-final coming up on September the 5th against Northants, and Gregory captains the 20 over side, obviously, and is a very, very important component part in it as well, with both bat and ball. So Somerset will be hoping against hope that he's fit for that, as Davey in to bowl the last ball of the second over of the morning. This is driven away through the offside, and a very, very good stop by Tom Abel at extra cover, diving across to his left on a used pitch to make the stop and save his side. Probably 3 runs they would have taken. End of the second over, 285 for 6, 67 to Burgess, 64 to Bethel.
Yes, I heard your very good interview with Jason Kerr, Anthony, and he did say that they think, he added, I think, that their main hope of victory is in chasing down. He did point out that all 5 championship matches at Edgbaston this season have been draws, and 1 or 2 of them, I have to add, have been fairly obvious draws from a long way out. So I think there is a suspicion that the pitch will flatten and get better for batting, which again, you see the logic in trying to set up a chase if the wicket is going to flatten, as Ovens begins his next over and Burgess is forward in defence. I just wonder if there's a case of, well, we'll try to get in first and get some scoreboard pressure on the board. I do wonder if Somerset, even despite this really impressive fight back from Burgess and Bethel, 285 for 6 is not massively imposing. If the wicket is going to flatten and be best for batting maybe today and tomorrow, if Somerset can get through and get Warwickshire out for something around 330, 340, I mean, they will fancy their chances, I think, of getting well past that and putting a bit of pressure on. Overton is in again, straight delivery, which Burgess just rolls up to mid-on.
Yes, but they've got to break this partnership first. And well, there was that outside edge from Michael Burgess in Overton's first over that went just wide of Casey Aldridge, but even if it had gone straight to him, it wouldn't have carried, which shows that there isn't really very much pace in this pitch.
Overton is in again, keeper standing up as Burgess defends. Yeah, the keeper standing up to Overton tells the tale. But the value of this partnership for Warwickshire is, if anything, expanded by what is to come. There's a bit of a tail in this game. Michael Ray averages 9 with the bat in first class cricket. Chris Rushworth 11. Ollie Hannon-Dolby 7. As Burgess this time cuts and finds the gap on the offside, and there'll be 2, perhaps 3 there as the ball is chased out to the long boundary. Just a couple of runs there for Michael Burgess, who moves to 69.
Burgess was coming for the 3rd, and he would probably have got there, but Bethel was rooted to the spot, not even looking at Michael Burgess there. Burgess was 10 yards down the pitch. If it had been a better throw from Jack Leach, he would have been in trouble, but James Rue had to go some distance to retrieve it, and that gave Burgess time to get back.
Well, that would have been a shocker for the Bears, wouldn't it? A run out in this situation when the 2 guys have batted so well. Overton in again, and the appeal for a catch behind, and he's got him caught behind. That's the wicket that Somerset wanted, and it has come before the new ball. Burgess waits for the umpire's finger to go up, but I think it was disappointment rather than dissent. There's a lovely outswinger from Overton, drew Burgess into the drive, and
Super
that's
catch.
the wicket. It was a
Super
really
catch.
good catch by James Rue, standing up. It was quite wide, took it beautifully, and a big wicket for Somerset. Warwickshire's tail will be exposed to the new ball in 7 balls time.
It was a good ball as well.
287 for 7.
Yeah. And full marks to James Rue for standing up as well, because who knows, that nick might not have carried if he'd been standing back. And James Rue absolutely convinced that there was an outside edge there. We're seeing plenty of replays, which in all honesty don't add very much. It's very hard to tell without ultra edge whether there was an edge involved or not. James Rue clearly thought there was. Michael Burgess perhaps begged to differ, and it's a shame. I was just about to produce a Steve Pittard stat on Michael Burgess, which is that, thank you Steve for this, before this match, Michael Burgess averages 59.87 when batting at number 8 in the county championship. It's the 2nd highest average, minimum 15 innings, by a number 8 batsman in the modern era since 1990. The highest average is by Middlesex wicketkeeper David Nash, who averaged 70.
Well, that is Impressive stuff, and of course
Well,
he
it
has
is. He's
enhanced that average in this innings.
He has.
69. It should be pointed out, of course, that Michael isn't normally at 8. He's gone down a little bit in the order because Hamza Sheikh, Jacob Bethel, and Dan Mosley are all available. He's normally at 7 or even 6. But my word, he's a useful number 8, isn't he?
He certainly is.
Well, that's a huge wicket for Somerset, and now Michael Ray is taking guard. The New Zealander who has answered the call for Warwickshire's depleted bowling attack. Overton is again, it's a rather crooked defensive shot, but Ray gets the middle of the bat on it. The end of Overton's over. He has 2 for 53, and that is a huge breakthrough for Somerset. 1 over to go before the new ball, and they will propel it at Jacob Bethel and the tail.
He's a tall lad, isn't he, Michael Ray? He'd be up there with, not perhaps quite as tall as Ollie Hannon-Dalby, but not far short of it. He's certainly well over 6 foot, 6'3", 6'4", I should think. And he averages 9.4, but he's a bit of a biffer, isn't he, Brian?
Yes, he's scored 508 runs in first-class cricket, and 300 of them have come in 4s and 6s.
This is Davy Bowles to Bethel, who shoulders arms, that's that, take him on the pad, but no harm done. So how many in boundaries out of that?
300 out of 508 have come in 4s and 6s.
Oh, could be in for some exciting cricket. 287 for 7. Somerset have got the breakthrough that they so badly needed. They've broken that partnership between Burgess and Bethel. This is the last over with the old ball, assuming that Somerset take the new ball. This is driven nicely by Bethel, but half stopped by Tom Abel at extra cover. He doesn't miss much, does Tom Abel. Just got the 1 slip. Captain Craig Overton got a short third man or a sort of fly gully. Casey Aldridge, not sure whether he's in a catching position from whether he stands with his hands on his knees or whether he goes to walk in as the bowler approaches the crease. He's walking in, so it's not a catching position. This is a bowled middle stump out of the ground, and Josh Davey has removed the second member of that very good partnership yesterday evening. Jacob Bethel has gone clean bowled by Josh Davey for 64. It's 287 for 8, and there's no better sight in cricket for a fast bowler than that.
Well, 2 wickets in 5 balls, and the big 2 wickets for Somerset as well. Tremendous bowling that. I'm not quite sure how it got through. We'll have to see the replay, I think.
Between bat and pad, I think.
But which is a surprise, because Bethel's technique has been so solid during this game. He walks off to a very warm round of applause. 64 from 143 balls for Jacob Bethel, but Somerset really are flying now. Both members of that excellent partnership, Burgess and Bethel, added 122 in 29 overs, but now they're both gone in the matter of minutes, and Bethel joins Burgess in the pavilion, and suddenly Anthony Somerset are flying, and they will fancy polishing off this Warwickshire innings for under 300.
Yep, and if Craig Overton's wicket, the wicket of Burgess, wasn't entirely unexpected, because Overton had found his outside edge in the first over, that was a bit of a bolt from the blue from Josh Davey, because Jacob Bethel seemed to have been playing him perfectly comfortably, but that ball did jag back into the left-hander really quite sharply between bat and pad, knocking over his middle stump.
Will they take the new ball, the old one having done this amount of damage?
That's a good question. Good question. That certainly it's the perfect start for Somerset, picking up 2 wickets in the first 4 overs of the day's play. And they are through to the tail now. Chris Rushworth.
Well, I was just wondering what we'd see from Jacob Bethel alongside the tail. Of course, that now isn't relevant. I'm guessing Michael Ray, judging by his stats, likes to have a go, and with only numbers 10 and 11 for company, I guess he's going to have a swing.
Well, it's Rushworth. Josh Davey is in bowls to him, and this comes off the edge of the bat. It's running down towards the third man boundary and will reach the third man boundary as Casey Aldridge gives chase in vain. 4 runs off the mark for Chris Rushworth. 291 for 8. Rushworth's been injured for quite a lot of the season.
He has, yes. That was a big blow to the Bears, especially with Hassan Ali being called away by Pakistan and then getting injured as well. So Rushworth is now back, and he hasn't actually bowled in first team cricket for a long time, so Warwickshire will be hoping there's not too much rust. His first initiative is task is to find 9 runs for another bonus point.
Davey in a bowls, and this is driven away slightly uppishly, but with good timing away through the offside for 4 runs. Then there was nothing wrong with that shot at all. 295 for 8. Rushworth doubles his score, moves on to 8.
It's an entertaining over, isn't it? Middle stump plucked out the ground and successive boundaries. What will the 6th ball bring?
Well, Chris Rushworth does have a first-class 50 to his name. Scored, I presume, for Durham, for whom he played for 19 seasons. As Josh Davey is into him, 2 slips go down, Davies in a bowls, and a swing and a miss from Rushworth. And that was nearly 2 wickets in the over, but he survives. It was rather a firm-footed swipe, that shot from Rushworth. 295 for 8. And the new ball is due, and the new ball will be taken because Casey Aldridge is just bowling the old ball back down to the Somerset coaching staff down below us.
Well, the old ball can go into the dressing room and have a good old massage and shower, because it's done a good job for Somerset this morning. It's got rid of the 2 main men. How quickly the momentum can change in a cricket match, isn't it? Bethel and Burgess batting really quite comfortably the first quarter of an hour this morning, and then Overton and Rue combine in excellent fashion to get rid of Burgess, and Bethel goes 5 balls later. This is an outside edge, a streaky 4 runs to get Michael Ray off the mark, and that'll take Warwickshire to 299. He had no idea where that went. It went over the top of where 3rd or 4th slip would be. You don't get the idea that there's going to be a great deal of longevity in this 9th wicket partnership, but they've just scored 12 runs in 3 balls, so.
Well, it looks like a case of gather your rosebuds while you may.
Yeah.
You know, they're going to play their shots, and then they'll want to get in and get at the Somerset batsman.
What will we see here? Overton is in, and an orthodox defensive shot from Ray. Somerset are inviting the New Zealanders to go big. They've just got 1 man back on the long leg boundary, but everybody else, there's 5 fielders saving 1 and 3 slips. So if Michael Ray just want to get those long levers into gear and hit straight, the incentive is there. This is way down the leg side, and
he's just
Offerton is struggling in his follow
yeah,
through
he
there,
is.
isn't he?
Yeah, just whether he turned his ankle again there. He's just scraping away at his footholds.
That one, the footholds obviously affected his rhythm because it was way down the leg side. Somerset will be keen that this frivolous little 9th wicket stand doesn't last too long. This is hammered straight by Ray, and that is
6.
All the way for 6. That was right up in the slot, and as his career stats suggest, Michael Ray does like putting back to ball. Warwickshire pass 300 in the most spectacular fashion. 305 for 8. It's a lively little session of cricket, this.
Certainly is. It was a gentle half volley that from Craig Overton.
Well, the field's not changing. They're going to invite Ray to try again. And here comes Overton. That's short and pulled. And that went through the fielder at mid-wicket, who I don't think saw it. It's 4 more.
Jake Ball there.
And I think it bounced on the matting just before him, and it might just have deceived him there, but it was whipped off his legs by Michael Ray, who has 14 from 6 balls. Chris Rushworth has 8 from 3 balls. And Warwickshire's tail is counter-attacking very entertainingly and very annoyingly for Somerset. Here comes Craig Overton again to complete his over, and this wraps Ray on the pad, but it was going well down the leg side. And Overton fields with his feet.
That's politely describing it. He aimed a vicious kick at the ball.
I don't think he enjoyed that straight 6, did he?
No, I don't think he did.
309 for 8. What a lively opening 25 minutes we've had. Michael Burgess caught Rue, bowled Overton 69. Jacob Bethel bowled Davey 64. Michael Ray is on 14 from 7 balls. Chris Rushworth on 8 from 3. And Warwickshire 309 for 8. The first 25 minutes have yielded 32 runs and 2 wickets already.
Tom Abel setting the field now. Just came up to have a word with Craig Overton, probably just telling him just to calm down a little bit. He was getting distinctly aerated, was Big Craig. 309 for 8 as Davey is into Rushworth, who's down the pitch, turning this into the onside. And they think about a single, but Banton very quickly onto it from mid-on. The sun is out here at Edgbaston. Similar crowd to yesterday. Quite a few people sitting in the pavilion out of our sight down below us, including quite a decent contingent from Somerset. And looking forward to a full day's play today. And it certainly started most entertainingly. Davey bowls to Rushworth, who turns this into the onside. In the air for a time, but bounces well short of Tom Abel, who's at short mid-wicket for the ball that maybe just stops in the pitch a little bit from Josh Davey. But both the 2 wickets that have fallen this morning have been the result of quite sharp movement off the seam. Craig Overton getting it to go away from the right-hander, and Josh Davey getting it to come into the left-hander. That's Davies into Rushworth, who plays and misses. And judging by the fact that Josh Davies got his hands on his head, I don't think he missed it by very much.
And I don't think it missed the off-stump by very much.
No, it didn't. It didn't.
Josh Davies has already harvested, as you said at the time, Anthony, the most satisfying sight for a fast bowler, isn't it? Middle stump on the ground against an accomplished, very good batsman.
Well, he's an underrated bowler, is Josh Davey. He's in now, bowls to Rushworth, who drives this away through the offside again. It's a little bit uppish, but it's going to go for 4. Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who isn't the quickest by any means, but even Tom Abel, I think, wouldn't have been able to overhaul that ball. It's a short boundary on that side of the ground. Up to, now what's the name of that stand, Brian? The one to the right of the scoreboard.
That's the press box.
No, that's the one to the left of the scoreboard is the press. Yeah. Stanley Barnes, yeah. Not to be confused with Sydney Barnes. 313 for 8. Rushworth onto 12 with that boundary. Davey in and bowls, and there's a single here into the offside. As Rushworth just lets that delivery from Davey hit his bat almost, rather than playing a decisive shot at it. 314 for 8. These two came together when the score was, what was it, Brian? 287?
Yeah.
So they've added 27 already for the 9th wicket. As Davey is in from the Birmingham end, Bowls to Ray, who gets an outside edge down to the third man boundary, and a cry of frustration, I think, from Craig Overton, that probably was. So 2 more boundaries in that over, 1 to each of the batsmen, plus a single, 9 off the over, 318 for 8, 18 to Michael Ray, and 13 to Chris Rushworth.
And a partnership of 31 in 15 balls so far, and that really is a fillip for Warwickshire when it appeared that the innings was about to just fizzle out completely. What a tremendous half an hour's cricket. And as you say, Anthony, that both the wickets were from really good cricket, weren't they? There's a great catch from Roos standing up to Overton, and then Davey knocks out Bethel's middle stump, but the counter-attack is best on again now as Overton bowls to Rushworth, who inside edges this all the way out to the man on the square leg boundary. I'll just describe this over and Kit will come in. I guess I better, if they're coming for hourly roundups, I better come back on at 12.
You had. We'll have a double change at 12.
Overton, whose dander was up at the end of the last over, is now to bowl to Michael Ray, who smacked him for 6 in the last over. An interesting confrontation, and
well,
this is a
far
good
away.
length delivery.
Almost a caught and bowled.
Overton isn't moving as freely as he might be, so I think it was, as you say, almost a caught and bowled, but it would have to be quite close to the big man to be a return catch the way he's moving at the moment.
It's a worry this for Somerset, with a captain already crocked and the vice captain for this game. He's not looking as his fittest.
Not moving freely at all, is he? This is a good delivery which Ray defends very respectably, actually, is being selective. The one time he's gone big, it was an over-pitched ball. Somerset trying to goad Ray into attacking the wrong ball. There is now a deep point as well as a deep square leg, but nobody back, so they're inviting him to go big and straight again. Here comes Craig Overton from the pavilion end. Good length ball delivery, and Ray very respectfully and very solidly in behind it. 319 for 8.
This is what, Michael Ray's 3rd game for Warwickshire?
Yeah. His first game, he came back because Hassan Ali had to his season is over now, so Warwickshire have had a few disruptions to their bowling lineup this time. This is a big slog. I think he got an inside edge on it which he saved him. It was I was just saying how Michael Ray had been quite correct and selective, and then he tried to slaughter a good length ball into the Hollies stand, but he got away with it. I think maybe he got a little bit of bat on it.
It was a little bit leg side-ish as well.
Overton mops his brow. A siren wails along the Edgbaston road. In comes Overton again, and this is whipped away to the leg side for a single by Ray. He moves to 19. Rush with his 14. 320 for 8 is the Warwickshire score, and Kit comes in to rejoin Anthony.
Yeah, and frustration there from Craig Overton as this late order counter-attack continues. They've added 33 now, these two. So in the first hour of play, we have had, first half an hour of play, I beg your pardon, we have had 43 runs and 2 wickets. And no one can say that county cricket is not eventful, Kit.
Morning, Anthony. Yes, it's been terrific. Swinging one way, then the other, not just the ball.
Is Davey in to bowl to Ray, who has taken on the pad as he looks to turn that into the onside. Michael Ray's 29, born in Dunedin in New Zealand, plays for Canterbury in his home country, and he's a tall man, one of the tallest, I should think, on the circuit. He's tall and strongly built as well.
Yes, he's not slim.
No.
He's got muscle to him.
And he can hit a long ball, as we've already seen, as he drove Craig Overton down the ground for 6. Davey is in, bowls to him, and this time he contents himself with a conventional defensive shot.
It's just funny to think that his first class average is 9. Doesn't look like that sort of tail ender.
Well, I think, I mean, the figures that Brian produced suggest that he likes to play his shots, and sometimes they come off, and sometimes they don't. His highest in first-class cricket is 36, so he's not that far short of that.
Yeah, more than halfway there.
Davey, sun's gone in momentarily. It's a fine day. Davey in and bowls to Ray, who plays that with an open face down to short third man, where Casey Aldridge is quickly across to do the fielding. It's almost as if, having made his point, Michael Ray is now settling in. Decided that perhaps he can go on and play a really serious innings here. Somerset need one more wicket for 3 bowling points. Warwickshire so far with 2 batting points. Certainly be targeting a 3rd as Davies in and bowls. This is uppish into the onside, but not anywhere near Tom Abel. That short mid wicket went through forward square leg. That shot from Michael Ray brings him a single, takes him on to 20. 321 for 8. Both the 2 Warwickshire overnight batsmen gone this morning in the first quarter of an hour in the first 4 overs. With Burgess caught behind off Overton and Bethel clean bowled. Middle stump out of the ground by a nip backer from Josh Davey, who's in now bowling to Rushworth. Appeal for LBW, and I think there's a certain amount of frustration in that appeal from, I think it was Craig Overton, who continued the appeal.
Well, Rushworth was away forward, and it probably hit him just to the leg side of middle. He's a tall man. I suppose that was just going over the top of leg stump, slightly down leg. Wasn't a bad shout, though.
No, it wasn't. Well,
Josh Davies certainly thought it was a good one.
It was a distinctly prolonged shout. I think it was one of the longest appeals I've heard in recent times. Overton is... all the world is against Craig Overton at the moment. Here's Davey and bowls to Rushworth, who swings this away in the air. Tom Banton's underneath it and will take the catch. And that is the 9th wicket. It's Chris Rushworth who has gone, caught by Banton off the bowling of Josh Davey for 14. And Warwickshire 321 for 9, which means that Somerset do now have maximum bowling points of 3. And, well, Rushworth just went to the well once too often there and got a top edge. Went high in the sky, well-judged catch by Tom Banton, who was retreating as he caught the ball. 321 for 9, which means that Ollie Hannon-Dolby will shortly be arriving at the crease as Warwickshire's number 11.
Good bit of applause for Rushworth. Batted above his average today. Just sort of had the impression with that ball that he decided he was going to go for it wherever it landed, and it was probably too, well, not full enough to go for the full-blooded drive over the top of mid-on. Now Hannon-Dolby is a proper county stalwart, a local hero, but a man for whom the Somerset faithful have a little bit of mistrust when it comes to batting. That goes back a few years.
Yeah, 2012, when he got an edge that was heard all around Taunton off Jamie Overton, was given not out.
Batting at number 11, and he secured the draw. And I don't think anyone in cricket would be mad at him for not walking in that situation. But he's certainly got a life. So
most batsmen don't walk these days, unfortunately.
There's a degree of trepidation for Somerset whenever Hannon-Dolby comes out, at least for the fans. I can see why Craig Overton has decided to keep himself on in search of the 4th wicket. But to begin with, he's going to have to bowl to Ray. And he gets halfway through his run and then pulls out of it and says, no, I don't want 2 slips, I want another fielder on the leg side. He's got a long leg and a deep square leg. A mid-wicket comes in too now, and he does bowl to Ray, who goes for that big hit over the leg side, and it's going to be 6 more. He really has taken a liking to Craig Overton. He does it time and time again. Anything too straight, and he swings the bat hard. Ray to 26 off 18 balls. Overton will be absolutely seething now.
He is a bit vulnerable to this sort of attack, Craig Overton, because he does bowl this just short of a length, aiming at the top of off stump, which means that if you've got a batsman who's got a good eye and is swinging hard, it's there, it's right within his arc, as they say.
And the crosser Overton gets, the quicker he bowls, and that's not necessarily helpful. That's very well played by Ray. Overton left it outside the off stump, and Ray very sensibly opened the face of the bat and steered it to the deep backward point to collect a single. 27 to him now, 328 for 9 Warwickshire. And Somerset will now converge upon the left-handed Ollie Hannon-Dolby. This is the opportunity they'll feel to wrap up the innings. They've got 4 balls at him. So everyone coming in from the boundary who was out there for Ray, just the long leg, he's the only one out near the rope, and even he isn't all the way. 2 slips and a well-packed ring of 4, saving the single on the offside. Here is Overton, he's switched to round the wicket. And Hannon-Dolby plays with beautifully soft hands in defence. His job, of course, is to just see out the overs that he's given. Try and get as much of a strike as possible to Ray. Ray obviously trusts him to take the single off the second ball of the over. Overton starts his run again, looking for his 4th. Hannon-Dolby just waits for the ball, barely moves, lets the ball come onto the bat at an off-stump line, defends safely again.
It's almost the definition of a dead bat shot, that, wasn't it?
Stand there, get into position, and let the ball hit the bat.
Yeah. It's not a bad way of playing, because even if it takes the edge, it's not going to carry to slip off a bat as dead as that.
5th ball of the over, here comes Overton. And the same again, Hannon-Dolby, he's very experienced, he's very patient, he knows what his limitations are. I don't want to tempt Providence for Warwickshire fans, but on the whole, he can be relied upon just to play his defensive role and not, a la Chris Rushworth, suddenly decide that he's going to go for one.
Yeah, I don't think he'll do that. His highest score, incidentally, in first-class cricket of 40 was made against Somerset back in 2014.
Clearly got a favourite bowling attack to face. Anyway, here's the last ball of the over. Hannon-Dolby will want to survive it. And he's been hit on the pads. That snuck through, has it, but it's a half-hearted appeal. Maybe it was angling down leg. Overton is doing a double teapot now. Both hands on his hips.
Yeah, not a bad shout. Not a bad shout. I think, as you say, Kit, I think it would have missed or it might just have clipped the leg stump. That umpire's call, and the umpire's call was not out, and perfectly justifiably so.
328 for 9. Hannon-Dolby has done his job and seen out the over, so now battle can be resumed.
Oh, we missed the fact that Archie Vaughan was out there as a 12th man. He's just jogging off now as Tom Kohler-Cadmore jogs back on. So Archie Vaughan performing 12th man duties today. It was Lewis Goldsworthy yesterday. So Rocky Flintoff got some runs yesterday for Lancashire. 32, was it? In the game against Surrey. But Surrey well ahead in that one. Here's Davey into Ray, and he gets in a bit of a tangle there as the ball comes back into him. It's taken on the pad.
Wouldn't it be fun to see one day in the future Archie Vaughan and Rocky Flintoff both playing for England?
Well, it wouldn't. I don't think it's beyond the bounds of possibility.
Not in the least. Who is there? Anyone else from the stable of the class of Ashes 2005 who you could add to that list on the circuit? Huh?
Isn't Steve Harmison's son? Is he playing? He's on. I'm not sure he's actually played first class cricket. He's not far off it. Davies in and bowls, and this is just steered into the offside by Michael Ray, who's not afraid of giving Ollie Hannon-Dalby the strike. 3:30 for 9. These two will have. No, is it 3:30 or 3:29? I think it's 3:29. The scoreboard was either very quick in putting that run up or very slow, and I think.
The scoreboard is a quick updater here.
It is. It is 3:29 for 9. Ray on to 28. More than useful contribution. As Davies in bowls, and Hannon-Dalby just back on his stumps, dead batting it into the onside. Tom Abel picks up and gives a shout of encouragement to JD, as Josh Davey is known, amongst other things. Yes,
the pace has changed a bit in the last 5 minutes, now that Ray is taking singles off the second ball of the last 2 overs.
Is Davey in to the left-handed Hannon-Dalby, and I think gets an inside edge onto his pads there. That was almost through between bat and pad from Josh Davey. It's that nip backer again to the left-hander that accounted for Jacob Bethel. Two slips, and Tom Abel in a catching position at short mid-wicket. He's now jogging to come in at first slip. So Craig Overton makes way and moves to third. And Hannon-Dalby just holds a hand up to stop Josh Davey, as he wasn't quite ready. He is now. Davies in, bowls. This is driven nicely, and Banton is pursuing it, I think in vain, up to the long off boundary. Handsome shot from Ollie Hannon-Dalby, which is very much appreciated by this Edgbaston crowd. He's off the mark with that nicely timed, firm, straight drive.
It was a completely safe shot as well, wasn't it? It was completely without risk. I mean, all he did was extend his arms a bit more through his routine defensive shot. It was a fuller ball, just leant into it.
3-3-3 for 9. Triple Nelson. Davey bowls, and this is edged. It's gone past Craig Overton. It wasn't in the air, but it's gone down for 4 runs. So more frustration for Craig Overton and for Somerset. And you heard the almost howl of frustration from I think it was from Josh Davey, the bowler, having found the outside edge, but the ball not carrying, and to add insult to injury, going for 4. 3:37 for 9, with Hannon-Dalby on 8 and Michael Ray on 28.
Craig Overton has wasted no time in giving his sweater back to umpire Alex Wharf. He's determined to see this through. Now, all 4 fielders on the leg side have gone out on the boundary for Ray. No one at all saving the single on the onside. Still one slip though. Overton bowls, and Ray goes for the big hit, and it's gone very high in the air. Slip is running round. It's going to be a tricky catch. Casey Aldridge over his shoulder. Well held. That was a swirler. The innings comes to an end. Ray's tremendous cameo, 28, is finished. He went for 1 shot too many, but he's done a fantastic job for Warwickshire, getting them up to 337. A decent score, given where they were halfway through yesterday afternoon.
But a good morning for Somerset, because they have removed the last 3 wickets, of 4 wickets from Warwickshire, beg your pardon, at the cost of 60 runs, so 60 for 4 this morning. And I think if you'd offered that to Craig Overton and co, I think first thing this morning they would have accepted that. It's because that partnership between Bethel and Michael Burgess was looking very threatening. So Warwickshire this morning have lost. Michael Burgess caught behind off Craig Overton for 69. Jacob Bethel clean bowled by Josh Davey for 64. Chris Rushworth caught by Tom Banton off the bowling of Josh Davey for 14. And the last man out was Michael Ray, caught by Aldridge off a skyer from a ball from Craig Overton for 28. The bowling figures: Josh Davey finishes with 4 for 80. Craig Overton also 4 wickets, 4 for 88. Jake Ball 1 for 50. Aldridge 1
welcome back to Edgbaston in Birmingham with BBC Sport, brought to you live on the BBC Sport website and app, and of course through BBC Radio WM, BBC CWR and BBC Radio Somerset for this second day of the Vitality County Championship match in Division 1 between Warwickshire and Somerset. Warwickshire have posted a respectable 339, but I think both sides will be pleased with where we've gone today. My name's Kit Harris, and alongside me Phil Britt. Morning, Phil.
Good morning, Kit. Morning, everybody. Interesting start. A lively first hour with Somerset wrapping up those 4 wickets. Warwickshire extending, getting a second batting point. But I think they will be a little disappointed that the overnight pair of Burgess and Bethel weren't able to push on. But well done to Somerset. They removed them in double quick speed this morning.
337, in fact, the total. And Somerset, well, they will have to make best use of the pitch and the overhead conditions, which are all conducive to batting. Once they see the shine off the new ball, we know that Rushworth and Hannon Dolby are expert swing bowlers with this Dukes in the county championship. Let's see that threat off, and there should be plenty of runs available. And Umeed and Kola Cadmore are not to hang about. Hannon Dolby is going to start from the Birmingham end. He has 3 slips. 3 fielders on the offside saving the single. 2 on the on and a long leg. Kola Cadmore is going to face the first ball. And Hannon Dolby with his white armbands, wristbands, is steaming in now, and the first ball is outside off, and Kola Cadmore comes down the pitch to it, looking to drive, misses. There's good away movement. Well, there's a sign of intent from Somerset.
Yeah, a couple of spaces before he actually delivered the ball there, and in the end, just pushing at it. Might have been lucky not to get a little nick through to the keeper then. It was a
Davis has been canny here. Look in his field setting. There's a bit of a gap in the extra cover area. Kola Cadmore loves to hit. Here's Hannon Dolby again. And another advance, and he's edged and caught low at second slip.
Well, Kola Cadmore must have a train to catch. He's got away with the first ball, repeats exactly the same thing the second time, and Yates at slip doesn't drop those.
What an extraordinary thing to do.
Absolutely. Well, be interested to find out what the rationale behind that was.
He came down the pitch, a couple of steps, just as he had the first ball. Didn't wait for the ball, didn't hang on off stump, showed no intention of leaving. And I think Tom Kola Cadmore has still got his white ball mentality in his head.
Well, explain that one to the skip when he goes back in. Anyway, good start for Warwickshire. Almost a gifted wicket. One bowled by Hannon Dolby. Saw what he did first ball. I don't think even he could have anticipated that it would do the same thing again, Kip.
No, absolutely mystifying, really. So Tom Banton has come in at number 3. Not Tom Abel. That's a sign, perhaps, that Somerset intend to continue to adopt the aggressive approach.
Yeah. Well, just looking at my scorecard, it's all over the place already.
It's not Tom Banton, it's Tom Lammonby, exactly as we would have expected.
Oh, well, it's a bit better now than the scorecard I put together. So Andy Umeed, who has watched those first 2 deliveries, comes down and has a word with Tom Lammonby. Takes his mark.
Well, he's opened plenty of times, Tom Lammonby, in his championship career, so he won't be unduly phased.
Well, it's an opening role he's got today.
Hannon Dolby is going to bowl the first ball to Lammonby outside off stump and left alone. It goes through to the keeper.
So Hannon Dolby walks back up to the Birmingham end and he turns. So remember, Warwickshire making 337. Hannon Dolby in and bowls, and Lammonby looking to drive that one away. Ball going across him and getting wider. Is just ball goes past the outside edge of the bat and through to the keeper. So interesting start this. Hannon Dolby having got that wicket and then forcing Lammonby into a lofty drive outside the off stump.
Lively cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, yes it is. It's Hannon Dolby in, bowls, and this is left by Lammonby through to the keeper.
Warwickshire this morning added 60 for 4 in 61 balls, and Somerset 0 for 1 straight away, so it's nothing if not eventful.
Yep.
Sorry to ambush you at the commentary again, Phil. But
That's all right, you've got to do an update by the sound of it. It was, I don't know whether you saw those.
I did.
Strange way to...
Inexplicable.
Yeah. And Dolby bowls and Lammonby plays it back into the offside. End of an interesting opening over. Somerset 0 for 1 in reply to Warwickshire's 337.
I can only believe that Tom Kohler-Cadmore was working to instructions there, because surely you can't go out and come down the track first 2 balls or just off your own bat. You must have had permission to do that.
Well, I think having got away with the first ball and very nearly getting a nick, the second ball to do exactly the same thing. And this time catching it and it travelling low. And we haven't seen a lot of slip catches. The ball's hardly travelled, managed to go to slip. It's always fallen him short.
Right. Let's just see if they do come to me for a report. If I may just describe Chris Rushworth's first ball for many months. Can he get straight back into the slot? One of the impressive things about Chris Rushworth is that he normally goes right into rhythm. I'm just about to give a report. Well, it's been an absolutely thrilling opening hour here at Edgbaston. Warwickshire resumed on 277 for 6. They were all out for 337, having added 60 in 10 overs. Jacob Bethel made 64, Michael Burgess 69, and Warwickshire immediately struck in Somerset's reply when Ollie Hannon Dolby had Tom Kohler-Cadmore caught a second slip by Rob Yates. Warwickshire 337, Somerset none for 1. And here comes Chris Rushworth with his second ball, and this is driven handsomely by Andy Umeed, the former Bear, but straight to Alex Davis at mid-off. And if I may, I'll relinquish the mic again. Sorry to interrupt, Kit.
Thanks, Brian. Is local news update out of the way. So here we go as Kit will pick up with Chris Rushworth.
Comes in now to Umeed, who has just withdrawn the bat inside the line from a good length ball outside off. Great delivery. Almost fenced at it, almost followed it. Umeed, just like Kohler-Cadmore, is someone who likes to feel ball on bat hard early on and will go through the covers or swivel pull on the back foot at the earliest opportunity. Always going to give Rushworth hope. He's in again. And Umeed plays that drive beautifully on the bounce to cover. Really timed it, but straight at the man. He's blessed with the gift of supreme timing, if not quite so much with the gift of self-control.
completely changed his way of playing, Andy Umid, since he was a bear.
He scored a very, very long 100, didn't he?
Yeah, one of the slowest hundreds in Championship history for Warwickshire.
Rushworth bowls, and off stump out the ground. That looked like it moved away. A beautiful ball. Umid played inside the line, missed it completely, and Somerset are 0 for 2.
As Anthony said earlier on, there's nothing better than seeing a stump flying, particularly when it's a ball which takes it out. Beauty from Rushworth. He's back in, hasn't taken him long to get his length and his line, and this time the stumps go flying. And welcome back to Edgbaston, Andy. Not a great return for him this time. He'll have a second chance later on, but a poor start for Somerset. They are 0 for 2.
He's not so good against the moving ball, Umid, truth be told. Rushworth is very good at moving it, so he's made a wonderful comeback after a lengthy absence from Warwickshire colours. Like Ollie Hannon-Dalby, he has 1 for 0, and Somerset still searching even for that first run. Warwickshire have 2 wickets, and Tom Abel comes out at number 4. Speaking of hundreds,
just looking at that, just to cut across you there, Kit, I don't think that ball did an awful lot. I think he played down the wrong line.
Played the wrong line.
Yeah. Took his off stump. He went down the middle line, and the train went down the outside line.
Jamie Smith, England's new wicketkeeper this summer, has just reached his first Test century at Manchester, as England are 56 runs ahead of Sri Lanka at 292 for 6. Gus Atkinson is with him on 20. Back here at Edgbaston, Tom Abel, he has also opened for Somerset and may rather feel like he's doing it now, as for the last ball of the second over, Rushworth comes in, and you heard the firm sound of bat on ball as Lammonby defends. So, well, there's a bigger crowd today than there was yesterday. Yeah. If crowd is the right word, but certainly.
Well, you never really see a crowd at these big grounds.
There's so many places to sit.
Yeah, well, you know, you've got a ground which holds 25,000, and for a county game, the average attendance is about 2.5, and they spread around, and you can't see any of the people in the pavilion really. There's in the members area and down below us, so those sort of aren't visible from where we sit. Hannon-Dalby starts his second over, having had that success in his first. He's in and bowls, and Lammonby is defending out into the offside. There is no run. 0 for 2 Somerset in reply to Warwickshire's 337.
Which is just what's needed, given what's going on around the rest of the Championship. Worcestershire have put themselves in a superb position against Kent, 183 for 3, replying to Kent's 171. That's a crucial game for Warwickshire fans.
Yeah, and they'll be in bowls. That one goes through to Burgess. There's no shot offered. They'll be looking rather than below. I think they'll just be looking just above them, where Lancashire is struggling against Surrey.
Surrey are 134 for 2. Not in any great hurry, 36 overs gone against Lancashire, so still 70 behind on first innings, but plenty of time left in the game.
Looks quite a strong Surrey side, despite those playing for England.
Doesn't it ever?
It's incredible how many players they've got, really high quality. Has Hannon-Dalby in, Lammonby is playing this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
Durham are piling up the runs now. Ashton Turner is getting close to his century. He's 97 not out. 478 for 6 at home to Nottinghamshire. They've got a full complement of batting bonus points.
Those are the Lancashire and Nottinghamshire would be ones just above Warwickshire in the table, who Warwickshire will be looking at to see whether they can overhaul them. If Worcestershire win, then they'll be looking to try and overhaul one at the moment, a point or so above, as this one is driven, but only up to deepish mid-off. Davis does the fielding, and there's no run.
Ben Green has been dismissed in Division 2, playing for Leicestershire against Gloucestershire. He made 10. batting at number 9.
Sun is out here. It's beautiful early afternoon now. So early afternoon as the players and the crowd. The breeze blowing as Hannah Dolby comes in and bowls a wider ball outside the off stump, which doesn't tempt Tom Lammonby. He leaves it well alone, and Burgess goes sprawling across to his left to take that one and tidy it up.
One of those 3 Worcestershire wickets against Kent, Jake Libby, was Alfie Ogborn's first wicket for Kent on loan from Somerset. So lots to watch, lots to pay attention to around the grounds. Ned Leonard also has his first wicket in Division 2 for Glamorgan against Derbyshire.
And Dolby bowls, Lammonby solidly behind that. It's end of second over from Hannah Dolby, his second maiden. And Somerset still looking for their first run, are 0 for 2.
Well, it's what you would expect from these 2 new ball bowlers, just to keep everything right on the money. And it's not something early on that Somerset were able to do this time yesterday.
And Dolby getting a good round of applause as he goes back down towards the bandstand.
Rushworth then to resume battle to Abel on his hip, and here is the first run down to long leg, just the single, but Somerset are underway, as is Tom Abel. That's the first ball that Rushworth has bowled leg side or a little too straight. Would have been a good ball to the left-hander Tom Lammonby, who's now scratching his guard in this rock-hard Edgbaston pitch as the field switches round. It looks like Rushworth is going to bowl right arm round the wicket. This is his first ball at the left-hander. The first time the batsmen have changed ends. But, first up, a little bit too wide of off stump. He's just finding his radar there. Lammonby doesn't even lift his bat, just lets it go through. It's now a warm sunny day, plenty of cloud around, but it's fair rather than overcast.
I think you still need a jacket on there, because that breeze is still quite strong and it's got quite chilly.
Rushworth bowls, and Lammonby has turned round a little bit here, aiming to leg, but the ball hit the shoulder of the bat and they're racing back for 2.
Yeah, good running there. They got back that second run. Let's pick that one up well.
They're looking to be positive still in their running, but so far Lammonby and Abel have not played those big offside shots. There's no need to do too much too soon, they'll be thinking. Rushworth bowls, and now Lammonby gets one on his thigh pad and just turns it round the corner. In fact, I think he didn't get any bat on it. It's a leg bye signalled by umpire Alex Wolfe. 4 for 2. First extra goes down in the scorer's computer. And the field switches round again. So many bowling options Warwickshire have got.
Yeah, they have got, they've got obviously Michael Ray, who's into the side, but Ed Barnard, Will Rhodes, and they've got Rob Yates, and Jacob Bethel, Dan Mosley.
Rushworth bowls to Abel. That's a very good leave alone outside off stump. The ball shaped from the hand, away from the bat, all away from the bowler's action. And the wickets have been shared around, haven't they, for Warwickshire this season? It's funny to think that once you get past Hannah Dolby with 32, now 33 wickets, your next highest wicket taker is, with apologies to Rob Yates, a part-time spinner.
Yep.
14 wickets at an average of 38.
Well, I think it's indicative of just how many people have been in and out of the side with injury throughout the summer.
Rushworth bowls to Abel again, outside off stump, but it just straightens as it passes the batter. He lets it go through on length, as that concludes another tidy over. Rushworth. Hannah Dolby will resume the attack from the Birmingham end. 2 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for none to him. He's really carried the attack, hasn't he, most of the season?
He's carried the attack in the Championship and in the One Day Cup, pretty much. He had a couple of games which they rested him, but he's been pretty much ever present. And we see bowlers who get injured and break down, but you know, Hannon Dolby goes on and he keeps himself fit, and he's one of those who seems to be able to keep going. He's in again, starts a new over, and it's through, and Lamberby just leaves this outside the off stump, goes through to the bowler, to the wicket keeper rather.
He doesn't have the most conventional action either, Hannon.
No.
But he's the shoulder does a lot of work, and
Yep.
it does it late in the delivery stride.
But he's a big man, and when you look at him, you'd think, well, that frame's got to take a lot of wear and tear on it, but he does seem to hold up pretty well. On his way in again, bowls, that's again outside the off stump, and again is watched through to the keeper. 3 slips in place, cover point, and then short extra cover, and mid off, mid on, mid wicket. And a man down at long leg.
He's sinewy though, isn't he?
Yeah.
Hannon Dolby, like James Anderson. So the muscle is lean, so there's not loads of loading on his front leg as he comes down.
As he's in and bowls, and that is played away nicely over the top of point. It'll run down to the boundary. No. Well, yes, it's just crossed. The desperate effort from Jacob Bethel, I think, down there to go and pull it back, but they're back in. That wasn't Jacob Bethel at all. Let's see who it was.
10.
It was Barnard was involved. Mosley was involved with it, and I think that's Barnard there. So 4 runs to Lamberby. He goes to 6 and doubles the Somerset total. He's on to 8. As Hannon Dolby comes in and bowls and beats that forward defensive push from Lamberby. All just pitching and just going away from the left-hander and through to the keeper. Good delivery. Just getting that little bit of movement and sufficient to beat the outside edge of the bat. So 8 for 2. We've had 6 wickets this morning in what, an hour and a quarter's play. As Dolby in, and this is driven away nicely through the offside. This one should run across the wickets, the cut wickets, and again will be pulled. Oh, in fact, pulled up right on the edge this time. So where they didn't manage to do it last time, stopping the ball just on the boundary, I wouldn't like to have seen that on a filmed replay, but in the end it goes down as 3 runs, and Somerset move on to 11 for 2.
You've just got to commit yourself to the chase, haven't you, down there, because
Yeah.
the boundary is so deep at the west end of the ground.
So 1 successful and 1 failure for Ed Barnard in that so far in this over. And Dolby's got 1 ball to go. 11 for 2. He'll be bowling to Tom Abel, who waits. Dolby's in, and Abel defends it out into the offside. End of another over. Somerset 11 for 2 in reply to Warwickshire's 337.
Warwickshire will be delighted with the situation that they're in, having been 165 for 6 halfway through yesterday afternoon. They recovered to 337, mostly through Bethel and Burgess, with the help of some swashbuckling stuff from Ray. And then the first 2 Somerset wickets without a run. Even now at 11 for 2, Somerset have got a lot to do. Rushworth bowls to Lamberby. On his hip, Lamberby just tickles it away down to fine leg for a single. That takes him into double figures. He's had more of the strike, much more, than Tom Abel. We'll now get a good long look at Chris Rushworth bowling here from the pavilion end. We're still making up time after losing an hour and a half yesterday morning in the delayed start. So lunch won't be at 1 o'clock. Rushworth is into Abel, leaves it alone outside off. We're going to add 10 minutes onto each session, thereby stick an extra 8 overs on the day's play, which is what we managed to do yesterday. So 8 overs made up yesterday, 8 today and 8 tomorrow. So lunch will be 10 minutes late, tea will be 20 minutes later, and the close will be 30 minutes later. So 1:10. Another 50 minutes to the interval. Abel defends this one. Rushworth, who is just starting to find a consistent line to both left and right-handers. It was easy enough early on when he was bowling to Umeed. Warwickshire will be feeling good about things. I wonder who the first change bowler will be alongside Ray. Expect to go with Barnard, I would think.
Yeah, Barnard.
Stick with Seam. There wasn't much
Yeah.
for Jack Leach when the spinner came on. Rushworth bowls outside off. Abel sort of jumps into a defensive shot outside the off stump.
And Warwickshire have left Danny Briggs out, so Warwickshire will be going mainly with the seam attack.
Yeah, they're comfortable clearly with the combination of Bethel Mosley and
and they've got
Riggs.
they've got Rhodes as well they can turn to, so they've got plenty of seam options.
Rushworth is in again to Abel. Another defensive shot. I may be representing my immediate wants and interests more than Warwickshire's, but I would dearly have loved to come to this game and see Chase Simmons.
Well, he's been injured and he's just coming back, and I think they're reluctant to put him in at this stage. And he's perhaps had a couple of games in the second team again, and just got proven that he's fully recovered.
Last ball of the over from Rushworth. Abel glides it off the face, only as far as gully. And that concludes the set from the pavilion end. 12 for 2. Lammonby has 10 and Abel 1. Did you see him in that one championship game he played?
I didn't. I watched him on the television, on the screen, on the live feed, but I've seen him bowl several times. Yeah. Yeah, he's sharp.
Is he exciting?
Yeah, I think he's a terrific prospect. Yep, I really do. It may be that in this particular game that they've gone for experience as well. That maybe that the option. Alan Dobby starting a new over. He's in and that goes through Lammonby, and a little bit of extra bounce there, which surprised the left-hander through to the keeper.
Jamie Smith is out in the Test match at Old Trafford. England are 315 for 8, a lead of 79.
Actually, they've held it back quite well, Sri Lanka there. I thought England would get a big lead.
Spin now. There's spin on offer.
This one is left outside the off stump, and no shot offered.
Saria has his third wicket. England will be hoping to nudge that lead into 3 figures. Mark Wood can get behind a few. I'm not sure they'll get many runs out of Shoaib Bashir, with apologies to Somerset fans. When I commentated on the Test match at Edgbaston, and Bashir was batting with Atkinson. Atkinson was at number 10, and he was shielding Bashir from the strike and turning down singles, which is an unusual thing for a number 10 to be doing for a number 11.
Yeah. And Dobby in bowls. That's a lovely looking shot. Beautifully played away through extra cover. Perfect timing there from Lammonby, and that's probably, I would say that goes along with one of the shots of the morning, to be honest. It was beautifully timed, and it was just a question of who was going to go and fetch it. And probably to the longest boundary on the ground. So 16 for 2. Lammonby has moved on to 14 with that shot.
He's played 3 very good looking shots through the offside off Hannon Dolby in the last 10 minutes or so. That's the best of them.
It was just in the spot, and he was onto it in a flash.
He doesn't smash you through the offside, Tom Lammonby. He times you.
Yeah. Yeah. As Hannon Dolby comes into him, and this one, he's looking perhaps to play it just into the onside, but in the end changes his mind and just plays it away defensively into the offside. 16 for 2 it remains.
And he is one batter in the Somerset top 6 who is prepared just to wait. He'll happily play out maidens, leave the ball. Just waiting for the long half volley or the short wide ball outside off stump to hit.
And Dolby in, and goes back and across and almost digs it down. Goes back, drops the bat back down on it. It's almost square on as he plays that one back.
Somerset do need a bit of ballast in their top order. They've got so many stroke makers.
Yep.
Abel probably the most complete batsman, because he can fit whichever role. He can be aggressive and he can also be defensive. But when you look at the rest of them, Kohler Cadmore, Umeed, Rue, Banton,
Rue I like.
they all very aggressive players.
Yeah. And Dobby in, and this one is just opens the face and runs it down through the vacant gully down for a couple of runs, which is Ed Barnard does the fielding. End of another over. It's 18 for 2, 16 to Lamby, 1 to Tom Abel.
Rushworth takes his sweater off. He can bowl long spells at a nagging pace with accuracy. He has 1 for 4 of 3 overs with 1 maiden. He's been very tidy so far, and Abel is just playing himself in. Completely risk-free so far, 1 off 10. And he now faces Rushworth. And leaves alone once more. He's decided he's not going to be tempted. He's just getting used to the line and the length. Phil Britt has disappeared for the time being. And Brian Halford has rejoined us.
Hello everybody, hello Kit. A fascinating morning's cricket, isn't it?
Yes, it's been very absorbing. Rushworth to Abel, defends. We've had bursts of scoring. Certainly Ray entertained us, he was fantastic, scything the ball away over the leg side, taking on Craig Overton in much the same way that Michael Burgess last night took on Jack Leach. We've also had wickets. We've had wickets from good balls. We've had stumps cartwheeling. Josh Davey and Chris Rushworth have knocked the poles out of the ground this morning. Rushworth bowls again, and there's a very good outswinger, full, making Abel play. He missed the ball, but he was drawn into playing at that. That one was a lot fuller than the previous balls that Rushworth has bowled. Abel does like a cover drive. There's only one fielder for the shot, just extra cover. No cover point, no cover. So the option is there. Rushworth is in again. Bowls down the leg side, and Abel tickles it away to find leg for 4. In fact, it's not even a tickle of bat, it's a tickle of pad, as umpire Wolf signals 4 leg byes. A rare misdirection from Rushworth. The ball didn't swing as much as he hoped, perhaps. Somerset will be happy to take runs however they come, as long as they come safely. 22 for 2. Rushworth bowls, and that's much shorter this time and straighter, and Abel tucks his tummy in and leaves it over the top of middle and off stumps on length.
turn the microphone on. Great start for Somerset. Both openers gone without a run on the board.
The voice of
Rethink needed, I think.
Anthony Gibson is back. I shall be departing to leave you with Anthony and Brian, as we have a double switch here. Here's the last ball of Rushworth's over. And Abel gets a bit of an outside edge there, trying to play straight, but he's going to get a single out into the covers and retain the strike. That doubles his score. He has 2. Somerset, after 8 overs, are 23 for 2. 12:30 exactly. Lunch is at 1:10. And I'll leave you with Anthony and Brian.
Yes, a rather crestfallen Anthony, it has to be said, but not entirely a surprised Anthony. There never seemed much logic in the TKC Andy Umeed opening partnership. It always had the sort of air of a bit of a shot in the dark about it. Let's roll the dice and see what happens. Well, I don't think either of them is cut out to be an opening batsman. Here comes Oliver Hannon-Dalby to bowl to Tom Abel, who plays that cautiously from the crease, defensively out into the offside. Whereas both of these batsmen, Lammonby and Abel, have opened in the past and are rather better at adjusting to the moving ball than Messrs Kohler-Cadmore and Umeed.
Yeah, Warwickshire fans will be fascinated to hear that you and Kit talking of Andy Umeed as a stroke player, and when he was at Edgbaston it was absolutely the opposite.
Well, that's why he was signed by Somerset as a solid opening batsman. But he's proved to be anything but, as that's played defensively into the onside. Where he has made a mark in Championship cricket for Somerset, it's been as an aggressive opening batsman when he got that run chase at Taunton in the last game, off to a really good start with Kohler-Cadmore. But that was on the 4th day, on a flatter pitch even than this one, so there wasn't very much movement for them to cope with. But it was a different matter here this morning against Hannon-Dalby and Rushworth, and this is edged by Abel, but well fielded at backward point by Ed Barnard. Warwickshire with the 3 slips: Will Rhodes, Rob Yates and Jacob Bethel. We've got a mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, straightish extra cover, backward point, and a man down at long leg for Hannon-Dalby, who's in his 5th over, 1 for 13, bowling to Abel, who shuffles across his crease, gets his nose over the pitch of that one, plays it out into the offside, and Mosley fields from extra cover.
Yes, the Warwickshire supporters' main memory of Andy Umeed, I think, will be of his century against Lancashire with a pink ball under the lights at Edgbaston, 113 in 494 minutes with 7 fours.
Yeah. What an innings that must have been. Hannon-Dalby in and bowls, and Abel covers up, plays that back to the bowler. But it probably, I mean, was it a valuable innings in the context of the game?
The game didn't go anywhere really.
Yeah.
It was a slow pitch. James Anderson, I remember, who was playing for Lancashire, gave Andy Umeed a little bit of advice during the course of the day, because I don't think it was quite the sort of wicket that required that level of defence.
Well, he's not shy of giving batsmen his opinion of them, Jimmy Anderson. Hannon-Dalby in bowls, and Abel plays a firm offside shot this time, but only as far as Mosley at extra cover. It's the end of another good over from Hannon-Dalby, who has figures of 5 overs for 13 runs, and the wicket of Tom Kohler-Cadmore with just his 2nd delivery, and he might just as well have had Tom Kohler-Cadmore out to his 1st. As on both occasions, Kohler-Cadmore just sort of wandered down the pitch and aimed a pretty aimless sort of offside shot, and the first time he missed it, and the second time he nicked it, and a very good catch by Rob Yates.
Is that something that he does on a regular basis? I find it utterly bizarre.
1 or 2 of them. Tom Banton's adopted that sort of half step forward as a sort of trigger movement rather than the back and across. So whether it's something that Shane Berger, the Somerset batting coach, has been suggesting to them, I don't know. But he's not cut out to be an opening batsman, Tom Kodakadmo, any more than Andy Umeed is.
Ed Barnard is into the attack from the pavilion end around the wicket and beautifully driven to the cover boundary by Lammonby for 4.
Yeah, it's his second lovely off drive from Tom Lammonby. One in the previous over from Hannon Dalby.
Somerset just starting to reassert themselves after another incredibly fluctuating morning. Warwickshire, when they went to 287 for 8, looked as though they were going to come in quite well short of par. As Barnard comes in again. The scorecard's having a bit of a meltdown. He's got him 0.1 overs, none for 6. I don't think that quite carried that cover drive for 4, but yes, 287 for 8. Warwickshire looked as though they were going to fail to get anywhere near par, but then 50 from the last 2 wickets in just 40 balls just gave them some momentum, and how they've taken that on with the ball, dismissing both Somerset openers for naught. This is outside the off stump from Barnard, and Tom Lammonby allows it to pass.
These two top of the averages for Somerset in the county championship this season. Abel averaging 82.5. He's only played 3 games because he had a nasty hamstring injury which he picked up in pre-season, which kept him out until the end of May. And Lammonby averaging 48.7. He has played every game.
Lammonby again leaves this one from Barnard. Ed Barnard has bowled very well in the 50 over comp for Warwickshire. It's only taken 10 championship wickets this season. You were all talking earlier on about the gulf between Ollie Hannon Dalby's wicket tally and the rest for Warwickshire this season. Yeah. But Ed Barnard has really done well with bat and ball this season. Here he comes again around the wicket, again allowed to pass by Tom Lammonby.
Yeah, Lammonby not going off. It was pitched up, inviting the off drive, but a little bit wide, and Lammonby decided not to have a go. Michael Ray just doing a few gentle warm-up exercises. We haven't seen him in the attack yet. Big, tall, strong New Zealander.
Chris Rushworth has gone off to graze with 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 5. Typically efficient work from the former Durham player as Lammonby defends this one into the offside. I just looked up Chris Rushworth's championship debut way back in 2010 for Durham against Yorkshire, and who was in the Yorkshire side that day? None other than Ollie Hannon Dalby. So 2 vastly experienced players playing that day at Leeds in 2010. 14 years later, they're here in Birmingham as Barnard forces a false shot from Lammonby there. The ball just ricochets through to the wicketkeeper on the bounce. Good start from Barnard after that first boundary from the first ball, which was a no ball, so the scoreboard didn't go into a meltdown. My apologies to it. It was a no ball 4. That's why it was 6 runs conceded, and Somerset are 29 for 2.
And the opening batting situation for Somerset provoking some discussion, some comment on Twitter. Some of the more polite examples. Malcolm Elliott says the opening batting situation costs virtually every match, and it's been going on for far too long. And it'd be hard to disagree with that. And Andy Cleve, question for management: how can TKC Kodakadmo walk straight back into the side at the expense of Goldsworthy? He's done very little this last month. Why hasn't the opening batting issues been resolved? Well, good question. But I would say it is not easy opening the batting in red ball cricket. Here comes Michael Ray to bowl his first ball, and quite swift, and comes off the bottom edge of Tom Abel's bat. Went for a pull shot and really got very little of the ball, but it brings him a single.
If I may stick my Warwickshire nose into the argument, Anthony. I know Tom Kodakama. He's a very aggressive player, isn't he? He's a good attacking player. Whether or not he's equipped to open the batting, what I can't quite fathom is why you come down the track for the first 2 balls when you're chasing. Why would you do that?
Well, I think it's maybe a trigger movement as Ray is in and bowls outside the off stump to Lammonby, or it may just be nervousness. He just feels that he wants to get himself moving, and he is, as you're saying, Brian, he's naturally an aggressive player. He likes to field bat on ball, and he likes to assert himself. But when you've got Oliver Hannon Dalby with a brand new red ball on his home ground, you've got to treat him with some respect. Otherwise, he'll be out nicked off second ball. 30 for 2. Ray into Lammonby, and this is wide of the off stump, goes through low to Michael Burgess, the wicketkeeper. Still the 3 slips. Michael Ray in a very natty white sweatband around his, looks almost like a monk with a tonsure. With that, a monk with silver hair and then a tonsure. He's not built like a monk. He's built like a second row forward. He's in and bowls to Lammonby, who gets on top of the bounce and plays it into the onside. He's built like he could have played for the All Blacks, really. Great big unit. I mean, not that he's not fat. He's just strongly built. Terrific pair of shoulders, and he looks as if he can get the ball through at a decent pace as well. He's into Lammonby, and Lammonby turns this away into the onside. There'll be runs here. There might even be 4 of them, and there are indeed 4 of them. A dive in vain by Dan Mosley to try and pull that one in, but it's a short boundary on that side of the ground away to the Hollies stand, and 4 runs to Tom Lammonby, who's on to 24. Not afraid to play his shots, Tom Lammonby, if the ball is there. He's been more fluent this season, Tom Lammonby. I think batting at number 3 suits him, even if he does have to come in at the 3rd ball of the innings. As Ray bowls outside the off stump, and no shot from Lammonby. And of course, part of the Somerset opening batting dilemma is that Tom Lammonby, who in previous seasons since 2019 has been opening the innings with mixed results, this season he's been going in at number 3 and has had his best season since the COVID year of 2020. And I think Somerset would be reluctant to move him from number 3, although as a left-hander he's really he's an obvious opening batsman, opening with, say, Tom Abel or Lewis Goldsworthy, or another right-hander. So you've got the left-hand right-hand combination rather than Umeed and TKC, both right-handers.
Ed Barnard to begin his 2nd over. Tom Abel ready to face this delivery, which is a good straight one. And Abel just stands up, plays it into the covers. Abel on 3 from 24 balls. He's
playing the sort of Jacob Bethel innings at the moment, Tom Abel, isn't he?
He is, and he's playing it really well. I recall Tom Abel played one of his very early standout innings at Edgbaston. I seem to remember him scoring.
His first game for Somerset was against Warwickshire, and he got 90 odd.
That would be it. Barnard is in again, and this is flicked away impudently by Abel. There was a straight ball, but he flicked it straight to mid-wicket, all along the ground. Yes, I remember that. It was very impressive innings. I think he was very young.
Yeah, he didn't come into the side. 2014, I think, was his first game.
Barnard, and again over pitched and flicked away. There were runs here for Tom Abel, probably 2. It's fielded by Mosley just in front of the Hollies stand, and as it is just a short boundary on that side, they just get 2 runs. Abel moves to 5. Somerset starting to retrench a little bit after the shocking start of 0 for 2 from 1.5 overs. Now 36 for 2. These two batters are starting to put this pitch in a bit more perspective. This one is... there's an appeal for is that LBW or caught behind? I think that's caught behind off the glove. Tom Abel tried to leave that ball. It was just short of a length. It shaped away a little bit outside the off stump. Abel tried to leave. I'm pretty sure he just left his gloves too close to it. We'll have to get confirmation of that from the TV replay.
I think that really is a blow for
and that
Somerset.
Is the end of Abel, that's for sure, because he's on the way, and that seems to be the way it went. Caught behind. He tried to get his hands out of the way as the ball lifted at him.
I don't think it took the glove at all. I think it took his hip.
It can't be RVW, can it? Because it was quite high.
I think it just flicked off his thigh pad. I think Tom Abel can count himself very unlucky there.
Well, he's
watching the replay.
He's just coming into the
just hit the top of his pad.
Well, it can't be RBW, can it? Because it's
no,
quite
no.
high.
Well, I don't see how it could be.
Abel has gone. That is the fact of the matter.
It was a shocking decision.
36 for 3, and Ed Barnard has struck in his second over, just as Oliver Hannon Dolby and Chris Rushworth struck in their first. And just as Somerset were inching back towards a position of some stability, they've lost Tom Abel in what may be quite controversial fashion.
Well, being Tom Abel, he didn't. He showed absolutely no sign of dissent at all. When the umpire's finger went up, he just walked away. But absolutely no doubt from the replays, it just flicked the top of his pad. Glove was nowhere near it. So unless he's been given out LBW.
It is LBW.
Well,
it's gone down on the TV as LBW. I find that Tom Abel can count himself very unfortunate there.
Well, it was high. It flicked the very top of his pad. How you can give that out LBW, I do not know. Anyway, the umpire's decision is final.
It is. And it has favoured Warwickshire big time there. This one isn't going to get an LBW decision because Tom Banton's first ball is way outside off stump from Ed Barnard, and he leaves it well alone. Yeah, that is tough on Tom Abel. But Warwickshire are not complaining. Somerset 36 for 3, still 301 runs behind. A lot of batting to do. Barnard in again, straight delivery, which Banton defends up to mid-on. The end of a successful over for Warwickshire. And Tom Abel is out for 3. Both openers having gone for ducks. Tom Lammonby on 24. Somerset looking to him now to bat big for the rest of this day. And if Somerset are going to get that victory to keep the pressure on Surrey at the top, they've got a lot of work to do.
Yep, and well, still got James Rew to come, of course. Somerset bat quite a long way down, but they can't afford to lose another wicket before lunch as Lammonby plays this defensively out into the offside. Tom Banton has been in good form this year. He's been a revelation really in red ball cricket, in which he has struggled in previous seasons, but he's played some very valuable knocks in the championship this year and has cemented his place in the side. As Ray is in, bowls to Lammonby, who drives nicely away through the offside. That's a beautiful shot again from Tom Lammonby, putting in a really good stride, a lovely straight bat and a really fluent off drive, and the ball absolutely raced away through the offside for 4 runs. He moves on to 28. 40 for 3 Somerset, and the 3 means that Warwickshire have picked up a bowling point, so the bonus points are now level to 2 batting and 1 bowling for Warwickshire, 3 bowling for Somerset. Ray's in and bowls, and Lammonby just draws his bat inside the line of that delivery. I think some people in the crowd thought that had gone past the outside edge, but he does withdraw the bat late, Tom Lammonby, a little bit like Marcus Trescothick used to do. Trescothick would quite deliberately play well inside the line. Must have been very frustrating for bowlers to bowl at him. As Ray's in, and again Lammonby just plays inside the line of a ball that's leaving him outside the off stump.
Has Lammonby ever been talked of as potential England?
I think back in 2020, when in the Bob Willis he scored 3 centuries. Yes, I mean it wouldn't have been beyond the bounds of possibility, but he hasn't really, until this season, he hasn't really trained on since then. And this is turned into the onside by Lammonby for a single, moves on to 29. But he was opening the innings for Somerset, and again found it very, very tough against the moving ball. But coming in at number 3, he has scored lots of runs. He made, talked to him about it back at the Oval when he got 100 against Surrey, and he's made some slight technical adjustments. But I think it's really just a question of confidence as much as anything. He's a more confident batsman this year than he was last year. Tom Banton not taking guard outside his crease. Let's see if he shuffles towards the bowler. Not really, as that's played defensively into the offside. But he keeps it out. 41 for 3 then. We have had 13 overs, and all of this in reply to Warwickshire's innings of 327.
Warwickshire's reliance on those 2 old, with the greatest respect, war horses. Ollie Hannon-Dolby 5 overs, 1 for 13. Chris Rush with 4 overs, 1 for 5. That's what they've done for so many years. In Chris's case, obviously mostly for Durham, but still 2 really fine bowlers. And Ed Barnard has followed up with a wicket as well, albeit a slightly fortuitous one perhaps. Lammonby defends the next ball up to mid-on. 41 for 3. Warwickshire on the offensive to some degree, with 3 slips as Barnard comes in. Around the wicket to the left-handed Lammonby, who eases the ball out to the man on the deep cover boundary for a single. Tom Banton was in the Warwickshire system, wasn't he, many years ago?
He was, yep. He played league cricket in Birmingham as well, in the Birmingham League.
Tom Kohler-Cadmore, of course, has West Midlands connections. Former Worcestershire player Andy Umead, former Bear. Quite a bit of West Midlands ness.
Kohler-Cadmore went to Malvern College, didn't he?
Yes.
But he's a Yorkshireman, really.
Barnard and again in glorious sunshine, and Banton shoulders arms to this one. They're clearly working on the theory that Tom Banton is going to flick it through mid-wicket, because there are 2 short mid-wickets as well as a mid-on. So,
well, they will have seen quite a lot of Tom Banton at Taunton in the last game, and he does sometimes. In fact, I think he was out caught in that position in the second innings at Taunton.
well, he clips that one all along the ground to one of those short mid wickets. 42 for 3. Lunch today will be at 1:10 past 1. We've got extra time today, of course, because we lost an hour and a half's play, so Somerset will be desperate to survive these 15 remaining minutes before lunch without further damage. Barnard in again, and this is outside off stump, and Banton has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, he was sure which it was. Caught Yates bowled Barnard in the second inning. Caught Yates bowled Hannon Dorby in the first innings, but I'm sure one of those was at that short mid-wicket position.
Well, there are two of them there, close enough to be talking very comfortably with each other, the two short mid-wickets. This is edged short of second slip, but Ed Barnard, as he tends to do, is...
What's he appealing for there?
Ways. No idea.
LBW?
It was quite clearly outside edge. Barnard does a lot more with the ball than I think he first appears to do. It's quite innocuous looking. He's not enormously quick, sharp but not quick, but he does move the ball around and he makes things happen. Somerset 42 for 3 in reply to 337.
Elsewhere in Division 1 of the County Championship, Worcestershire going well, 232 for 4. That's a lead of 61 runs over Kent, who were bowled out yesterday for 171. Surrey 164 for 3, just 40 now behind Lancashire, as Ray is in and bowls, and this is turned away nicely for 4 runs, in fact, by Tom Lammonby. Picked his spot there. There are 2 men out on the leg side boundary at deep mid-wicket and long leg, and he bisected them again, timed that beautifully, did Lammonby. Moves on to 34. Yeah, Surrey 164 for 3. So he was doing the damage for Rory Burns. Not out 77, but Will Jacks has gone for 31. But Folks is batting with him. It's a strong Surrey side, that, even though they are missing 3 England players. Here's Ray in 2 as an appeal for a catch down the leg side, but didn't have any great conviction about it. He has got out like that, Tom Lammonby, in the past. Hampshire against Essex, they didn't get any play at all yesterday. Essex 64 for 1 in the 29th over. That's a bit of a grind. And Durham 531 for 7 declared and reduced knots to 15 for 1. Ray bowls, and this is turned away through mid-wicket by Lammonby, and that will be 4 more. Over-pitched from Michael Ray and beautifully dealt with by Tom Lammonby. Moves on to 38, 50 for 3. The 50 is on the board for Somerset, but 50 having sustained some quite grievous damage to their top order batting, with Tom Kohler-Cadmore, Andy Umeed and Tom Abel all back in the pavilion.
There's 38 of those 50 for Tom Lammonby, which shows you how he's dominating this innings, and that was beautifully timed, wasn't it? He does look in excellent nick.
Here comes Ray again into Lammonby, long way outside the off stump, and no shot from Lammonby. He's guilty of bowling both sides at the moment, Michael Ray.
Yeah, I think it's
not keeping consistent pressure on the batsman.
A little bit redolent of some of Somerset's bowling, wasn't it? They didn't really...
Yeah, yesterday morning especially.
Yes, and that as soon as they did impose a bit of pressure after lunch, the wicket started to tumble, but yeah, Ray is also guilty of that, as you say, both sides of the wicket.
Ray in his headband in bowls, sweatband, a head sweatband. Let's settle for that. That's outside the off stump again, and no shot.
Looks like he's got a halo, doesn't it?
Yeah. Have you interviewed him?
I haven't. No, I wasn't around when he played his 3 matches earlier in the season. Just 8 wickets, and none for 18 so far in 3 overs. Hasn't quite, as you say, managed to build the pressure that the other 3 Warwickshire seamers did this morning.
He's in bowls outside the off stump again, too wide. Have Warwickshire not got any young, up-and-coming, homegrown quick bowlers to
well, Shay Simmons
bring in?
Shamie Simmons, obviously, he's not entirely homegrown, but he's been in the system for a few years now, and he's been in the squad and around the squad. But no, there is a bit of a. There's several young batsmen have come through, Yates and Moosley and Hamza Sheikh now, of course, and Theo Wiley. But there's not a queue of young seam bowlers coming through. And I think we were talking the other day. I think the last homegrown seam bowler to actually get his cap at Warwickshire was Chris Wokes. Here comes Ed Barnard to start his 4th over, 1 for 9 from his first 3, and Tom Banton tucks this wide of mid-off and scampers a single.
Yeah, lots more discussion on Twitter about Somerset's opening batting travails. Various people pointing out that Sean Dixon has been tried. He was signed as a opening batsman, but tried and found wanting.
Yeah, Sean Dixon, why is he not here?
He hadn't scored any runs in red ball cricket.
Barnard in again, wide outside the off stump and slapped out to the man on the deep cover boundary by Lammonby for a single. Moves to 39 out of 52. Banton has 1. Probably 3 or 4 more overs to go to lunch, and well, actually you'll be thinking they've had a very good morning if they could just strike one more time.
Sean Dixon, 173 runs in 10 innings.
That would explain his absence. Barnard in again, well pitched up, giving the ball a chance to swing, but Banton leans into a solid forward defensive shot.
He would say, with some justification, that's what comes of opening the batting, particularly early season county championship games. You know, on greenish pitches against a swinging ball.
And the early
it's tough.
It is a very tough gig, and especially now that the early season comes earlier than ever. The first week in April. This is smashed away
good stop
into the offside, but well fielded there at point by the skipper, I think it is there. And that saved 4 runs. Good work from Alex Davis, very crisply timed from Tom Banton. Warwickshire's 12th man. Tosses.
He's going to stand up to. This is Tom Banton has been, I guess, taking guard outside his crease.
Well, Michael Burgess has stood up very effectively at times. A brilliant stumping a couple of years ago off Joe Clark, I think, was a real eye-catching moment off Ollie Hannah-Dolby to stump Joe Clark down the leg side. This is wide outside the off stump and smashed to the cover boundary for 4 by Tom Banton. 56 for 3. We saw an excellent catch by James Rue standing up this morning to get rid of Michael Burgess. Now Burgess is right behind the batter, trying to replicate.
It all adds to the pressure, doesn't it?
It does. I often think it adds also, must make it more difficult for the guy at first slip, because he must see it very late.
Yeah.
2 slips in.
Surprised he's standing so fine at first slip.
Yes. Must be able to see almost nothing there. Barnard is in, and that is edged to first slip. Well, how bizarre. We read that one well, didn't we? That was beautifully taken at first slip. Another great ball from Barnard, just angling away from Banton, and beautifully taken. I assume it was Rob Yates there at first slip, and that is another huge blow struck by the Bears. Barnard has 2, Somerset 56 for 4.
Yeah, things going from bad to worse. It wasn't a very good shot from Tom Banton, just playing a defensive push, and it just carried through to first slip. It was Will Rhodes taking the catch. Well, how many wickets have we had this morning? 8 wickets in just over 2 hours. The last 4 of the Warwickshire batting lineup, and the first 4 out of the first 6 in the Somerset batting lineup.
116 runs for 8 wickets. That's a pretty entertaining morning's play.
the game is moving on, and not in a good way for Somerset. But, well, James Rue, who has been batting nicely in the One Day Cup for Somerset, and played in the England Lions game against Sri Lanka at New Road. When was that? It was last week, wasn't it? Just time. I tend to sort of lose track of time at this time of year when you've got 50 over games coming thick and fast. That was the last ball of the Ed Barnard over. So Michael Ray, who's bowled 3 overs for 18, will bowl another one. Still got 3 slips. Warwickshire dearly love to pick up the wicket of Tom Lammonby. Before lunch, Lammonby on 39, and no, he won't get a single there as Hamza Sheikh and Jacob Bethel converge on the ball. Somerset trail by 281, it says on the scoreboard. Somerset 56 for 4. It's been a dreadful morning for their batsmen. Oh, there's a play and a miss this time from Tom Lammonby. I was just about to say, with the shining exception of Tom Lammonby, unfortunately, I didn't get around to enunciating the words, because had I done so, it's quite likely that Tom Lammonby would have nicked that. As it was, he missed it.
It was Will Rhodes that picked that catch up at first.
Yeah,
it was super catch, because he must have had almost no time to see that ball with the keeper standing up.
Ray in a bowls to Lammonby. That's a long way outside the off stump, almost a wide. In One Day cricket, it certainly would have been a wide. But umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy keeping his hands behind his back. He's wearing a cap, is Steve O'Shaughnessy. White cap, like a baseball cap. Alex Wharf with a more conventional white Panama at the other end. This is outside the off stump again, and Lammonby has nothing to do with it. Which clock do they go by here, Brian? There's one on here, is there, which we can't see, so don't actually. I suspect there will be one more over after this one before lunch. 2 balls remaining in this Michael Ray over, and the clock on the scoreboard on the far side of the ground hasn't quite gone around to 1:10 yet. Oh, and a play. I'm not sure whether he played at that. I think he probably played inside the line there, Tom Lammonby. Just going through the motions of playing a defensive shot. But that was a much better ball from Michael Ray. And that's one of the things about a slightly erratic quick bowler. Just now and again he'll produce an absolute jaffa, and the batsman won't be expecting it. That wasn't an absolute jaffa. That was again a long way outside the off stump. Good tumbling take by Michael Burgess, and there will indeed be another over before lunch. 56 for 4, 39 to Lammonby. That was a maiden over from Michael Ray, who has figures of 4 overs for 18 runs.
56 first class, sorry, 164 first class wickets from Michael Ray at 32 apiece. And just looking at him, he's going to go for a few runs. He's very quick, quite loose, but as you say, Anthony, the sort of bowler that could produce a couple of wicket-taking balls and do some damage in quite short order. Ed Barnard, 2 for 15 from 4 overs, is going to bowl the last over before lunch and starts with a good full pitch ball, giving it loads of time to swing, but it is outside the off stump, and James Rue allows it to pass.
Here's an interesting suggestion about the Somerset opening batting quandary. The Railway Walker says Rue and Goldsworthy for the next match and give Banton the gloves. That's not a bad idea at all.
Barnard trying to give Somerset some more grief, but this time Rue is very solidly in behind a defensive shot.
They've both got good enough techniques, Goldsworthy and Rue, very correct players, and left hand, right hand combination. And Banton's by no means a poor wicket keeper. He's perfectly capable of keeping wicket in red ball cricket, and it would take some of the pressure off James Rue.
Barnard in again around the wicket, and James Rue will get his first run pushed into the offside. Slight fumble there in the field by Hamza Sheikh, but it doesn't cost them a run. And Rue has a single, 57 for 4.
Somerset with 2 left-handers at the crease now, and I think it would not be unfair to say that Warwickshire have bowled better against the right-handers than they have against the left-handed Tom Lammonby. That's not to downplay the excellence of Lammonby's innings, but he has had rather more scoring opportunities than the right-handers.
Barnard sends this one towards off stump, and Lammonby leans into a forward defensive shot. 2 balls between Lammonby and his lunch, and he'll be hoping to take it, intending to go out and bat again this afternoon. Really, Somerset could do with these two batting through the afternoon session now, couldn't they, just to get themselves a foothold back in this game. 280 runs behind. It's 4 wickets down. Barnard in again. This one's leg stump and just tucked away to short mid wicket.
Yeah, got short mid wicket and short extra cover again, and we're going to get short mid on as well and short mid off. They're all converging on Tom Lammonby. Good captaincy this from Alex Davis.
Yes, a sneaky little move there just as the bowler starts his run up, and Barnard sends one well wide of off stump, which Lammonby leaves. James Rue will face the first ball after lunch on 1. Lammonby 39. Somerset 57 for 4 in reply to 337. Well, when we opened the comment today, Anthony, I asked you which way this match was going. It's gone all sorts of ways again this morning, hasn't it? It's incredible, the way this game has lurched.
First 20 minutes, Somerset were winning it, and then Warwickshire came right back with that partnership between Ray and Rushworth, and Somerset came in, both openers back in the pavilion. Well, welcome back to Edgbaston for the afternoon session on day 2 of this Vitality County Championship Division 1 game between Warwickshire and Somerset. The match situation: Warwickshire were eventually bowled out for 337 this morning, and in reply Somerset have struggled to 57 for 4. Tom Lammonby playing virtually a lone hand. He's on 39 not out, accompanied by James Rue, who's made just 1. And nice to see Mosley and putting his arm around James Rue as they walk out, and Tom Lammonby as well. They seem to be on the best of terms, don't they, Kit Harris?
Well, so they should be. There's no reason not to have mates around the circuit.
Yep.
It's a poor situation if you spend your professional career making enemies. I shouldn't think there are many who've done that, but there are some.
Rob Yates is going to bowl some spin, which is interesting because the wickets this morning taken exclusively by either the Somerset seamers or the Warwickshire seamers.
Well, the only spin we've had in the match so far has been a not very successful spell from Jack Leach, who was taken to the cleaners by Burgess yesterday afternoon. That was from this end, though, wasn't it? That was from the pavilion end where we are. Yates is going to bowl from the Birmingham end.
He's bowling to James Rue. He's in bowls. And Rue just pushes this into a gap on the offside. They go through quickly for a single, and Tom Lammonby had to look lively there. The throw from Hamza Sheikh. He only had 1 stump to aim at, and he missed it. I think Lammonby would have been safe even if he'd hit. But there was just a moment's hesitation there between the two left-handers. Probably was a single there if they'd both gone straight away. But Lammonby just hesitated. Yates bowls short. This is cut away and on the bounce to Chris Rushworth.
It was in the air for a time though, wasn't it?
It was. So he's become rather more skittish, James Rue. This is pulled away through the onside. Poor ball from Rob Yates. Very short. And Rue had all the time in the world just to rock back and pull it away through straight mid-wicket for his first boundary. Score moves on to 62 for 4. Yeah, he's plays a more aggressive game, James Rue, this season than he has done in past seasons, but it does mean that he is a little bit vulnerable early on in his innings. Got a slip and a leg slip. As Yates bowls, and again on leg stump, turned into the onside.
The scoreboard says it's Lammonby, is that right?
It is Lammonby, you're quite right. Yeah, sorry. Yes, of course they changed ends.
Long sleeves for Rue.
And Lammonby strokes this through a gap on the offside for a single. Michael Ray with the fielding. He's sweeping on the cover boundary. And we've got a sweeper on the deep square leg boundary as well. So it's a bit of an in-out field, this slip, leg slip. Shortish extra cover, shortish mid-wicket. Yates bowls to Rue, who get runs here, probably 2 of them. As Michael Ray does the fielding. And the score moves on 65 for 4. And I don't quite know, I don't quite understand the thinking behind bringing Rob Yates into the attack, because batting looked easier in that over than at any other stage in this Somerset innings thus far.
2 left-handers will have had something to do with it, for the off-spinner, but I agree, it wasn't broke before lunch for the hosts. There's no need to try and, well, change it, let alone fix it. Chris Rushworth is going to come on at the pavilion end. His spell was broken a short time before lunch, so this is his second spell, 1 for 5 or 4 overs. He got the ball to swing. This is going to be the ball's 20th over, so we'll shortly be able to tell how much swing there still is. But other than that, you'd say that these are pretty decent batting conditions. Pitch is straw coloured, not much moisture left in it. It did get rained on a bit when the covers were coming on and off yesterday morning. It rained quite a bit last night as well, but the covers were on, of course.
Yeah, you wouldn't know it now, though, would you? There was heavy rain overnight.
Here is Rushworth then, to Lamonby on 44. He just lets it alone outside the off stump. 2 slips, 5 fielders in the ring and 2 out. Long leg and deep point. Deep point under the Hollies stand, and there has often had to be a deep fielder or 2 out there because the pitch is so far over towards the east. It's the 6th pitch in, counting from the Hollies stand. If you beat the infield, you get 4. Hands down, no problem at all. So that's why there's a sweeper out there. Rushworth is in again. And Lamonby plays a swivel pull up in the air. He's top-edged it. He's going to be caught at long leg. It was almost a sucker ball.
Oh,
Short, asking to be hit. It was hit, but not well.
top edge. Oh dear.
Lamonby perishes. Caught round the corner for 44.
Been batting so beautifully as well. Oh, he can barely drag himself off the pitch. And James Root looked to the heavens as well, because well, he was playing a lone hand almost for Somerset, was Tom Lamonby, and doing it beautifully. But he's not the most secure hooker and puller of the ball, and he just got a top edge and a straightforward catch to Ollie Hannon-Dalby. 65 for 5.
He's still not off the field. He's walking off like a man condemned to the gallows. And we haven't yet had our number 7 coming out. Here he is now, Craig Overton, short sleeve sweater. It was Ollie Hannon-Dalby.
No, it's Casey Aldridge.
Long leg. Is it Casey Aldridge?
It is.
I suppose the more sincere batter of the two. Craig Overton has more runs to his name.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't much. I wouldn't have said there's much to choose between them. Craig Overton's having a good season with the bat. Casey Aldridge is fresh from his 77, I think it was, for England Lions against Sri Lanka. And
I think Casey Aldridge is a bit more nuanced, or can be, in the way that he plays. Craig Overton will only ever go one way.
Yeah.
Aldridge will play himself in with care, though he is capable, when he gets in, of being just as destructive as Craig Overton.
Overton has the better record this season. Craig Overton's actually averaging 42, courtesy of 4 not out, but he's batted well. And Casey Aldridge averaging just over 20.
Rushworth to bowl Aldridge's first ball. Short, and he jumps up onto his toes and defends it with an angled bat down to gully. No run.
These Somerset all-rounders have got a real job to do now,
haven't they? A lot now rests on the shoulders of Rue Aldridge and Overton to come.
and Josh Davey as well.
Josh Davey will have to have one of his better days. Rushworth now working up ahead of steam after lunch. Bowls outside off and some shape away. Aldridge able to raise the periscope and leave it there. As Rhodes claps his hands together, encouraging everyone. Warwickshire are relatively subdued out there. Dan Mosley is going through some bowling preparation at mid-wicket. And I think probably, if I were Warwickshire, I would put paid to the spinner at the far end now and bring back a seaman. Now we've got the 5th wicket. This next one is driven. It's a full ball, not quite a half volley. Aldridge hammers it out. to Captain Davies at mid-off, who gives the ball a proper polish. How to get swing out of the Duke's ball has been spelled out for me in great detail, and you do have to have, so I'm told, by the manufacturers of Dukes, a proper piece of cotton somewhere about. Last ball of the over from Rushworth. This time a checked drive on the onside, a defensive really from Aldridge. And that concludes a successful over in which Warwickshire have made further progress with the ball. Lammonby gone for 44, top edging a pull round the corner from Rushworth to Hannon Dolby at long leg, and Somerset are 65 for 5. We will indeed have a change at the far end, away from us, and it will be, I think, Ollie Hannon Dolby. Is that right, who I can see out there, number 80? The ball is being changed between Rushworth and Hannon Dolby.
No, that's Ed Barnard, isn't it? Coming on from the other end. Those of you who are on the live stream will be getting our commentary. Those of you on BBC Sport website, not for some reason. So if you'd like to carry on commentating, Kit, I'll see if I can sort something out.
Rushworth it is, 30 on his back. Not so far off Hannon Dolby's 80. He bowls to the left-handed Rue, who pushes the ball back down the ground to him. There'll be a lot of anxiety about Somerset now, because they're still 272 runs behind on first innings, with half the side out, including all the specialist batters. Warwickshire could afford to be more attacking than they are, perhaps. Just the two slips. Barnard again. Carbon copy of the ball before. Good length. Rue being watchful. We've seen that if you're positive about your batting, you're equally positive in how you leave and defend, and how you attack the shorter or wider ball. There are runs to be had. Bethel and Burgess showed us that yesterday. Somerset now have to follow suit. Barnard bowls very full. Another punched drive from Rue, looking positive on the front foot. But no run. It's picked up in the covers. Got a feeling we won't now see spin for some considerable time. Rob Yates's experimental over, well, that experiment was quickly aborted once Lammonby fell. Here's Barnard again. Rue lets it alone outside off. Still a bit of seam, well, no swing really. The ball gently curling back in for Barnard, just as we saw it do for Josh Davey, who perhaps is the closest comparison that the visitors have with Barnard. He comes in once more, and Rue this time pushes it down the ground, and he's going to get runs here. Not 4 of them, just a couple. Pushed it back hard past Barnard, nice and straight. Rue moves to 6. Somerset 67 for 5. A smattering of supporters, and it is only a smattering, have arrayed themselves for the most part on the north side of the ground, facing into the sun. There's wind, but there is warmth if you're in the right place. Barnard bowls a little shorter to Rue and straighter, and he just clips it away off his waist to deep square leg. Mosley takes the single to keep the strike, so Aldridge will have to wait a bit longer to get off the mark. Rue to 7. 68 for 5 Somerset. And the success that Warwickshire have enjoyed is reminiscent of the second quarter phase, I suppose, of Warwickshire's innings, when Somerset took 5 wickets relatively promptly. Accurate bowling on a not enormously supportive pitch. Rushworth to continue.
turning the microphone on. Rushworth then from pavilion end in bowls to Rue, turns that into the onside. For those of you who are on the live stream who may have been trying to listen to us on the BBC Sport website, we're not going out on the BBC Sport website at the moment, but we are trying to sort that out for you. Don't think that the problem is here, but hopefully we'll be reconnected in the merest hint of time as Rushworth is into Rue, who plays inside the line, and it's a no ball. 2 more runs for Somerset total. They move on to 70 for 5. Still a long, long way behind. It was
Rushworth can't be too far off the highest wicket taker in the county game now that James Anderson, well, he hasn't retired, has he? He hasn't retired from county cricket. He's still technically a professional player.
This is played defensively into the offside.
662 first-class wickets for Chris Rushworth. Who'd be higher up the table than him?
Well, in terms of wickets, that's a good question. Not many. Not many. Rushworth in bowls to Rue, turns this away nicely through the onside. It's going to be cut off by Ollie Hannon-Dolby just inside the deep square leg boundary, and they come back for 2 runs.
Yes, Anderson, one assumes, one hopes that he finds a way to carry on playing championship cricket. 1,126 first-class wickets. How about that? Average of 24 apiece. Rushworth is again just zipping past the edge of Rue, getting it to hold its line. I think Rue is expecting the ball to curl back into him, a left-hander. But Rushworth got that one to go straight on seaming. Somerset don't have a bowler in the 500 club yet. I'm sure Simon Harmer at Essex is past 500. But, not a seamer, of course. Rushworth to Rue. Leans into a very attractive drive through the covers. Only had to touch it and it raced away for 4 to that short boundary. That looked good. That's a shot we hear a lot about from the West Country. James Rue through the covers on the offside. You must have seen that a few dozen times now, Anthony Gibson.
Yes, he does play a lovely cover drive. He's the complete package, James Rue. Just shot selection sometimes lets him down.
Last ball of the over from Rushworth. Straighter this time, and Rue clips to mid-wicket. No run there. 76 for 5 Somerset. Rue went into double figures with that boundary off Rushworth. 13 to him, and still a lot of work for the visitors to do.
Yeah, on Twitter, Stuart Hughes says, looks like Somerset have loaned out the wrong players.
Harsh words.
It's a fair comment, really.
One can appreciate the feeling.
As Ben Green's gone to Leicestershire, and Alfie Ogborn to Kent, and Ned Leonard to Glamorgan. So it's
Shoaib Bashir,
and Shoaib Bashir has been loaned to England.
Generously allowed to pursue other projects.
76 for 5. We're still trying to reconnect our BBC stream for those of you who might be alternating between the live stream here from Edgbaston and BBC Sport website, as Aldridge is forward defending this.
I'm going to continue ploughing this furrow. Chris Wokes has over 500 wickets, 585 going into the test match he's presently playing with Bashir at Old Trafford. Perhaps, I wonder if someone could give us a nudge on Twitter, @AntGib or @CricketKit. Who's in the 500 club still playing? Does anyone have more than Rushworth?
Here's Barnard in and bowls, and defensive shot from Aldridge. I'm just going to leave. I hope this doesn't result in us losing transmission altogether, but I'll leave you with Kit and just try and redial and make sure it's not our problem here.
Anthony Gibson on tech support. We've got so many wires and buttons and knobs to fiddle with to try and make sure we're going out loud and clear on all the different things we should be. Barnard to Aldridge. He defends. The only downside of having so many ways for you to listen to our broadcast is we have to maintain them all, and sometimes most of them can be up and running, but others can fall, and we don't necessarily know immediately. I certainly appreciate you on Twitter, on x.com I should say, letting us know when we do fall out of your earphones. Aldridge still yet to get off the mark. Faces Barnard. Looks to drop it into the offside. Rue was quite interested in the single there, but Aldridge wasn't, and Hamza Sheikh was very quickly on it from backward point. We have BBC Radio WM and CWR in the Midlands. Host broadcasters, BBC Radio Somerset, represented by Anthony Gibson, visiting. Those are the local waves. Barnard to Aldridge, feathers at this, and I thought the ball rather went under the bat. Had a sort of leaden-footed drive at it, and it zipped through to Burgess. No run, but a false shot. And of course we're out on the BBC Sport website and app. And if you have a smart speaker...
Well, we should be.
We should be. We hope we are. If you have a smart speaker and you tell it, play Warwickshire against Somerset, day 2...
You've got to say, ask BBC Sounds.
Is a ball on leg stump, just... it's over-pitched and misfielded by Rushworth. There's going to be a couple of runs here. The ball has to be chased from mid-on.
Ask BBC Sounds to play.
Ask BBC Sounds to play Warwickshire against Somerset, day 2.
Spot on.
Day 2 is the critical part, because it'll be a different music file or music stream for each day of the game. I wonder if you say ask BBC Sounds to play Warwickshire against Somerset, day 1, you can relive the whole of yesterday.
Nigel Dorby says, no need to apologise. It's likely to be only more bad news when it's up and running again.
I think, well, so know which team Nigel supports. 76 for 5, 23 overs gone. We're still working away at our lost time. They've added 8 overs onto the day because of the 16 unbowled yesterday owing to the early morning rain. So there are 68 still on the clock. Could easily keep us going until 6:30 or 7. Rushworth bowls to Rue, full, and Rue crouches into a defensive shot, not really coming forward to a full ball.
Dave from Cork, seeing understatement of the afternoon. Full batting points, looking a tad unlikely at the moment. He also asks, what's the matter with Lewis Gregory? Well, the answer is he's got a groin problem, and a chronic groin problem, which threatens to keep him out of some more cricket between now and the season's end.
Rushworth bowls to Rue, who eases into an open-faced glide outside off stump, beats Gully, 4 runs.
I think you're being quite generous to James Rue.
You think that was edgy more than glidey? Certainly reached for it, threw the bat out at it.
He did. Well, that's what I mean by shot selection. I think he's trying to be more expansive. I haven't discussed it with him, but certainly that's the impression he's created, and it does occasionally get him into trouble.
Rushworth is in again to Rue, who leaves outside off. There's a very specific James Rue sort of position to the right of the 2 slips. It isn't a gully, it isn't a backward point. It's a fielder on the single, not in a catching position, between gully and backward point, a sort of backward point, if you like. Specifically for the tight cut or glide. Just for a moment that fielder would have felt he was in the game a couple of balls ago when Rue swished the 4. Rue defends now, and they're racing a single into the offside, which they will get. Bethel has to make a few metres through the covers to pick the ball up. So Rue is doing a reasonable job of farming the strike here. Not that that's a deliberate ploy, Aldridge perfectly capable. He's passed 100 in first-class cricket before.
What's the follow-on?
Have we got to that stage?
188.
188 to avoid the follow-on. Wow. Aldridge faces Rushworth, leaves the ball well outside off.
Yeah, it was good leave that, because it was a tempting one from Chris Rushworth, just floating it up outside the off stump, inviting the drive.
Given the rotten forecast tomorrow.
Is it?
Warwickshire, yes, it's a filthy stuff for much of the day. Warwickshire would be delighted to be able to enforce the follow-on. It's not as fashionable these days as it used to be when the opportunity arises.
Thundery showers.
Rushworth bowls full to Aldridge, who defends tidily. That concludes Rushworth's 7 overs. He has 2 for 21, 83 for 5. Somerset still 254 behind on first innings.
It's not looking great for later on Sunday either.
There was a sense, wasn't there, looking at the forecast and the pitch, that the game seemed preordained for a draw. There was talk about that yesterday morning.
That's before Somerset started batting.
Yeah, Warwickshire have been doing everything to disabuse us of that thought. The follow-on would be, I'm sure it would be enforced.
Here goes Barnard bowls, and there's runs here as a misfield by Alex Davies, the Warwickshire captain of all people, at short extra cover, which allows Rue to trot through for a couple of runs. Moves on to 20, 85 for 5. One of only 2 innings of any substance that's been played in this Somerset innings so far, the other being Tom Lamonby's 44. Beautiful, elegant innings from Lamonby. This is a lovely shot from James Rue, but it only brings him a single. Out to Dan Mosley, who's patrolling the deep mid-wicket boundary. 86 for 5. Rue on to 21. I'll make way for Phil Britt at the end of this over. He's back from museum duty over lunch. Barnard in bright sunshine now to Casey Aldridge, who plays a defensive shot. He stands with his feet very wide apart in his stance, does Casey Aldridge.
They do that sometimes, the tall gentlemen, don't they?
Hamza Sheikh going back at square leg, which suggests that Barnard might try a short ball. We've got a long leg as well down below us, so 2 men out on the hook, or the top-edged pull, which is what accounted for Tom Lamonby. And it is short, and Aldridge actually plays it quite well, keeps it down, and he'll pick up just a single as Michael Ray comes from long leg to do the fielding. 87 for 5. Aldridge on to 3, and it was a rather better executed pull shot than the Tom Lamonby one.
Well, he just rode the bounce there, didn't he? He swiveled and turned the wrists on it to guide the ball for a single. He wasn't trying to hit the ball over the rope. I think Lamonby was going for a big shot quite soon after lunch to the first ball that really got up on him.
Here's Barnard in, bowls to Rue, drives straight beautifully. Handsome shot from James Rue, over pitch from Ed Barnard, and James Rue really shifted his weight into that shot, so he didn't go too hard at the ball. Timed it perfectly though, and brings in 4 runs. Moves on to 25, 91 for 5. Well, the 2 left-handers in this Somerset batting lineup have been in a different class to all the others. Whether that's because they are just batting rather better than the others, or whether it's because Warwickshire aren't bowling quite as well to the left-handers as they are to the right-handers, I think it's a bit of a moot point. I think maybe some and some. Barnard just got the 2 slips as he bowls to Rue, who shoulders arms to a ball angled into him. Didn't miss the off stump by very much, but miss it did, and that's the important thing. It's the end of the over. 91 for 5, 3 to Aldridge, 25 to James Rue, and after some words from Kit Harris, it'll be Phil Britt.
Thank you, Anthony Gibson. Phil will have been busy, I hope, for Phil's sake and the sake of the Warwickshire Cricket Museum, downstairs around the concourse, welcoming a few enthusiasts to look at the collections in the Warwickshire Museum. Good collection it is too, and in a great place on the ground. I'm a big Cricket Museum fan. Rushworth to start his new over, bowling to Aldridge. And, floats one up, Aldridge goes for the drive. He manages to get a hand on it and divert it into the stumps, but Rue was back. How was the museum, Phil?
Well, it was reasonably busy. During the lunch hour, we had a few people pop in who wanted to tell us some stuff and show us some stuff, which is always good.
You get a lot of research inquiries there, don't you?
Yes, but probably not as many as some of the other museums. So a lot of them actually are dead-end ones.
Rushworth to Aldridge, another defensive shot, no run.
We get an enormous number of people who say my grandfather or my great-grandfather played for Warwickshire, and his name was XYZ. And so, you know, you then answer and look, you know straight away, because if you don't recognise the name, you know, most of the people who played for Warwickshire, we recognise their names. And they get quite offended when you tell them, no, Grandad didn't play for Warwickshire, I'm afraid. He might have played for a team on a Sunday called Warwickshire somethings.
Aldridge has a go at this one outside off stump. A half cut. He's going to get a couple of runs. Long boundary out there. Didn't go at it full-blooded, but the ball was short and there for the hit. He collects a couple. 5 to him. 93 for 5.
The other thing which people want to do who are doing research into the family, they want you to actually do the work for them. You know, they want to get the information, but they don't actually want to go trawl through the paperwork.
Yes. Could you find out for me, Rob?
Exactly.
Can you direct me to the book?
Yeah. So
it does strike me that Grandad Fred claiming that he played for the county is a relatively common phenomenon around Britain.
Everybody will get it.
Next ball, Aldridge finds cover with a punched drive off the back foot. No run. I suppose it's better finding out after Grandpa is no longer with us. Grandpa was economical with the
truth. That's not quite the way I put it, but yes. I have it better, but I can't say it on air.
Had misremembered the significance of the game in which he played.
But people get really when you say to them, no, that's not right, a lot of them get really quite offended, and then become argumentative.
Rushworth bowls outside off. Now that was the sucker ball. That was saying to Aldridge, throw your hands at this. It was very wide. 2 slips waiting. No third man. But Aldridge decides patience is the virtue on this occasion. Well, I suppose there's a frustration, isn't there? They've heard something that they weren't prepared to hear, and you are the bearer of bad news. Yeah,
I give them all the books and I show them the names of all the people who played. Some of them still won't have it. That must be wrong. Yeah, okay.
Last ball of the over. Rushworth bowls full and Aldridge defends again. So that's another tidy one from Rushworth. Somerset 93 for 5 at the end. To flip it, Phil, has anyone who's not in touch with cricket at all come along and said, oh, I believe my great uncle played a little bit of cricket. Oh, you know, his name was, Alvin Kalitcharan.
Yeah, that happens quite a lot. That happens a lot during the test match. We get a lot of people come in, and I say a lot of people, we probably get, during the course of the 5 days, we get a dozen or so people come in and say, we're going to just apologise for those people who lost us. We think, hopefully, have managed to resolve the issue, and you should be back now in full tune with the commentary. You haven't missed a huge amount. Somerset have moved on to 94 for 5 with Casey Aldrich and James Rue at the wicket.
That's quite self-deprecating of you, Phil. They've missed you talking about the museum.
That's probably very fortunate for them.
It's a grave disappointment.
But we do get, going back to the point, we do get a lot come in and introduce themselves, and it's very interesting. This one beats this past Aldrich's, the outside of Aldrich's bat, a really good delivery from Barnard, and through to the keeper. Barnard bowled particularly well in the one-day cup and had real success with bat and ball, but bringing that to the county game as well.
I suppose it's a bit like Antiques Roadshow when someone comes along with a famous name that turns out not to be famous. You've just told them that their grandfather is the cricket equivalent of paste.
Well, that's true. This next one is played up to mid-on by Aldrich, and there's no run. We get people you'll see them looking at some of the very old photographs, and after a bit when they're sort of going round, generally there's a reason for doing it. Most people sort of glance at them but don't really examine them closely, and so we go over and there's a couple of books which have been written which are very informative, so you can pick some of the old players out and give a load of information. This next one is played back and fielded off his own bowling by Barnard as he follows through. And often you'll be able to tell them a lot of things which they had no idea about, which is good. But during the last Test match, we had 3 or 4 people going back to the 1800s who'd been playing for Warwickshire and their great-grandfathers. But none of them ever seem to have any memorabilia when you ask them for, do you have anything? Barnard in, and this is going to be runs for Aldrich, running away down to third man. He's going to come back for a second. He'll get there comfortably, as that one is achieved by Dan Mosley. So 96 for 5.
Strong smell of coffee after lunch heralds the return to the commentary position of Brian Halford. So
I think Brian's working on getting the line back up, making the phone calls. It is back up.
That's what you apologised for.
Yes, I know. I say he has been.
Oh, he
working
has been. Yes, yeah.
No, I'm giving him credit for it. That's what I'm doing. Well done, Brian. There's Barnard in, and this is pulled away down to deep backward square leg. A rising ball which got inside and just helped it on, lapped it round down to the shake down at deep backward square leg. Another single to the total. Aldrich goes on to 8. It's 97 for 5 after 27 overs.
Well, it's been nice being with you, Phil. I'll be back on air a little bit later. We'll go double Warwickshire now and see if that doesn't pick up another home wicket.
Thanks very much indeed. So it leaves us, and Brian Halford will rejoin us. 26 to Rue, 8 to Aldrich, and we have 64 overs remaining in the day. That seems an awful lot of overs. But, it's been because we're catching up on some of the lost time from yesterday. Good afternoon, Brian. Let's put your microphone on.
Good afternoon, Phil. Good afternoon to everybody. Michael Ray is back into the attack. He's changed ends. It was a little bit erratic from the City end this morning. He's back in from the Pavilion end and bowls a straight delivery, which Aldrich is forward to 97 for 5.
Nice to see Michael Ray has a white sweatband for the county championship. He had a blue one for the one-day cup to match the Warwickshire blue kit.
Did he really?
Yeah. So, what if he's got an orange? Well, he didn't play in the 100, but he's got an orange one in his bag just in case he gets a contract.
It's great that he's so colour coordinated. He could take a wicket that would actually complete the set of what he needs to be doing. This is another good straight delivery, and Aldridge is solid in defence, and Somerset need solid now, don't they, for a little while?
For a bit, yeah. It's been they've been bitterly disappointed that having managed to mop the Warwickshire innings up fairly quickly this morning without too many additional runs added, that these 5 wickets have gone so quickly.
Aldridge again, defence, just noodles it away into the onside where Bethel picks up 97 for 5. Tale of woe this morning for Somerset's top order. Tom Kohler-Cadmore played perhaps the most bizarre opening innings I've ever seen, charging down the track the first 2 balls of the innings from Ollie Hannon-Dolby and edging the second one to second slip. Andy Mead fell in the next over of bowled Rushworth for naught. Tom Abel caught Burgess, bowled Barnard for 5. Tom Banton caught Rhodes, bowled Barnard for 5. Ray is in again. Good Yorker, which Aldridge squeezes down to fine leg for a single. And then from 57 for 4 for lunch, Tom Lammonby had been the man who rose above the top order wreckage for Somerset, but then just after lunch he perished rather carelessly, just scooping off Rushworth to fine leg. Lammonby out for 44, and Somerset in a pickle.
Yeah. James Rue, though, has got head down and is doing his best to restore the situation for the visitors. Good young batsman.
Excellent young batsman, and he will collect runs here as he turns this leg side delivery down to the square leg boundary, and they will take 3. Rue moves to 29, and that's the 100 up for Somerset. 101 for 5. They are on the back foot at the moment. Warwickshire can vouch, of course, from recent history for the fact that you don't write Somerset off in a hurry after events at Taunton 2 months ago.
Yes, yeah.
Taunton's, I think, Somerset's second biggest ever run chase.
If Warwickshire do bat next and
just bat on.
Well, just bat and bat. Alex Davis, they won't let him make any decision at all. To be taken entirely out of his hands. 800, I think, is necessary, and let's see if they can get that on the last day.
Just to be on the safe side.
Forecasts are not great, are they?
Yeah, that is a shame. As Michael Ray comes in to conclude his 5th over, and this is worked away to the 3rd man boundary, all under control from Casey Aldridge. He'll get 4 for that. And through where about 4th slip would have been, entirely under control. Good batting, 105 for 5. Yes, it is such a shame, because earlier on in the week the weather forecast looked a bit claggy for the first day, and then the rest of the week looked really good. But as Kit was saying a moment ago, it's changed quite drastically now, and we could be looking at a 6th draw out of 6 championship matches at Edgbaston this season.
Yeah. Somebody came into the museum at lunchtime and they said, "Have you seen the forecast for tomorrow? It's thunder and lightning in the morning." And I was of the opinion that the kids had got that it was going to be a pleasant weekend and we wouldn't have any more issues.
That's the last I looked, but it has darkened quite considerably, hasn't it? Which means that if either side is going to win this game, they need to get a race on.
Still, they've been wrong with their forecast before, and maybe, let's hope, wrong again. Ed Barnard's going to continue from the Birmingham end to bowl to James Rue. He's on his way in. He's starting his 10th over. This is driven away beautifully through cover point. And to shake his after it, he gets to it and returns the ball, but not before Rue has come back for a couple of runs. So he goes to 31, 107 for 5. I remember last year when Warwickshire played Somerset, James Rue's father came into the museum at lunchtime and introduced himself, and we were saying then what a fantastic prospect James was, and he's done nothing to except consolidate that position. This next one he plays solidly up to mid-on and there's no runs.
Oh, first class average of over 40. Sustained over 35 games, so clearly a lot of quality there. He's moving along at more than a run of ball today, doesn't he? And an immense talent. What's your favourite museum exhibit, Paul? You've got some magnificent stuff in that museum. Is there one that you think, yeah, I'm really glad we got that?
Yeah, I'd break off as this next one is played by Rue into the onside, and there's no run. The one I'm really quite fond of, if you can say that about anything in the museum, I quite like the schools trophy, the Docker Shield, which is played for by Birmingham secondary schools and has been for well over 100 years. And it's taken some battering over the years where people have put on bits and little pieces and taken them off. This one is played a little bit awkwardly by Rue up to mid-on, but there's no run. But it's still played for. It has all of the names of the teams. Inexplicably, at some stage, somebody had done putting the names of the winners on and had worked in Chinese fashion from right to left with them, which I've never quite worked out why they've done that. But to get it replaced would cost a fortune, so I'm going to leave it. This one is turned just behind square on the onside. It'll be down for a single for Rue. He goes to 32, 108 for 5. So I like that. It's still played for, but we don't let it back out because it would be wrong. It's one of the, if not the oldest, it's certainly one of the oldest schools trophies in the world. And rather than handing it out to the winning school, which sadly these days you can't do because of robbery and stuff not being protected properly, they have it, but it's retained in the museum. It's in the air and he's going to drop safely, and Aldrich gets away with that one. He was looking to turn it on the onside, got a top leading edge, and it ran away into the offside, out towards extra cover. And there was a ball was in the air an awful long time, but dropped safely, and Aldrich will perhaps put that one down as a little bit of good fortune to him.
Yes, I think it's Rob Yates who is looking towards the sky and wondering how that just died in front of him. Yates was closing on it from extra cover, mid-off, and the bowler were also considering whether they should go for it, but it just plopped into the turf safely, and Somerset need a bit of good fortune. And
he's hurt himself, Rob Yates. He's hurt his arm going for it, and he's coming off the field, so Rob Yates is off. I would think a temporary on the stretching, wasn't he, when he was trying to reach for it.
Yeah. Michael Ray trying to inflict his first damage of the day on Somerset's innings, and this is a short delivery which Rue punches off to the point fielder. That's a really lovely story, that, to the Docker Shield, because that's more than just a cricket relic, isn't it? It's a Warwickshire schools, a real part of the local history, which is wonderful.
We've also got some original tickets from the first Test match played against Australia in 1902.
Ray's in again, and this is driven at by Rue, but a little bit loose, that one, and goes through to the wicket-keeper. Encouragement there from Ray. Yes, you've got a lovely old picture of the 1902, the England team here.
That's right,
I noticed at lunchtime 10 of the 11 have got moustaches. And if anybody listening can hazard a guess at who was the member of the England team against Australia in 1902 that didn't have a moustache, if anyone can come up with that. Wilfred Rose has been thrown at us. No. Ray is in again, full-length delivery, played point by Rue. Not George Hurst, no.
No, he'd got a fine moustache.
But Ed Barnard? No.
We're getting lots of impromptu calls from behind and around the studio.
Jessup. Anthony has nailed it. Gilbert Jessup.
Who is the spitting image of Freddie Flintoff in the picture.
Here comes Michael Ray again, wide of the off stump, and this is the thing that Michael Ray could do with just correcting. He's a fast bowler, he's a good hostile bowler, but he does spray it around a bit, and that does just alleviate the pressure a little bit. One of the great strengths of Rushworth and Han Dolby is that they are always at you, aren't they? You very rarely get a loose delivery to ease the pressure.
Yeah.
Michael Ray is a little bit quicker, but doesn't quite have that discipline. This one's on leg stump and turned into the open spaces on the leg side by Rue for a single. He moves to 33. 109 for 5.
Well, we did think for a while that we were going to have to move the museum with the new developments which are going to go on here. At the end of next season they'll start. The hotel and everything going in, and the stands across as we look out on the ground opposite the Hollies stand there will be. But fortunately, I think we can leave it where it is. That's and good. That saves an enormous amount of work, as you can tell.
Good to hear. Ray is in again. Aldridge defends. There's no run. Taunton, of course, has a terrific museum of its own.
Absolutely.
And I haven't been down to Taunton for a couple of seasons, but I do always pop in there because that is one of the best in the country as well.
Yeah, we've got a big programme during the winter this year with moving 3 storerooms full of material. That's all got to be put away because those storerooms will disappear, and we have to rehouse huge amount of stuff which isn't on display, paper material, pictures.
Where's that going
books.
Then?
Don't know yet. We haven't yet got a place to put it, so waiting for that to be allocated. But it will require a fair bit of safe, and it'll have to be very safe because of the value. We've got volunteers from members of Edgbaston. But if you're in the area and you fancy volunteering, you'll always be very welcome. We always do it on a Monday and a Wednesday all the way through the winter. There's the 2 days where we have the volunteers in.
Well, it is a terrific, and well done to you and well done to the volunteers and everybody that helps sustain the Warwickshire Cricket Museum, because it's a very, very important resource, and long may it be there and be added to all the time.
Yeah. Change bowling at the Birmingham end. Ed Barnard has come out of the attack after 10 overs, and Oliver Hannon Dolby, who has got the 1 wicket, got that wicket right at the beginning of the innings where he picked up Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who's, I'm going to almost want to say self-sacrificed, but that would be unkind perhaps. But he's back into the attack with Somerset on 109 for 5, and it will be James Rue who will be facing. He's on 33. Just waiting while Hannon Dolby gets the field set. As he's in bright sunshine. He's in and bowls, and his first one outside the off stump. There's no shot offered and goes through to the keeper. Just 1 slip in place. Rob Yates back on the field, I noticed there, Brian, so it couldn't have been anything too serious. And back into the slips.
Quite defensive field, isn't it? Considering
it is,
they
yes.
are Warwickshire well on top. Just 1 slip, perhaps that's an indication of how little the captain and bowler thinks the pitch is going to move around, or the ball is going to move around this afternoon as the sun gets on it.
He's in again, and Rue pushes this one out into the offside to the short extra cover. Who's Bethel? Jacob Bethel, who does the fielding. I thought Jacob Bethel this morning would have looked at that and perhaps made his maiden championship century, but he's still waiting for that to happen. You kind of think it's going to be when rather than if.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
And Dolby in bright sunshine as he's in, and that's a lovely looking shot from Rue, punched away into the offside. Hamza Sheikh, who's out patrolling the cover boundary, does the fielding and restricts Rue to a single, 110 for 5. Rue goes to 34 and brings Aldrich on 13 onto strike.
I think one of my favourite exhibits in the Somerset Museum, I think, is they've got a scorecard from the second 11 game against Warwickshire. I think it was late 90s. I'm pretty sure Somerset's second 11 chased down 600 to win. Truscothick got many of them. One of the most remarkable games. And Michael Powell, I think, was captain of the Warwickshire second 11. And incredible game of cricket by the sound of it.
He doesn't talk about that one much, does he?
No, I don't think he declared. I'm not sure whether it was a setup or whether they just bowled them out and chased them down.
And Dolby in. Aldridge goes across his stumps of the first movement and punches this one out into the offside, but there's no run. That's some chase, isn't it, in any form of cricket?
Yeah, and wonderful to, because I'm pretty sure it's got the scorecard actually from the book that was, and you can just see who the individuals were and how the partnerships formed. Pretty sure Marcus got 300, and obviously there were other bits and pieces around it too. Incredible days cricket by the sound of it.
And Dolby in, bowls, that's wrapped him on the pad, it's going down the leg side, I think. And Steve O'Shaughnessy thinks the same thing. I'm just having a look on the replay. Oh yes, missing, always missing leg stump. And I think that was rather more hope than expectation there from the slip cordon. I think that was a good decision. 110 for 5. It remains as Helen Dolby comes in and bowls, and Aldridge defends, and Dolby just, bends down and picks the ball up. End of his first over of the new spell. It remains 110 for 5.
The green shoots of a recovery for Somerset. These two have added 45 now. 65 for 5 was deep trouble. They're still in trouble, and another wicket or two very quickly would bring that follow-on figure into the mix. Be interested to see now how Warwickshire play this. They've got Chris Rushworth to come back, of course. Ed Barnard's just finished a spell. Whether they'll turn to the part-time twirl of Rob Yates, the second leading wicket taker in the championship for Warwickshire, of course, this season. Here comes Michael Ray, who's drops one short and is pulled down to Hamza Sheikh on the long leg boundary for a single.
They haven't used Will Rhodes yet, have they? Or did Rhodes have a bowl before lunch when I was in the museum?
I don't think he did.
So I didn't think.
No, that's of course he will probably be the next bowler to be used. When Rhodes has bowled some very. He'll be a big miss for Warwickshire, you know, Phil. I think over the next couple of years.
Yeah, and a lot of members were really. I've not seen that sort of reaction before from members.
Ray is in again and on off stump, good delivery, well defended by Casey Aldridge. When it was announced,
a month ago, I suppose, that he was going, we got a lot of people come in and say, why is he going? You know, he's such a good player, and yes, he will be missed. Hard to replace him because he plays. He's been unlucky, I think, that he hasn't played a lot more white ball cricket.
Yes, I'm sure. I think that's probably a factor in him deciding for pastures new. In comes Ray again, another full-length delivery, inviting the drive. Aldridge accepts the invitation, but just finds mid-on. I think Will Rhodes, as you say, the members and the supporters very disappointed to see him go, but I think he may almost be the sort of cricketer that you realise when he's gone how much he brings to a team.
Yeah. I always thought, to be honest, when some of his best cricket was when he and Don Sibley were opening, and I was felt that he should have carried on as an opener.
Ray lures Aldridge into a flash outside off stump, and he misses it, and he has his head. He's looking towards the sky. Why did I play that shot? And the bowler has his head looking towards the sky. Why didn't you nick that? So. But Aldridge survives. Yeah, and of course Will Rhodes led, as a very young captain, led Warwickshire to the championship in 2021.
Yes, that very strange season where it was a bit of a cobbled sort of structure to be able to get the championship after COVID.
Indeed. Ray is in again, good delivery, which Aldridge leans into a forward defensive shot too, and Sheikh fields in the covers.
But it was, but still, it was a championship, wasn't it? It goes in the record. They don't say how you've done it. It was a championship,
and followed it up with the Bob Willis Trophy. I think that was the only Bob Willis trophy ever to be competed for, wasn't it?
No, I think they had two. I think they had.
Did they?
Yeah, I think it was the second year of it that Warwickshire won it.
Michael Rain to finishes over, and this is worked away into the set cordon, and Yates throws the stumps down very quickly from second slip. The batsman was well in the crease, and the ball rolls away into the infield, and they get a single as an overthrow. So Yates is punished for his accuracy with a run. 112 for 5. Rue 35, Aldridge 14. A little bit of thinking for Alex Davis to do now, because these two are starting to look relatively comfortable.
Yeah, there's been. Aldridge survived that scare a couple of overs ago where the ball popped up, but apart from that, there's been nothing too much. And Rue is looking ominously good from a Warwickshire point of view, that he's beginning to really settle in, and the run's coming. He's playing some beautiful shots through the offside. Anyway, Hannon Dolby will continue. He's in to bowl to Casey Aldridge. Aldridge waits and defends this one down into the onside. He thinks about the single. It's roughly through where square on the onside, and James Bethell had to come running round from short mid-wicket to do the fielding, but they set off as if he was going to take a run. James Rue not interested and sent him back. 112 for 5 it remains. Warwickshire making 337 earlier in the day, so the deficit's still 225 as Hannon Dolby in and bowls, and Aldridge defends that up to mid-on. Rushworth does the fielding. Alex Davis has got something he wants to chat to the umpire about. He goes running over to Steve O'Shaughnessy to have a chat with him, and then it wasn't a very long chat. Perhaps he was just finding out when tea was.
Well, that's a great question. None of us know.
With the number of overs left, it's either going to be a long, somewhere's going to be a long session. This one is cracked away through the offside. That's 4 runs. Aldrich picked the gap between cover point and extra cover. There's a man out there with a bright green bib on who's bringing drinks round, who does the fielding as it raced into the fence in front of the Hollies stand. Lovely shot from Aldrich. And it's a 50 partnership for these two. It's come off 80 deliveries, so well done to them. It's a real rescue job after that last wicket. Tomlin, of his wicket, left Somerset really in trouble at 65 for 5. These two have taken it on to 116 for 5 as Hannon Dolby in, and this is going to be, no it's not, I thought it was going to be more runs, but Bethell is quickly across and prevents a single. Aldrich rehearses the shot.
Maybe Alex Davis should mention to the umpires that the ball's gone a bit out of shape, because my word, it did some good for Somerset yesterday, didn't it?
Yeah.
Changed the ball, and I think 5 wickets fell for 40, 50 runs.
Well, they got 2 with it this morning as well, didn't they? They got wickets yesterday and 2 just before the new ball was due this morning. This one is played out into the offside by Aldrich, and there's no run.
And Casey Aldrich just looks as though he's starting to settle a bit now. He was a little uncomfortable for quite a while after he got to the crease, but he's just starting to look as though he's got the feel of the pace of the pitch now. And this is the time of innings and the time of the day when the ball does go softer, and batting in theory gets a little bit more straightforward.
And we've seen that this happening on a lot of the games here at Edgbaston this season, that in the afternoon session of the second day it starts to flatten out. As Hannon Dolby in, and this is punched away into the offside. Final ball of his over, 116 for 5. We still have 58 overs remaining in the day. I think we're going to need a night shift.
Yeah.
We got reserve commentators to come in for the night shift.
The light may hope I'll say hopefully. Tragically, the light.
Oh, God. No, perish the thought.
If we're really unfortunate, the light will close in and lop off some of those overs.
Yes.
Michael Ray is to continue. He's having a conversation with the captains present. The captain and the vice captain, Ed Barnard, is there as well. They're having a chat about what Michael Ray might do to unlock James Rew's defence. I think there's a bit of pointing going on. Yes, going down to one slip. And Hamza Sheikh is being brought in from deep square leg. Well, it's not being brought in very far. It's 3/4 of the way back now. So are we going to see a tempting short ball from Michael Ray to try and get Rew to lob one up to either deep fine leg or deep long leg? Here is that short ball, and it's paddled into the leg side, but not really timed by James Rew, and no run there. 116 for 5.
I would like to say that he didn't disguise that particularly well. Other than giving him a map to say, I'm going to bowl it here, it's going to be short, and I'll put a man there, and then bowling exactly that ball.
The triple bluff.
Wouldn't it need Sherlock Holmes to solve that one?
But what will he come up with here? That's the question. A good straight delivery, which Rew pushes into the offside. Jacob Bethel is very quickly on it in the covers. Glorious afternoon. A real shame that tomorrow may be affected, because we've got a fascinating game of cricket on our hands here. Warwickshire haven't won in the Championship all season. Somerset's second in the table, and yet Warwickshire have got themselves on top. And if there was to be not much weather damage for the rest of this game, it could be an absolutely cracking contest. And it could even yield a positive result. We've had only draws so far this season at Championship and at Edgbaston.
Yeah.
Ray in again around the wicket. Good delivery, which is met by an immaculate forward defensive from Rew.
Warwickshire have got themselves into positions where they could, possibly could have won games this season, but have not been able to actually finish them off, and have lost games. And from games where you would think, well, they're not going to lose that one. There's the one at Taunton, for instance. Wonderful batting by Somerset, but you would have looked at it initially and said, well, that game's was going to be a draw for Warwickshire.
This is short, and that's exactly the ball that they were hoping Rew would lift into the hands of deep square leg, but he's completely under control, in control of that pull, and takes a single. I wonder if there's ever been a season where every match in the Championship here has been drawn. It would have to be relatively recently, wouldn't it? Because if you go back quite a long time, there were loads of home games.
Yeah. Nick Knight's team in 2004, which won the title, didn't win many games.
No. That might be worth looking at.
I think they did win some at Edgbaston, though. I'm fairly sure they did.
This is short again from Ray, and easily paddled away down to deep square leg by Casey Aldridge for a single. Yes, they won 5 that year, didn't they? So they wouldn't have all been away from home. So.
That's right.
Actually, they beat Surrey here in an absolutely cracking game when Surrey was something like 300 for 2, and then got bowled out on the last afternoon by Devol Pretorius.
Yeah.
A man who didn't bowl Warwickshire to too many victories.
I was going to say, it was this one afternoon, memorable afternoon in he was only here one season, wasn't he?
I think certainly not much more than that. And I think
didn't really follow that up with.
I think he became quite familiar with the decor of the treatment room.
Yeah, joined.
Here comes Michael Ray. Short delivery, bit of a waste of effort that, because it was way too short, and Rew watches it sail over his head into the keeper's hands. End of Ray's 8th over, none for 31, and Somerset in reply to Warwickshire's 337.
No ball called there, Brian, for that, because that was the 3rd one he'd bowled in the over for bouncer of head height.
I didn't want the listeners to know that. If you'd have kept quiet and we'd have kept on talking, because this is going to be a dot ball, nobody would have been any the wiser to my error. However, if this
Well,
is a
no, in fairness, it was easy to make because all the fielders had taken it as the last ball of the over.
yeah, that's right. They were all changing round.
And it was only the fact that the square leg umpire, Steve O'Shaughnessy, put his hand out and said, no, it's a no ball.
So
that,
they all
Alex Wolf called and all back, and they all had to go back into position.
And Hamza Sheikh is still jogging in through the back into the infield. Now, if this is a dot ball, we could have got away with it. If it's a wicket, it would have been harder. Ray is in again. It's an appalling delivery down the leg side, which Michael Burgess takes where a wide leg slip would have been, and it's another no ball. So.
I really find that quite difficult to see the mentality of that. He's been no balled for bowling short, so he fires another one in.
Yeah, and the ball has just been rolled, not to him, but beyond him, back to the top of his mark in a way that his colleagues are not overly enchanted with that piece of bowling. So can he conclude the over at the 8th attempt? Here he comes in. If this is a wicket, that would be quite a story. It's down the leg side again, and he's nicked it, and they're appealing for a catch behind. James Rue's not going anywhere. Obviously, it must have flicked the pad, if anything, and the over is just finally over.
Watch the replay. He was nowhere near it.
Well, in that case, it was a bit poor to make such an appeal.
I'll make way for Anthony. Oh,
122 for 5. Anthony, who has taken a lot of wickets during this game.
He has. And most of them have been Warwickshire. Every time there's a shout for a Somerset one, no, that was not it. No. I think those glasses sometimes need just a slight change. He'd go from his advantageous position over the top of long off. He could see that he hadn't hit that one. Oh, and it was long on, wasn't it, for this one?
Chaps, when is the tea interval? May I ask that question?
Well,
4 o'clock, we think.
Here's Hannah Dolby, who's not worrying too much about the tea interval. And he's fired one through the slips. Catchable height, but from Warwickshire's point of view, went straight between wicket-keeper and slip. And Yates shoved his hand to it. It would have been a wonderful catch had he got it. But it was an outside edge and it flew down to the boundary. So
it would have been a really, really good catch, wouldn't it? But it was nice height, wasn't it? It's the sort of one that you can you stick your hand out, and sometimes they stick.
Had Yates been what I would call an orthodox slip position, he might well have caught it, but he's a bit wider. And Dolby in again, and Aldrich plays this one down into the offside, and there's no run. But yeah, it did fly though.
If you're going to flash hard, they say, and that's what Aldridge did, and he got away with it. And this partnership continues to evolve nicely for Somerset, now up to 61.
Yeah, deficit
71.
Down to 211 behind at the moment. These two just keep doing what they're doing. As Hannah Dolby comes in and bowls, and this is driven, but straight up to mid-on, and there's no run. I just going back to that last over from Michael Ray, we were saying to him, he laid out exactly what he was going to do, and when you no ball for doing it, for bowling short, why would you then? I still can't understand why he would then fire another one in after the no ball. There was only one, got to be one result. And Dolby comes in and bowls, and this is dabbed into the offside. It's a little dab and run, and Will Rhodes goes running all the way around it before picking it up. But can't prevent a single, so one more to Aldrich. He's on 24, 127 for 5. Field changes over for the left-handed James Rue. Bright, so it's a beautiful afternoon here in Birmingham. Lots and lots of blue sky overhead, little bits of cloud over the city, but overhead it's perfect. There's Hannah Dolby in and bowls, and that one just a slow one, but just drips onto leg stump, and it's turned away down to fine leg for 4. Just got inside it and helped it on its way round, just went across the stumps and glanced it away. So 4 more to Rue. He moves into the 40s with that shot. Really nicely played shot. And again, we're seeing what we saw last year when he was here. He's a really comfortable, confident batsman. I think Anthony said he's got a brother who plays as well. Yes, he has, yeah. So, if he's anywhere near as good, Hannah Dolby in, and this is outside the off stump and left. And that is the end of the over, and Anthony will replace me, Brian.
Thank you, Phil. A bit of an escape for Casey Aldridge in that over from Ollie Hannah Dolby. But the Somerset repair work continues. 131 for 5. They've got a long way to go, but they've made a start.
Well, they've got history, these two. They added 192 together for the 6th wicket against Lancashire in May last year. But, as a caveat to that, Lancashire were bowling their batsmen in protest against Somerset's refusal to declare.
Michael Ray from the Pavilion end continues. I thought that rather rough last over might be his last, but he's continuing, and he starts with a leg side delivery which Aldridge clips away to the man on the long leg fence for a single.
Interesting, this line of attack against James Rew, isn't it? This dates back to Somerset's game at the Oval back in April when Rew was bounced out by Gus Atkinson. And word spread to Worcestershire, and James Rew was bounced out by Jason Holder at Kidderminster. So they reckon on the circuit, well, actually they're abandoning that particular line of attack, having explained it. We've just got a much more conventional field now.
I don't blame them for abandoning it. Rew drives nicely through the covers to the man right on the Holly's stand fence. Moosley is out there, and Rew takes a single to move to 41.
He's pronounced Moosley now, is he? Does that make him a serial offender? Sorry. Yes, I think just going back to the attempt to bounce James Rew out, it depends on the bowler getting it exactly right, and Mr. Ray has got it exactly wrong so far. Oh, spoke too soon.
That was outside off stump, and I'm not sure Aldridge got that one quite right.
No,
he
he didn't.
Mow outside off stump. But you are right. I mean, whatever strategy you come up with, it comes down also sometimes when we evaluate whether you've won the toss and whether that was a good toss to win. Whatever you do, you've got to then do well, haven't you?
You have.
And that, in a way, I think was part of the problem for Somerset yesterday. It was an interesting decision to bowl first, but they didn't really bowl as well as they wanted to, I think. Ray is in again, and this is another good full-length delivery, which
I think this is a good
Aldridge
plan for
defends.
Aldridge. He's pitching it up to Aldridge, who does like to have a drive, and got two slips in place for the edge, and he will drive it on the up as well, Casey Aldridge.
Well, there's been one or two edges. One just wide of the cordon, another one in the last over between first slip and wicket keeper. This is another one inviting the drive, and it is driven by Aldridge all on the ground. Doesn't really time it, and will take a single. Moves to 26. 134 for 5.
Very important phase in the game. This, if Somerset can avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on, given the weather forecast, it's going to be quite difficult, if the weather forecast is anything like correct, for Warwickshire to force a win. From Warwickshire's point of view, they really need to knock Somerset over for fewer than 188.
Another full length ball from Ray, and this is hammered back to him by Rew, and I think that's probably the way maybe for Michael Ray to go about it. The full length ball, give it a chance to swing, not that he's swinging a great deal at the moment, but just invite the drive.
Yeah,
I think his short pitched strategy was doomed to failure.
well, particularly as this is a slow pitch, and maybe there's a little bit of two-pacedness about it, so the you might get the odd ball just sticking in the pitch, and if the batsman is going for the drive, then getting there too early and hitting it in the air. But OHD is going to bowl another over from the Birmingham end.
Lovely contrast, actually, isn't it? I mean, I don't mean to give Michael Ray a hard time. He's far better bowler than I am. But you've got Ollie Hannon-Derby, who's the epitome of steady, isn't he? And nagging away and building pressure. Michael Ray is trying to make things happen and build a different sort of pressure. Come on, attack me. And it's a really fascinating contrast in the two ends.
Umpires are having a good look at the ball. Well, it certainly hasn't been hammered out of shape by these Somerset batsmen, and it's past muster. Much, no doubt, to the disappointment of the Warwickshire fielding side. Chris Rushworth looking quizzically at the ball. I'm not sure he's convinced that it's fit to continue, but it's not his opinion that matters. 134 for 5. Hannon-Derby to bowl to Aldridge, standing there with his legs wide apart. It's not the most elegant stance in the world. He drives this nicely, and it's well stopped by Hannon-Derby, but his boot or his shin in his follow through doesn't show any. It's his left boot, in fact, that stopped the ball, and a good piece of work. Probably saved his side a couple of runs. I've been doing some work on Somerset opening partnerships this season so far. There have been 16 of them in the county championship, and I'll come back to that after this delivery from Hannon-Derby, which is defended. There have been 16 of them, and the average is 22.75. which doesn't sound too badly, except the figures are slightly distorted by two good partnerships, both involving Matt Renshaw, who put on 111 for the first wicket with Sean Dixon against Notts, and 75 in the second innings against Essex. But out of those 16 opening partnerships, 9 haven't got past single figures, which I think says it all about. And I think if you looked at last season's opening partnerships, you get a similar picture. This is punched away into the offside for a single by Aldridge. 135 for 5. It must be the quickest scoreboard in the country, this one. The run was on the board even before the batsman had completed the run. And not just on the board, but on the batsman's total as well. Very good. Aldridge moves on to 27 from 58 deliveries. James Rew hasn't had that much of the strike recently. 41 from 53. Good rate of progress. Fairly conventional field this time for the left-hander. Ollie Hannon-Derby around the wicket to him. Bringing the ball back into the left-hander. Just hoping to get the odd one to hold its own. Take the edge. There's just the one slip. Rob Yates standing there, backward point. Shortish extra cover. Jacob Bethel. Skipper at mid-off, which is where I like to see skippers fielding, so that they can see exactly what's going on and can easily have a word with the bowler. Hannon-Derby to Rew, who goes for a big drive. Fortunately, doesn't get an edge. And fortunately for Michael Burgess, doesn't get an edge because Michael Burgess didn't take it cleanly, which is very unusual.
I think they may have kept a little bit low. The batsman looked a bit surprised, and it may even have got through to Burgess on the half volley or the bounce even. That'll be the first one that has stayed down, because the pitch is pretty solid. It looks as good for batting as it has done at any time in the game.
Is Hannon-Derby in bowls, and Rew this time does drive and will get a run, as Bethel can't make the stop at short extra cover. Hamza Sheikh tidies up behind him. Single is taken. Rew keeps the strike. He moves on to 42. Score on to 136 for 5, and Somerset need another 52 runs to avoid the possibility, I think the probability, of being asked to follow on.
Have they ever really truly replaced Harold Gimblett?
Harold Gimblett. Oh yes, I mean we've had some top class opening batsmen. Marcus Trescothick for one, obviously, but Brian Rose and Peter Denning back in the 1980s. Jimmy Cook, who scored thousands of runs in the few years that he was with Somerset.
Michael Ray is still ploughing away from the pavilion end. 9 overs for 38 so far, and it remains 9 overs not for 38 as Rue is lured into a very reckless drive outside off stump and misses it.
That's exactly what Michael Ray has been bowling for, and James Rue really, it's such an obvious trap. He really oughtn't to be falling into it.
Having got away with it though, he can admonish himself and knuckle down again. He waits again and is watchful in defence, just turns this one to Will Rhodes at short mid-wicket. I'm intrigued by Harold Gimblett though, because he liked to attack, didn't he?
He did. Well, his
era,
his first innings for Somerset was against Essex in 1935 at Frome, and he scored the fastest century that season in the county championship. He scored 135 on his debut.
Here comes Ray, guided down to backward point. No run there for James Rue. Yeah, and that was an era, wasn't it?
Having missed the bus to get to get to Bridgewater, where he was going to be picked up, he got a lift on the lorry to
you see, that
to Bridgewater
today,
and was picked up at Bridgewater and driven to Frome.
That just wouldn't happen today, would it?
You know, he was just a farmer's son from West Somerset.
Yeah.
And I never saw him play, but he must have been a wonderful opening bat.
Ray to Rue, one of the shortest named tussles of the season, and Rue just plays this one to mid-wicket. But it is quite intriguing to think of people like Gimblett, and a few years later Warwickshire had Jim Stewart, because in those days
John Jameson,
of course, I mean, an awful lot of batting was 2 and over, wasn't it? There was an awful lot of crease occupation. So,
but there were these really attacking opening batsmen as well.
Here comes Ray, again luring Rue into a drive, and Rue has not learnt the lesson, because he goes for an extravagant drive there, well outside of off stump, misses it and gets away with it again. I think they might be getting inside Rue's head a little bit here.
It's good bowling, this.
Perhaps
he's bowling to a plan, and this time he's executing the plan. He's bowling a full length outside off stump, saying, "Drive me, if you dare." And Rue is taking on the challenge.
A leave might be a better bet, and that's what he does this time, as again Ray fires one wide of off stump, and Rue does let that one pass. An intriguing over and an intriguing passage of play. 136 for 5. Rue has 42, Aldridge 27.
Now, you were talking about the tea interval, and Kit Harris has very kindly given me the relevant section of the regulations dealing with the timing of the tea interval in games where extra overs are being added on to make up time that's been lost earlier in the game. And it says, where the provision for making up lost time has been invoked prior to the tea interval, and it has been, the umpires may at their sole discretion rearrange the timing of the tea interval regardless of the number of overs remaining to be bowled. This is played defensively, but they're not allowed to dispense with it, which seems a bit daft. But so it's up to the umpires.
So do they tell the players this, or do
I
you
presume
have to wait
so.
for
I
their tummies to
presume
start
they've told
rumbling?
the scorers as well when it's going to be.
They didn't appear to yesterday, did they? Because
They caught the scorers by surprise yesterday. But
I'm just wondering if they have to begin the lunch session by saying, "Look, fellas, the tea is at this time," or can they just think, "Well, we'll have tea now"?
I'm sure they would do, as a matter of courtesy, nothing else. Hannah Dolby in and bowls to Aldridge, who comes back in across, plays defensively out. It's another no ball, or I don't know, another no ball. I'm not sure that Hannah Dolby has bowled a no ball, but it is another no ball from Warwickshire.
Of course, on a logistical note, dear Kaza down in the players' changing rooms, playing dressing room, who does the catering, will need to know when the team tour is. So.
Yep. Get the scones and cream and jam already. Ham sandwiches. A few donuts, just the stuff. Hannah Dorby in bowls, and Aldridge defends from the crease.
I think Warwickshire will be pleased that the runs have slowed a little. That Michael Ray has abandoned his short pitch defensive, and if Warwickshire aren't taking a wicket, so long as the score's not going far, then they'll be happy enough just to keep Somerset under pressure.
Lovely afternoon here at Edgbaston now, as Hannah Dolby is in a bowls, and up on his toes is Casey Aldridge, playing this away through the offside, but Mosley will do the fielding in front of the Hollies stand, so it's just a single. 139 for 5, 49 more Somerset need to avoid the follow-on. Chris Rushworth just doing a few stretches, getting his arms and shoulders loose, so looks like he'll come into the attack, probably to replace Michael Ray at this pavilion end. Ray having had a pretty decent spell. Hannah Dolby to the left-handed Rue, who's leaving this outside the off stump. And the Birmingham skyline looking splendid as well. The sun glinting off windows and steel, and I think so. For a city ground, it's a fine sight. This one, it's not quite the same as looking out from the commentary box at Taunton to the Quantock Hills, but it's a fine spectacle. Hannah Dolby in a bowls to Rue, who drives away through the offside. Alex Davies is in hot pursuit. Will he get there? He will. Just puts in the slide, and they will come back for 3 runs. Nice shot. A good piece of fielding by the Warwickshire skipper. 3 runs accrue. 142 for 5.
Yes, Rushworth, as you say, warming up. And today, I just want, as you say, Ray has bowled well in the last couple of overs, hasn't he? And he has got into Rue's head a little bit. I just wonder if they might just pursue that for another over or so. But Chris Rushworth has got such a talent for coming on and immediately striking. So many times he comes over and is bang on the button straight away. I think he almost ever bowls a loosener, which is a great thing to have in your repertoire.
Hannah Dolby to Aldridge, who back and across, just running this off the face of the bat, but only as far as Ed Barnard at backward point. End of that over. 142 for 5, 46 more Somerset need to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on, and this partnership is now worth, he says, waiting for the score to come up on his. It's a very good scoreboard, but it doesn't actually have much information on it, does it?
77, I think, is the buck.
77.
And you are right, Anthony. Chris Rushworth is returning from the pavilion end. So a very different challenge now for the 2 batters after the wild, interesting and varied threat of Michael Ray. We have the metronomic Chris Rushworth.
Yes, he's looked, I mean, for a bowler who has hardly bowled this season because of injury, he's looked pretty fit, hasn't he?
He has. This is his first game in the first team since April. Played the first 2 games. And the second of those was in the monster against Durham, where Warwickshire scored 600 and Durham came back with 500, and that wasn't enormous fun for a bowler or a spectator. So he's been out for, 4 months. And he's come back in looking very good. Here he is again to begin another spell, and typically starts off right on middle stump, and James Rue leans forward in defence.
A lovely shot on the live stream of the Birmingham skyline just now.
Just one slip The ball now nearly 40 overs old. That ball has just taken us into the second half of today's play. 51 overs and 5 balls remaining. We're in for a late shift if the sunshine stays with us. Rushworth in again, just outside off stump this time, and nicely driven by Rue up to Mousley on the cover boundary for a single.
I tell you what else seemed yesterday evening to be at the umpire's discretion, and that was the time when the game was called off, because they went off for bad light. Light wasn't quite as good as it is now, but it didn't seem exactly unplayable. We weren't enduring Stygian gloom. So it was 7:15, and I think they felt that that's enough is enough.
Emmerdale was coming on. Rushworth in again, just drifts this one to the leg stump and turned comfortably out to the mid-wicket boundary, where there is a fielder, so just a single to Aldridge. He moves to 29. Somerset's 6th wicket partnership is doing a very good job for their team now, just as Bethel and Burgess dug Warwickshire out of serious trouble. Aldridge and Rue are doing a similar job for Somerset, but they've got quite a bit more to do yet. 337 was Warwickshire's final total this morning. Somerset 144 for 5, having been none for 2. Rushworth in again around the wicket, and this beats Rue outside off stump. Really well taken by Michael Burgess, standing up, and I think Will Rhodes is warming up now. You read that one correctly, I think.
Interestingly, Warwickshire lost their 5th wicket with the score at, you have a guess?
144.
Spot on. So by that yardstick, the two sides are exactly level, and that was in the 40th over, and this is also the 40th over.
Rushworth in again, drifts onto the leg side this time, and it's an easy turn to leg for Rue, who moves to 47.
No, it's actually in the first ball of the 41st, so they're about three balls between them.
Yes, the momentum has lurched between the teams, but you do get the feeling that this is going to be an evenly fought match. I mean, sometimes a game can be like this into the 3rd day and then lurch dramatically one way or the other, can't it? But even though they've had very different seasons in the Championship, it seemed like two evenly balanced sides. Warwickshire without Sam Hain, of course. Injured Sam Hain in their batting lineup. This is edged for 4. Had there been a second slip in, Aldridge might have been on his way, but instead of which he gets 4 runs. That was a genuine edge. I don't think he was in much control of it, but Warwickshire are on the defensive, and as a result a boundary clocks into the Somerset account, which now reads 149 for 5. Rue on 47 within 3 runs of a richly deserved and very accomplished 50, and Aldridge has 33.
Yep, and just 39 runs. Somerset need more to save the follow-on. Fairly sure that if Warwickshire got the chance to enforce it, they would take it, given the weather forecast. We're going to have some more spin from the Birmingham end. Robbie Yates just bowled the 1 over, fairly undistinguished over. Just first over after lunch, wasn't it? Went for 8 runs, a couple of long hops.
But Robbie Yates, earlier in the season, he became quite a potent weapon. 14 wickets and some quite useful ones at useful times as well. I think he is underrated as a spin bowler, Rob Yates. He's very rarely gets collared, and he does give it a tweak.
A bit like Will Jacks for Surrey.
Well, he's got a slip and a leg slip to support him.
Yep, Will Rhodes at slip and Hamza Sheikh at leg slip, close catches. He's bowling to the left-handed Rue, who's on 47. He's there and bowls, and Rue stretches forward, plays that defensively out into the offside, where it's picked up by Jacob Bethel with his peroxide curls just creeping out from underneath his Warwickshire cap. Yates bowls short, and this is run away down to deep backward point for 2 runs by James Rue. Nice shot, picked his spot, didn't try and hit it too hard. It's a big boundary out on that side of the ground. If that had been on the other side, it would have gone for 4. As it was, Michael Ray could get across and do the fielding. That's 150 up for Somerset, 151 for 5. Rue's forward to a ball, given a little bit more air this time by Rob Yates, turning the ball away from the left-hander, of course, and drifting it in on the breeze. Snare bowls. This is shorter and quicker. Turn into the onside. Moseley fields. There's no run. 50 overs remaining in the day. Crikey Moses. That's over 3 hours worth. So with the tea interval as well, we're looking at another 7 o'clock finish. This is turned into the onside, and he won't get his 50 here. As good stop by Moseley at short mid-wicket.
Anthony, I shall depart and allow Kit in to make it a Somerset double up to tea.
No, Kit is an independent third voice, even if his father was on the Somerset committee. 151 for 5. That's the end of the Rob Yates over. Just the 2 runs from it. 33 to Aldridge and 49 to James Rue. And Somerset 37 runs short now of avoiding the possibility of a follow-on, which I know I keep going on about, but given the weather forecast, if it's anything like correct, it's going to be pretty hard, Kit, for Warwickshire to force a victory unless they can get Somerset in a second time sooner rather than later.
No, I quite agree. I object to being tagged with a county badge. I'm completely. Anyone who knows me knows I'm completely neutral when it comes to county cricket.
You're more neutral than Annie Chave when she's doing the summarising.
The neutral voice, the third voice, as the BBC calls it. I am quite unaligned.
Absolutely. Well, we try to be even-handed anyway.
Some with more success than others. Here is Rushworth. He's been manful today. 2 for 29 off 9 overs. Bowls to Aldridge. He's going to get a single down to long leg. A slight misdirection.
It's been a very responsible innings from Casey Aldridge, hasn't it? Because, I mean, he's naturally a bit of a stroke maker. Big, strong, fast bowler. And but he's kept his attacking instincts well in check.
When he came out to bat, and you and I were on the microphone together, I thought it might be Overton coming out at 7, and I'm not sure he would have been able to rein himself in the way that Aldridge has. Rushworth to Rue. He's been beaten outside the off stump. Not beaten, but he's snicked. He's gone for 49. A neat catch standing up to the wicket by Burgess. 152 for 6 now, Somerset.
Well, the bite a bit. That was exactly how Somerset removed Michael Burgess. James Rue taking a neat catch standing up to Craig Overton, and this time it's Michael Burgess taking a neat catch standing up to Chris Rushworth. But that's a big wicket.
It is, because it just opens the door a little once more on the possibility of a follow-on. It'll still have to be quite a collapse. 185 is the deficit at the moment, so that means Somerset need 36 more. They need to get to 188 to make Warwickshire bat again. But let's enjoy the very polite Birmingham applause for James Rue.
49 from 75 deliveries with 4 fours. And nice innings. He has played and missed a fair number of times outside the off stump, and that time he played and didn't miss. Just got a nick through to Michael Burgess with fatal consequences.
Took a good ball to get him out, and a wicket richly deserved by Rushworth, who, like Hannon Dolby, has, well, they've led the attack and they've plugged away. Rushworth now has 3 for 28 on his comeback at Edgbaston.
It's another important partnership, this, for Somerset. With Got Josh Davey to come in next, who's a bowler who can bat, and then Jack Leach and Jake Ball. And what are the umpires up to?
Umpires have asked Archie Vaughan to run on.
Oh, with ball, it's a new ball.
Archie Vaughan with a bag of balls.
It is, yeah, it is indeed.
And, well, I would have thought Chris Rushworth would be saying, well, I quite liked that last one. Got the edge, but we are going to open this funny little, very special aluminium photographer's case in which the new balls sit. Must be running out of them, not new balls, replacement balls. I think, by my reckoning, this is the third time a ball's been replaced in the game.
Still, it's not as bad as it was it 3 years ago, back in 2022 season, when they were being changed sort of every 10 overs. That was a duff batch of balls, apparently.
Rushworth is making sure that he's in the thick of things down there. He can't say anything to the umpires, but perhaps the occasional sharp intake of breath through teeth. He's picked one out of the box.
Select,
What about this one? Everybody? That looks about the same as the last one. This one here with the very shiny gold foil on one side of it.
Nice, almost a rope around the middle of it.
Yeah. I had to bowl in a 2020 game a couple of days ago with a pink ball of uncertain origin, manufacturer-wise. I can't disgrace or abuse any particular ball manufacturer by saying who they were because I don't know, but it had no seam at all. The black thread had just been machined into the ball. There was nothing to hold. You might as well have held the leather halves. And suffice to say, I did not turn it.
Right. Well,
we get to test our Overton hypothesis now. Will he adopt his favoured aggressive approach, or will he take the Aldridge method? Can he take the Aldridge method?
Oh yeah, he certainly can. He's been batting well this season.
You said he was averaging 50, I believe, or thereabouts.
42.
42. Well, Rushworth bowls his first ball, flicks down the leg side. I think this is bat. It's going to be 4 one way or t'other. A leg glance, and he is indeed off the mark to the very first delivery. Good ball to the left-hander. Only trouble was Overton's right-handed.
He's had 2 50s, best of 95 not out, and his strike rate 76.8.
I think I remember what happened at the end of that 95 not out.
Yeah, absolutely. So will Shoaib Bashir.
At the other end, did not do his job very well. It was a why did he do that moment.
It was a wild Yahoo.
Rushworth will get his line right this time, I bet. Bowling to Overton. Outside off, Overton pushes it into the covers, where Hamza comes forward. He's straight in the thick of things, Hamza Sheikh. They haven't put him at gully or square leg. He's prowling the covers, strutting about on his championship debut, if not his first-class debut, because that was last week for England Lions against the Sri Lankans.
I tell you, we haven't had a forward short leg at any stage in either of these.
No one, not even to the spinner. No one catching in front of the wicket. Rushworth bowls, and it's inside edge, I think. Either that or it's beaten everyone. 4 more. Overton really let the bat go. It was an inside edge. And because of Rushworth's movement across the right-hander...
just short of Burgess. Just short of Burgess.
Burgess had already made his movement to the right and flung himself back as best he could, low, and tried to get his left mitt back. But the ball beat him, and it was just about on the half volley as well, I think. But a streaky moment. Craig Overton, presenter and creator of streaky moments over the last 10 years.
I dare you to say that to his face.
including with ball. Rushworth bowls to him and he drives solidly. But Ray just moves across from mid-on to field. There isn't a run, so Overton's got 2 boundaries in that over. Only one strictly where he intended it. 8 to him, 160 for 6. Somerset, and the saving the follow-on target 188.
Looks like Casey Aldridge. No, yes, Casey Aldridge needs a new bat, I think. Signalling to the dressing room to that effect.
It must be displeased with it because he's holding his old bat by the toe. And,
Yeah, Andy Miles on Twitter, just going back to that game I was talking about at Old Trafford last year when Aldridge and Rue added 192 and Lancashire, in protest at Somerset's refusal to declare, bowled their batsman. Andy says, a Lancashire supporter by me, whose mate was in the players' area, whose mate was the players' area steward, heard Abel offer Dane Villas, the Lancashire captain, a stiff target, but rather than negotiate, Villas said he wasn't interested in negotiating targets and just walked off. So there we are, two sides to every story, but Lancashire were in a big huff, that's for sure, and they gave up trying to bowl Somerset out in Somerset's second innings quite early in the piece.
yes, well, the official popular record puts that down as Somerset's fault, so
Yeah.
that is an interesting
Thank you, Andy,
alternative view.
Yep. I don't know which. I have no inside knowledge either way.
Well, whichever side was right or wrong, I never begrudge a captain saying, no, I don't want to negotiate a declaration, I want to just play a simple game of cricket. You don't have to set up a declaration.
It was a dreadfully slow pitch, absolute dead pitch. Right, it's Rob Yates to bowl another over from the Birmingham end. He's bowling to Casey Aldridge, who won't get a run this time. Is going to be cut off by Jacob Bethel on its way to mid-on. Casey Aldridge on 34. It's an important innings, this, for Aldridge and for Somerset. He needs to go on. Both Tom Lammonby and James Rue have got 40s, but no one has yet played the sort of innings that Jacob Bethel and Michael Burgess played for Warwickshire yesterday afternoon. So Aldridge back on his stumps. Quicker ball from Rob Yates. Somerset need the same sort of partnership from these two as Burgess and Bethel provided for Warwickshire for the 7th wicket. Changed the course of the Warwickshire innings. Yates in a bowls, a quicker ball, and Aldridge has to come down quickly on that delivery.
Alfie Ogbourne has another wicket for Kent as they try to keep Worcestershire within bounds. He took the 8th wicket. Joe Leach, he has 2 for 87.
Good for Alfie. Aldridge down the ground, driving that over the top for 6. Well, shades of Michael Burgess yesterday, taking on Jack Leach. And this time it's Casey Aldridge taking on Rob Yates. And handsome blow it was too. Moves on to 40, 166 for 6. Just 22 more Somerset need to avoid the follow-on.
Look what I can do, Captain. He hasn't played that sort of shot until Craig Overton's at the non-striker's end. And the umpire just wanted to have a look at the ball to make sure that a chunk hadn't been torn out of it as it landed in the stands.
Yates to Aldridge, and he gets a shorter ball this time, which he turns down to backward square leg, but Chris Rushworth is waiting for it, so there's no run.
There is a close catcher under the helmet, Hamza, but he's not in front of the bat. He's a leg slip.
Yates bowls, and this is a full length delivery, which Aldridge comes forward to, plays it up to Alex Davis at mid-on. It's the end of the Yates over. His 3rd over, he's gone for 16 runs, including the 6 off that over, struck by Casey Aldridge with his new bat. And at the end of that over, 43rd over of the innings, 166 for 6.
We feel 4 o'clock tea might be.
I was very
consistent.
interested in the regulation that you kindly sent me.
It's up, yes, it's up to the umpires. 4 o'clock would make sense. Then it would be 3 sessions of an hour and 10 minutes today, and that would make up the 8 overs we want to make up today, with a notional 8 more tomorrow, though I think tomorrow's weather will not be conducive to making up any overs. Rushworth to Overton, and he's going to get a single here to deep square, just clipping the ball off his pads. It was full and straight. But no, the regulation and the Vitality County Championship playing conditions says it's up to the umpires, and that's what happened yesterday. We thought, well, they'll wait till there's 32 overs left, and just as we were saying it,
off they came.
Off they hopped.
Well, I think it's sensible to give the umpires plenty of discretion, given the vagaries of the weather and all sorts of other things.
Aldridge now on 40, facing Rushworth, defends back down the pitch.
It's good bowling from Warwickshire. They're pitching the ball up.
Well, I think they've bowled better than Somerset, truth be told. But, it's the same pitch. The overhead conditions are less swingy today. It's not as overcast as it was yesterday, but Warwickshire's lines have been more nagging.
He's bowling well within himself as well, Chris Rushworth, concentrating on line and a full length, bowling straight or just outside the off stump.
Comes in once more. Aldridge goes for a drive, and it's a little bit in the air towards mid-wicket. The catcher would have had to be in a very unusual position, and there wasn't a catcher at all. There's a short mid-wicket and a short extra cover, but they're very conventional. I think Aldridge just checked a shot, but didn't go through with it. That Holly's stand boundary must be so tempting all the time. If you're a hitter like Michael Burgess was, you must always have it in mind how easy it would be to bump the ball over the leg side. Rushworth has Aldridge defending this time, jumping into defence in an open stance. Hamza picks up on the offside. Yeah, I agree with you that as the town grounds go, it's a good one. Edgbaston's especially good when it's full. There's no one, I think, at Edgbaston when it's full up for a test match or an international or a 100 game, if it is full for a 100 game. There's no one who feels particularly far away from the action. That's not something you get at all the big grounds. Rushworth on leg this time. The ball bobbles in the air towards square leg. Square leg is deep, so no problem for Overton. Gathers a single. Mosley fields and sort of throws his arms in the air as if to say, well, what did you expect me to do? Why are you shouting catch? It bounced 20 yards in front of me.
His job is to patrol the boundary. But they needed to have been at a conventional mid-wickets and forward square leg position.
But a team isn't a team unless there's at least one member of it, usually the wicketkeeper, who will shout catch to anything that's still in the air 5 metres away from the bat.
Ice cream van.
Yes, absolutely. That's not helping up here. Rushworth to Overton. Drops the ball again into the offside for Hamza to hoover up. I've become obsessed this summer with ice cream vans in the pursuit for the holy grail of ice lollies, the apple cider refresher.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, yeah.
There's a particular brand of apple cider refresher, a particular manufacturer, whom it is superfluous for BBC purposes to name.
Yeah.
That is head and shoulders above the others, but it's only in every other ice cream van.
Well, I remember those from my childhood. Probably a different brand, but...
Well, there's a independent petrol station at Bordrip in your hills down there, which used to stock them, and when covering a Somerset game, I would never fail to pick one up. We've dispensed with the Yates experiment. The 6 from Aldridge has put pay to it. Ed Barnard is going to come back from the Birmingham end. 168 for 6.
Jacob Bethel just warming up. Oh, don't know whether he's warming up. He's certainly going through a few practice bowling actions, so perhaps we'll see something from him. But in the meantime, as Kit Harris has just said, it's Ed Barnard from the Birmingham end. He's in bowling to Aldridge, who drives very pleasantly through the offside for 4 runs. Over pitch from Barnard, and Aldridge just transferred his weight beautifully into that shot. And eased it away through the covers for 4. 172 for 6. He moves on to 45.
Pretty. There wasn't a flourish in the follow-through. It wasn't swordsmanship. It was just deft touch. Completely safe shot. I wonder whether we might see Rhodes have a bowl. Is that something that happens these days?
Certainly, yeah.
A little bit of
medium,
nibble.
Medium pace, yeah.
Hasn't bowled yet, has he?
Barnard to Aldridge. Aldridge pulls this down to deep backward square leg and will pick up 2 runs as the throw comes in from Rushworth, and Aldridge has to look lively, but he's pretty quick between the wickets, those long legs.
That's not the first time that Aldridge has been sent down that loopy tennis ball bouncer. I've seen 3 of them, I think, and each time he hasn't tried to go for the hook. He hasn't thrown his wrists at the ball. He's just hung back, ridden the bounce, kept it under control.
Barnard to Aldridge, and this is run down to short third man, where Hamza Sheikh fields. Thought for a moment that was going to run away down to the third man boundary, but cut off by Hamza Sheikh. It's a single, takes Aldridge on to 48, 175 for 6, 13 more to avoid the follow-on. 2 Somerset batsmen have succumbed in the 40s. Lammonby for 44 and James Rue for 47. This is cut away by Overton, just be a single. 176 for 6.
Do you, as a Somerset expert, a regular, see Aldridge becoming the new Gregory, as it were, in the fullness of time?
He needs to step up with his bowling. Barnard in and bowls, and Aldridge drives that up to Alex Davies. He needs to be worth his place as either a batsman or a bowler.
But it did take Gregory a while to get into that zone.
Not really. He's always been worth his place as a bowler. I know he started his career as a batsman, but he was taking wickets for Somerset. His very first appearance for them against Pakistan back in 2009, he took 4 wickets. There's a single here for Aldridge, who moves on to 49. 177 for 6, just 11 runs more are needed to avoid the possibility of the follow-on. I mean, you know, if he can become as effective a bowler as Lewis Gregory has been throughout Gregory's career, then he will be a tremendous asset, because he is a more than useful batsman, as we have seen this afternoon. But I don't think he's good enough as a batsman to be played purely as a batsman, and he's not good enough as a bowler to be a batsman who bowls a bit. He's got to be a genuine all-rounder, and he's got the potential to be that, no doubt about it.
He's on 49, facing Rushworth. Keeper standing up, and he's chipped it away past the keeper. Now, these are extras, I think. It's come off something. Buys. Zipped down the leg side. Aldridge shaped to play. Clearly he missed it. It's taken some part of Burgess. He seems to be all right. He's on his haunches, but he's getting up now. 4 buys. Harsh, because that was a tricky ball to take. There aren't exactly footmarks for it to explode out of, but Rushworth...
Aldridge was worried he was going to get stumped.
He scrambled to get back. Mind you, that would be some stumping, wouldn't it?
It would, but then Aldridge didn't know quite how much it had done off the pitch.
Rushworth tries again. This time Aldridge drives. He's going to get his 50 this time. He's going to get 2, may even be 4. They're racing back for the second as Hamza Sheikh tears after the ball. Drags it in all that long distance away towards the west. 3 runs to Aldridge. 52 he has. 83 balls, and it's been a very important innings in terms of saving Somerset from, well, distinctly possible defeat had they succumbed for under 188. As things stand, It's pushed this game back towards draw territory if tomorrow is, as we expect, nigh on a washout. Rushworth now bowls to Overton. Oh, he goes for a full-blooded shot and it's managed to inside edge it between leg stump and his back leg. Long leg restricts the runs to a single. Overton was going for the big shot through the covers there. Lucky not to play on. It could have gone anywhere. He goes to 11 off 8.
Second 50 of the season for Casey Aldridge, and the fourth of his career to go with that century against Lancashire last year.
Well, for Somerset.
Oh, indeed. Of course, one for the England Lions as well. So it's the fifth half century of his career.
We've had a defensive shot between times. Overton defending Rushworth. Well, I don't want to mess with your head, Anthony, but it was he's also scored 100, which may not be in.
Yeah.
But
yeah. As distinct from the 100.
Yes, I'm sure everyone understands what's meant by that. But it was a quick 100 he scored for England Lions, having not had much bowling to do. Rushworth to Overton. Oh, and that's a good leave alone outside off stump with the keeper standing up. Rushworth bowling an immaculate line and length there. Overton could have been forgiven for playing at that, but he's read where his off stump is very quickly.
Don't think it is Overton, is it? I think the scoreboard's got it wrong.
Overton short sleeves, non-strikers end. You're right, it is Aldridge. Big 7, just about visible on the non-striker's shirt underneath his short sleeve sweater. So there'll be some unpicking to do in Stat Badger Towers. They've sorted it out now. Last ball of the over. And another defensive shot from Aldridge, who finishes that set from Rushworth on 52. Somerset 185 for 6. 5 minutes to 4, and we think the most likely time that the umpires will have decided the tea interval will be. At Manchester, Anthony, Sri Lanka, as well as having Chandimal retired hurt, struck on the thumb by Wokes, have now lost their 4th wicket.
Dear.
They will also, those teams at Old Trafford, be conscious of a likely washout in the north. In fact, I think the whole of Britain is going to be underwater tomorrow, I think.
That's a cheerful thought.
Sorry, I shouldn't say that to a man of the levels. It means a different thing down where you live.
Summer floods are mercifully fairly rare, but hugely damaging when they occur, because the water, because it's warm, has less oxygen in it. So if the water's on the fields for any length of time, it kills the grass and any crops. But I don't think we're threatened with any flooding, mercifully.
Yes, it's been a particularly hot summer, although next week may be an exception, but it hasn't been a particularly wet one either. Oh, hello.
Another blooming ball change. God, dear.
The balls are being called for.
Are they going to go off for tea?
It might be, you know. A little wave from Alex Wharf.
Don't know what Wharf is waving for.
Maybe they want to give the ball a trim. Maybe it just needs a little. No, on comes the bag. Little photographer's lens box full of balls. Those must be photographer's boxes. There's no way they're manufactured specially for carrying spare balls around. I think that's a lens container. Or back in the day, a slide box. Did you used to have boxes of slides at home, Gibbo?
Yeah, I do. Yes, yeah.
Sorting. Have you still have them, or have
no,
you had them all transferred?
All transferred. And they found a ball that is to their liking, at least it's to umpire O'Shaughnessy's liking, or at least he's going to show it to the batsman.
I believe now we've had 6 balls in the game to date. 2 new. 7 balls, because Somerset took a new ball
Yeah, we had
this morning.
four. Yeah, four in the Somerset, in the Warwickshire innings, and
So
3 now in the Somerset innings.
So 3 out of the bag and brand new, and 4 out of the case used. Of course, we can't be sure. At some point, one of the new balls we've put back in the case is going to come back out again.
Right, what I suspect will be the last over before tea. It's Ed Barnard to Craig Overton, who turns that into the onside. Somerset just 3 runs away from saving the follow-on. And having saved the follow-on, they can probably afford to play with a little bit more freedom, although I can't imagine that Craig Overton will feel too inhibited by the situation. He'll just play his natural game. Barnard is in and bowls to him, and he's forward, playing around his front pad, but perfectly safely off the middle of the bat up to Hannon Dalby at mid-on. 152 Somerset trail by. They need to get that down to 149.
I shall feel a bit short-changed if I'm up in Birmingham for 2 days and I don't see anyone scoring 100.
Well, at least one of the Somerset batsmen has scored 50, and so Casey Aldridge, as Overton drives this up to Hannon Dalby again, a little bit more power this time. So I've got a front runner for my interviewee of the day.
Ah, yes, you've got to choose the player of the day, haven't you?
I have, and it would have been a toss-up between Tom Lamonby and James Rue, but now that Casey Aldridge has reached his 50, and I can talk to him about the way the wicket is playing as far as the bowlers are concerned as well. As Barnard is in and bowls to Overton, who gets a ball that doesn't perhaps bounce quite as much as he was expecting. Not sure whether he actually played at it or whether he drew his bat inside the line. No, he did play at it. A sort of convulsive jab at the ball at the very last moment. I think he was hoping he wouldn't have to play at it, but in the end, I was worried it might take out his off stump. Barnard in bowls, and he's turning this away through the onside. Should be a couple of, no, just the single, as it goes too quickly out to Michael Ray to allow them to pinch a second run. 186 for 6, Overton on to 12.
I did this yesterday, so let's do it again. This could be the last ball before tea. I made some comment before the close where there's 4 overs.
Crikey, look, we've got
4 overs left, and off they walked.
The last session is going to be 44 overs, light permitting. It's ridiculous, isn't it?
Well, how's that happened? Because Warwickshire are level with their required over rate.
Well, it's all this fannying about with ball changes.
32, 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock, 32. Well, I don't know how that adds up like that.
Right, what may be the last ball before lunch is before tea. It's Barnard to Aldridge, who won't get a run, and it is the last ball before tea. Umpire O'Shaughnessy just tipping the bails off at the non-striker's end. So Somerset go into tea, 186 for 6. They're 151 runs behind Warwickshire, and within 2 runs of saving the follow-on. And for that they have 3 batsmen predominantly to thank, namely Tom Lamonby, who scored 44 before he went for a pull shot to Oliver Hannon Dalby, got a top edge and was caught by Chris Rushworth. James Rue, who made a very pleasant 49 from 75 deliveries before he got a nick to a ball from Chris Rushworth and was very well caught standing up by Michael Burgess. And Casey Aldridge, 52 not out from 87 deliveries, fulfilling on his undoubted
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Edgbaston, which is sun-soaked as the players retake the pitch for the last session of the day. It's going to be quite a long session. 44 overs remain. And Somerset, in reply to Warwickshire's 337 or 186 for 6, they will resume with Casey Aldridge on 52. Overcame a bit of a sketchy start to bat really well and keep his side afloat. And Craig Overton, as captain, has 12. Warm welcome back to you, whether you're listening in Somerset or Warwickshire or Saddleback. You're very welcome, and hopefully we get another really gripping session. It's been a terrific cricket match so far, fluctuating all the way. And alongside me to describe this next passage of play, which is going to start with Jacob Bethel bowling his spin, is Phil Britt.
Yes, so Jacob Bethel getting his first bowl, and Warwickshire obviously had a chat and decided to give young Bethel go straight after tea. So he's bowling from the pavilion end. He's on his way in and bowls, and plays this first ball back down the wicket. Haven't seen a huge amount of Bethel with the ball this season. Couldn't bowl last year because he had that stress fracture of the back, I think it was, wasn't it, which prevented him. He's in, bowls. This is turned off his legs to just behind square on the onside, and there's no run.
Of course, we haven't seen a huge amount of spin at Edgbaston this season, have we? It really has been seam dominated, and
yep.
Danny Briggs, even the specialist spinner, left out of the team.
So Warwickshire relying on him and Yates. This one is hit over the top, hard and high, over long on, and gone all the way for 6. So the first scoring shot of the afternoon, and beautifully picked up and cleanly hit. So takes total onto 192 for 6.
I was about to say actually that this is a tempter for Craig Overton, isn't it?
Yeah.
With no players back on the straight boundary, and he fell for that one, didn't he? Was socking it into the pavilion. 18
he moves to. That's Bethel in. That's a big shout for LBW, and no response from Alex Wolf behind the umpire. He went back on that one and trapped all. Must just be missing leg stump, I would have thought, Brian. Either that or he got an inside edge onto it.
It did look a little leg side, I think, but it did look awkward, wasn't it? Because he was right back on his stumps.
Yeah. So Overton again survives that one as Bethel in, and Overton launches this one away into the offside, and that's going to run away towards the cover boundary. It's been collected inside by Ray. Michael Ray running round the boundary. So it's 2 more to the total, 194 for 6. Overton goes on to 20 with that shot. Bethel in again, and this is going to be more runs, and another chase for Ray, has to come around again and picks it up, and 2 more. So expensive first over after tea. Somerset moved on to 196 for 6. And Overton took a little bit of a liking to that there. Clive, Brian?
Yeah, it's an interesting move, isn't it? When you think of the options that are available to Alex Davis. We've got Ollie Hannon-Dolby coming on at the pavilion end. Chris Rushworth has bowled beautifully for his 3 wickets. And hasn't been bowled to death, so you'd think there's another spell in here. Maybe they just thought they'd give spin a little outing to see what it would achieve. By the evidence of that first over, it might be quite a brief look at spin, because they wouldn't want too many more overs like that. Somerset, think you can give Somerset some momentum. Hannon-Dolby, Mr. Reliable, to begin again from the city end, and Aldridge nudges this one into the deep on the offside. There's a man in front of the Hollies stand there, so just a single to Casey Aldridge, moves to 53.
Earlier on, Rob Yates's 3 overs went for 16. So not huge success so far with the spin. So 4 overs between them for 26.
Similarly, Jack Leach for Somerset was
Yeah.
roughed up a little bit, so I think we're going to see a lot of seam in this match. And we'll actually have a few good seam options. Here's one of them. Hannon Dolby in, and that keeps it a little bit low, I think. Missed attempted to cut by Overton. Hannon Dolby 1 for 35. Chris Rushworth 342 from 12 overs. He's come back from a 4 months absence and been right back on the button. As always, very impressive professional cricketer, Chris Rushworth. Ed Barnard 2 for 46. Couple of wickets in quick-fire fashion early on to put Somerset under pressure. Michael Ray 0 for 38 from 10. Haven't seen Will Rhodes yet. With the
No,
ball.
I'm just going to say that.
Hannon Dolby in again, and this is a defensive shot from Overton, who's on 22, and as was the case about this time yesterday, the lower order is digging in a bit. Really good stuff from James Rue, made 49. He's not a lower order, of course, but he led the middle order resistance. And Casey Aldridge and Craig Overton have now added 45 already for the 7th wicket. 140 behind Somerset. Here comes Hannon Dolby. Clipped firmly up to mid-on, but too firmly for them to risk a single.
Warwickshire aren't behind on the over rate, so there was no real need to. It wasn't done for that purpose to speed up the overs through.
Well, we'll see if he gets a second over. I mean, they may well have thought that he could lure Overton into an error, and of course there was an LBW
There was
shout.
one shout, yeah.
Do you think he'll get a second over, Phil? I'm not sure that.
No, I don't.
I'm not sure that I would be going up that road. Hannon Dolby is in again. Overton drives without moving his feet, but gets it right in the middle of the bat.
It may be, depends on who's actually at that end. If he gets a single or he gets up to the other end so that he would be facing, I think there might be a change.
But even that 10 runs in that over, it's given Somerset a bit of post-team momentum.
Yes,
and
exactly.
140 is a fair old number to be trailing by, but a couple of good partnerships, and they're not too far off parity. So,
Yep.
Hannon Dolby is in again. This is pleasantly driven by Overton up to the offside sweeper, and Overton will keep the strike. So if
Now we'll see.
Mr. Bethel is going to take
He's
the ball again.
He's walking towards it and taking a sweater off. So I can only assume he is. So he's going to have a second over.
Okay, now this is going to be interesting. Is Craig Overton going to restrain himself, or is he going to try and land another one in the pavilion?
I think you're probably going to need to have a man back at long on the boundary at long on, I would have thought. At the moment, he hasn't got anybody. Alex Davis hasn't put anybody back. So he's going for the hit drive.
I guess that's the temptation, isn't it?
Yeah.
Go for it and either sky it or miss it. Here comes Bethel again, and Overton drives in orthodox fashion all along the ground to Alex Davis at mid-off. Just one slip, shortish mid-wicket, square leg, mid-on and mid-off for both, saving one. Will Overton swing those big muscular arms again? Not this time, it's a very solid, watchful forward defensive.
You do feel though there's a shot, big shot, just waiting to come out there.
Yeah, he's itching to have another go.
Especially now that the follow-on's been avoided, that really need to. But they will play some shots.
Here comes Bethel, and this is clipped through mid-wicket. That's well fielded by
Ed Barnard, I think.
Ed Barnard down there, one of Warwickshire's handful of very, very fine fielders, and he just almost on the boundary, but it was travelling quite swiftly, and a sliding stop and throw all in one movement from Ed Barnard.
I don't think he did his left knee a lot of good.
No,
He's
just flexing it, isn't
flexing, yeah. They don't want to lose him at this stage.
Overton moves to 24, Aldridge to face Bethel, and goes back and gets the middle of the bat on it, but it's a rather ungainly stroke, which elicits cries of exasperation from behind the wicket.
His left leg had gone back a long way towards what should have been the square leg umpire. The square leg umpire hasn't bothered to move. He's
That's
on the
right,
open
yeah.
side.
Indeed, that's a good spot, Phil. As Bethel is in again, a little bit short, and Aldridge plays it off the back foot up to extra cover. Yes, there's no short leg field that would be in the way of the square legs. He should jolly well move over.
And we haven't
shouldn't
got a left hand right hand
No,
combination.
That's right. I'll have a word later.
And the sun's not shining.
Nope.
Trying
No
to think of
possible reason other than sloth. This is driven by Aldridge, and it goes very close to the square leg umpire standing at point, and a single for Casey Aldridge raises Somerset's 200, and 6 men have perished in pursuit of it, but from 65 for 5, I think they'd take 200 for 6.
Yep.
And
Exactly 50 over, so 4 and over. They're going along now.
it's been relatively comfortable since tea, hasn't it?
Yeah,
These
it
two
doesn't-
ticking along nicely, and
Well, I think it's been fairly comfortable, really, Brian, since just after lunch. James Rue was the only wicket to go after they lost the 5th wicket just after lunch, and Lamby was out. But then Rue batted well with Aldrich, and now Overton's replaced him. It hasn't looked hard going. Here's Hannon Dolby, comes in from the Birmingham end, and this one is played down into the ground by Aldrich, and he just looks to make sure it's not going to run into his stumps. And it's retrieved by Yates, comes running in from slip. Bright sunshine here as we look 200 for 6, and Warwickshire looking to try and wrap this innings up, and Somerset looking to get as many as they can before they do, as this one is just played away down to backward point where Barnard fields and there's no run.
Chris Rushworth has looked the most dangerous bowler. Ed Barnard bowled a couple of really good overs up top. We haven't seen him for a while, have we? So
No.
not sure how long Alex Davis will persist with a spinner, but Aldridge and Overton at the moment batting very nicely, very relatively comfortably.
It's Hannon Dolby looking to try and get that breakthrough. He's in, and this is just worked away into the offside. Barnard has to come in again and do the fielding, but Aldridge gets under the single. He goes to 55. Overton's on 24, and Somerset 201 for 6, which, as Brian said, is an awful lot better than it was straight after lunch when it was 65 for 5. The crowd today has been okay. It's certainly not a massive crowd by any means. That's Hannon Dolby in. Oh, he bowled him! Apps at the end of Overton. So the Somerset skipper goes. Oliver Hannon Dolby gets his 2nd wicket, and Overton trudges off the field. And Warwickshire get their 7th wicket. 201 for 7, Somerset. A big breakthrough. Just as we were saying, they were looking like they were going along quite nicely.
Indeed, the partnership ends at 49, and it's credit to Hannon Dolby there. He does keep that pressure on, doesn't he? Not much is happening with the ball. All he can do is keep bowling as accurately and as well as possible, and that was the classic example. I think Overton was a bit confused as to how that one got through. I don't know whether it took a bit of glove or pad on the way, but Overton has
just
gone.
Watching the replay from Hannon Dolby, and there was a little bit of an inside edge which went into his off stump, but there was a gap. He played as Overton came forward, the bat and pad were not together, but it caught into the off stump. Overton has gone, so I would think that might bring about a change of bowling at this end, and a Rushworth or somebody like that coming back into the attack. So Josh Davey, the new batsman, coming out to join Casey Aldrich.
With the new batsman coming in, there may be a case for getting Chris Rushworth back into the attack if he's got it in him. I mean, it is his first bowl in first-class cricket since the 3rd week in April, so Warwickshire will be very careful not to aggravate anything. He's looked perfectly fit and solid in his 12 overs so far, 3 wickets. The temptation must be just to say, come on Chris, one more spell and perhaps we can go through this tail.
Well, the conditions are a bit better for him now than they were in that ice box in April, wasn't it? It was when he broke down. Gosh, it was a cold April. So here's Hannon Dolby to the new batsman, Josh Davey, and his first ball is played by Davey up to mid-on, where it's fielded, and is that Chris Benjamin on the field there at mid-on? I'm just looking. I think there may be a substitute fielder on Brian for Warwickshire. Just have a look in a minute when he turns around again. Hannon Dolby has got one more ball to go in this, his 12th over, as he looks to try and get a further breakthrough. He comes charging in, bowls, and that beats Davey. Just looking at that, it looked like it cut back at him and cut through, and in the end a good take by Michael Burgess, because he wouldn't have had much view of that at all. It went through. So a really good over from Oliver Hannon Dolby. It's the end of the 51st over, 201 for 7.
The remarkable Ollie Hannon Dolby, 34 wickets this season now, so on course maybe for 50 again. And Jake Bethel is going to stay on, which is intriguing. But how superb has Hannon Dolby been for Warwickshire in the last decade, or particularly the last 6 or 7 years?
Yep.
A Warwickshire career, of course, which began after Yorkshire. One of his very early performances, of course, was batting out for a draw at Taunton with a broken arm.
Broken arm with Ricky Clark, I think it was.
It was. Bethel again flights this one nicely, and Aldridge leans into a defensive shot. Yes, that was a tremendous game of cricket, wasn't it? I think Somerset didn't enforce the follow-on.
They didn't enforce it, and in the end, probably left to regret it.
Bethel again, left arm around the wicket, a little bit short, cut away by Aldridge, but straight to shake at point. Yes, Ricky Clark, that's right, batted magnificently for 2 or 3 hours, and I think Ollie Hannon Dolby had to survive for about 40 minutes. And he didn't know, I think, he hadn't had the x-ray by then. It transpired there that he was batting with a broken arm. They make them hard in Halifax, don't they? Good length ball from Bethel, which Aldridge just pushes into the offside. Aldridge on 55, and now just with a lower order for company, so a lot of responsibility on Casey Aldridge. Bethel, and again, good delivery. Right on the middle stump, good length, and Aldridge forward in defence.
Now, they're just bringing them in as I'm about to speak. They've had a long on and a long off for Aldridge, but they didn't have them for Overton when he was bowling to Overton.
And indeed a square legger, then they've all come in to save one. This is down the leg side, and quite wide the bowler, and well, I don't know, the wicketkeeper got too excited. The ball drifted down leg stump, and a attempted leg glance didn't connect, but I don't think there was any jeopardy there for the batsman.
The bat was miles away from that one.
And now mid-wicket comes, and so they are inviting Casey Aldridge to have a hit from this last ball, because there's there were 4 guys on the boundary early in the over, there's now none on the leg side. Here's Bethel again, and it's a reverse sweep. That's clever batting, and that's 4 runs. That's lovely play from Casey Aldridge. Picked it early, connected with it perfectly, and good batting. Aldridge goes to 59, 205 for 7.
Yes, picked that up, lovely shot, wasn't it? And just guided it away. So 205 for 7. Takes Casey Aldridge on to 59, and that's come off exactly 100 balls. I think Warwickshire will be reasonably would be happy that they've got a chance of bowling against Davy than they had with Aldrich, as Alan Dolby starts a new over from the Birmingham end. He's in and bowls, and Davy is solidly defending that one back past the outstretched hand of Hannon Dolby as he follows through and goes up to the captain Davis up at mid-off.
I think Warwickshire would love to press this decent position home into a victory, because the things are looking rather interesting in the relegation picture at the moment elsewhere in the country. Worcestershire right on top of Kent, 447 in reply to Kent's 171. Lancashire and Nottinghamshire.
And Dolby in bowls, and this again is played up to Davis at mid-off.
Who are directly above Warwickshire in the table, are getting hammered at the moment. So if Warwickshire could win this game or even get good points from a draw, then suddenly they'd be in a much stronger position with Kent at home to play next week. And with respect to Kent at the moment, that looks like a win.
Yeah, well, I think from Warwickshire's point of view, they've got to, if they don't get anything out of this game, then they've got to break the duck against Kent. This one is played to Bethel at mid-wicket, there's no run. If the weather is going to come in, who knows whether that actually will materialise, but if this game does end, perhaps is affected by it, and we don't get a positive result, then that will be 10 games Warwickshire will have played, and they've got one more home game against Essex after the Kent game, so 2 more home games, and then they've got away fixtures against Worcestershire and Nottinghamshire. This one is played again up to date, so they've got matches apart from Essex against teams down at the foot of the table as well after this one.
Yes, they will be aiming to be safe long before the last game, but that last game at Nottinghamshire could potentially be very important. Nottinghamshire, who when they played at Edgbaston earlier in the season, I remember being on commentary for that and tipping them to be chasing the championship.
That's
well,
right.
they played rather well in that game, but
Yep.
it hasn't quite worked out. Nottinghamshire is very enigmatic, aren't they? They got some good cricketers, but somehow they don't seem to gel as a unit very often.
And Dolby in and bowls, and David defends this one. He's been stout in defence in this over, and it's that's gone into their white ball cricket as well, hasn't it, this year, particularly in the blast. They really struggled in the blast, and they were good enough to beat Warwickshire in the one-day cup at Rugby School. They won that game and won that game well, but it's been a funny season for them. Few changes there, of course, and in personnel this season from last. And Dolby in again, his final ball of the over. He's in. Davy fetches this one, tennis racket style, down to backward square leg. They come back for a second, and a good throw might have from Hamza Sheikh might have put Davy under pressure, but he gets back for 2, having slapped it from a short delivery, which possibly was way over head height, pulled it from just outside off stump down to backward square leg. 2 to him, so he's on his way. 207 for 7, and we've had 53 overs. We've still got 38 overs remaining in the day.
Maybe that's why Jake Bethel's having a few, just to...
I don't get this. Sorry, Brian, cut across you. When Warwickshire are now -1 on the over rate, yet they bowled the spinner at this end since tea, and at tea they were level, I think. So how does that work? Surely, if you take the seam out, you'd get your overs through quicker with a spinner, you would think. I don't understand it.
Cricket wouldn't be half of the game it was if we understood it, would it? Full of idiosyncrasies. Bethel begins an over from the pavilion end with a short ball outside the off stump. He got away with one there as
Yeah,
Aldridge just slaps a long hop to extra cover, and there's no run. But it was very, very slow arriving. I think that's what confused or prevented Aldridge from really hammering that one. A very slow long hop. Here comes Jacob Bethel again. Again, it's a bit short on the back foot. Aldridge goes and eases it out to Michael Ray. in the distance at cover for a single. Aldridge moves to 60. He's passed 800 first-class runs in this innings, and maybe just eyeing now, just close enough to start thinking about, could this be the second first-class century of his career? Plenty of work to do to get there.
Doesn't work, Brian.
Hey? What? Oh, I think I've been the. No, I'm not in opposition. I am like Kit. I am neutral as they come. Worked away to the leg side by Aldridge. Anthony off air is, I think, accusing me of trying to be commentator's curse on Casey Aldridge, but I think he's batted really well, and if he can get a century, it would be a terrific effort and such an important one for his team.
Absolutely.
Because I think they'd be in front if Casey Aldridge can stay that long. Bethel is in again, leg side delivery, which is tickled away down to the leg side deep field by Aldridge, moves to 62. Oh no, the scoreboard would beat me again, 61. That scoreboard is like lightning, isn't it? In fact, I'm sure on several occasions they have the run up before the ball's been bowled. They know what's going to happen.
The one which really gets me is you go to look and see what the figures were for the bowler, and it's off the last ball, and it's already changed to the bowler at the other end.
Bethel in again, quick delivery, which Davey tries to angle down to third man and misses. That was a very quick, slow delivery. Mid-wicket goes back out to the fence for this last ball of the over. Bethel 4 overs after this delivery, which is played straight back to him. 4 overs for 19. I'm still not quite pinned down the logic of bowling Jake Bethel at this stage.
Doesn't look particularly threatening to them, does he? It doesn't look, like the ball doesn't appear to. Well, in fact, to be fair, he's bowling too many short balls to be able to get any turn. If there is any turn there, you certainly won't get it from pitching it half to 2/3 of the way down the wicket.
And I get that you want to try spin and see what happens, and I also get that you want to give the seamers a rest, but I think there are enough seamers around perhaps to rotate them. What we don't know, is there an injury that's preventing Will Rhodes from bowling?
Well,
I'm not aware of one.
I'm intrigued because normally Will would be into the attack and often has come on first or second change. Obviously wouldn't with Michael Ray playing come on as first change, but you would thought he would have been in and had a few overs, so perhaps he has an injury. Hannon Dolby obviously hasn't. He starts his 14th over, he's in again and bowls, and this is going to be dabbed away behind through backward point for a single by Aldrich. So he gets another one. He goes on to 62. And Somerset on to 211 for 7. Next week's games are still an 11 o'clock start, aren't they? Because it's still August. Yeah, and then we go into September. So any games in September come forward to a 10:30 start. Here's Hannon Dolby bowls, and this is pushed up to Davis at mid-off, and there's no run. Gosh, I spent a fair bit of time today arranging with volunteers for when we'd start winter work. It doesn't seem 5 minutes since we actually finished last winter's work and the cricket season was starting, and here we are coming up towards the last month now.
Well, a true sign of autumn as well is when JT in the car park's got his woolly hat on for the first time this season.
Hannon Dolby bowls, and it's again stoutly defended. He's
Regular,
solid and in defence, doesn't he?
Indeed, he does. Regular attendees at Edgbaston, of course, will be well aware that JT has been manning the car park for, I think, 35 years. And when the woolly hat goes on for the first time in the year, as it did this morning, because he stands out there all day, of course, so he's a good barometer of the temperature. You know that it's autumn officially.
It was a bit chilly out there this morning, though, when I wound the window down to speak to him. And Dolby bowls, and David drives up to mid on rather, and there's no run. Just gone a little bit quiet at the moment, 211 for 7. That little flurry of runs straight after tea, prior to the dismissal of the Somerset skipper, has been slowed down since Davy joined Aldrich. It's just been a few singles. Overton was the wicket to go. As Hannon Dolby comes in looking to try and get another breakthrough, he's bowls. Ooh, that was a well-judged leave there by Josh Davy. In fact, in the end, it actually was further away from his off stump than my first reaction.
I think it must have been further away than it looked to us, because you would think these days cricketers, if it goes close, there's lots of oohs and ahs, and there wasn't really much there.
No. In fact, the angle we're looking down at is sort of over where leg slip would be, looking over their head. It looked a little closer. Hannah Dolby comes in and bowls. This is played rather awkwardly but solidly. Up again to mid-on, another dot ball, end of another over from Hannon Dolby. He's 2 for 41 from 14.
211 for 7. It's not an imposing total, but it's a pretty decent effort from 0 for 2 and from 65 for 5. Somerset have dug in really well in the second half of this day. Tom Lammonby 44, James Rue 49, Craig Overton 24, and now Aldridge and Davy. Aldridge on 62, Josh Davy just 3, but 16 balls in, and he's prevented the succession of quick wickets which Warwickshire are after. Jake Bethel's intriguing spell continues. 4 overs for 19 so far. Bowls an off-stump delivery which is hammered out to point by Casey Aldridge.
Jake Bethel got his maiden first-class wicket during the season, didn't he? But he hasn't got too many in total under his belt. So,
has he added a second one to it yet?
I'm not sure he has.
Bethel is in again and stroked it to cover. He's bowling perfectly respectably. But there isn't much turn there. So it's a lot to ask of. I mean, an England spinner like Leach was roughly treated. So Bethel bowls a good delivery, this one, which demands respect from Aldridge and receives it, just defends into the leg side.
He has 7 first-class wickets on total. So doing him a misservice.
Well, he could be up to 10 by the end of this over with a hat-trick, but it's not going to happen because this one is worked away to the leg side boundary by Aldridge for a single. Well-populated leg side boundary. Less so now that Davy is going to be on strike. In fact, they're all coming in. One to leg slip, one to square leg. Game just drifting a little bit, I think, from Warwickshire's perspective here. Somerset have been allowed, this partnership's only added 11 runs, but it's still intact. And I just wonder whether Warwickshire are pressing hard enough here. Bethel in again, and Davy pushes it out into the offside. You've got Rushworth, you've got Barnard, you've got Rhodes, and you've got, of course, Michael Ray, who was erratic, but he has the pace you think that could do some damage to a lower order. Bethel is in again, and Davy just pushes it into the offside. Another over slips by. Somerset survive comfortably. 212 for 7, trailed by 125.
So Josh Davies faced 18 balls since he came in. Very solid. He got the 3 runs. Just helping Somerset just make sure that they don't lose another wicket in a clatter. They're just rebuilding. And whilst Casey Aldrich is there, he's on 63, then they'll still be very hopeful of getting close to, if not overtaking, the Warwickshire total of 237. Sorry, 337, but knocked 100 runs off them. So Hannon Dolby continues into his 15th over, coming in from the Birmingham end bowl, and this one is played flat bat into the mid-wicket area, just working it through with no great power, and Bethel does the fielding, prevents the single. 212 for 7 it remains. I think most of the crowd seems to have stayed on at 5 o'clock time. There's still loads of cricket left in the day, and with the way the weather is, I think we're going to get quite a good chunk of the remaining overs in. And Dolby comes in and bowls, and this forward comes into the offside, and there's no run. Once you're here again next week, I assume the wicket which they'll be playing on is the one 2 strips across towards the Hollies stand, which at the moment has a matting over it. But I think that's probably the pitch, the wicket for the next county game here, Brian.
Yes, it looks like it. Enormous pressure on the square, isn't there,
Yeah,
at Edgbaston during the season now.
And Dolby in bowls. This is going to be runs down to fine leg, just a bit short ball. He stepped inside it and helped it on its way down to Michael Ray, who's waiting down there. But one more to the total, 213 for 7.
And Anthony was mentioning, of course, earlier on yesterday, was it that Somerset being a Tier A team for the women's cricket next year, Taunton will have to find a few more pitches, and Warwickshire, of course, are going to have a women's team as well. So even more pressure on Edgbaston Square.
I wonder whether all their matches will be here, or whether some might be up at Portland Road.
Possibly. I think they'd certainly like 1 or 2 at headquarters.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah. And Dolby in and bowls, and this is through, goes right through Davy and through to Burgess, and he looks back quickly, but there was no touch on it, and Burgess looks to the sky as if to say, how did he not get a nick on that? Of course, the pitches as well used with that Legends tournament, which was on in July, and I'm not sure whether that's going to be a regular feature, because it was certainly the finals and the India-Pakistan games were sellouts. And Dolby in. This is looked back at. Initially, it looked like he got that right out the meat of the bat, but it was hit again, not quite timed from Davy, and it ends up another dot ball, 213 for 7. I think that competition is going to be strengthened for next season. So whether it's all going to be at Edgbaston again, I don't know. Warwickshire have the test against India at the beginning of July.
That's going to be an annual event, is it?
Well, I did hear some talk that it might become an annual event. Whether it's going to always be in England, I presume it will be if it's going to be at this time of year because of the television scheduling. And Dolby in, and that was quickly across that hurried Davy and pushed it back out into the offside. Another dot ball, 213 for 7. Davy remains on 3 and Aldrich on 64.
Yes, this match has produced lots of incident and lots of entertainment. It's safe to say it's going through a quiet phase at the moment. Jake Bethel's spell is over, and Ed Barnard is to come back into the attack, and I would suggest that isn't a bad move. The match has sort of been on pause for the last 20 minutes, and not really anything happening at all. And Somerset will be happy with that because they just need to retrench and keep wickets intact, and they've just helped themselves to not many, but a few runs. And in a relatively low-scoring game, that's a very useful thing to do. But Ed Barnard normally makes things happen. And he's back in the attack from the Pavilion end and starts with a middle stump delivery, which Aldridge works away to mid-wicket. No run there, just one slip for Ed Barnard. The ball now 57 overs old. A point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Man sweeping on both sides of the ground and a long leg. Barnard in again, slightly short of a length and handsomely driven up to mid-off by Casey Aldridge.
Yes, it's been a strange 20 minutes, hasn't it, since Overton was out. But Warwickshire kept the run rate down, but there's been no sort of forcing, or nothing trying to be created, no fielding sort of pushing people into potential attacking positions.
Barnard in again, good delivery, but Aldridge is forwarded with bat and pad locked together, and this partnership so far has yielded 12 runs in 7 overs, so we're just in a little bit of a stalemate at the moment.
I think the wicket is, there's not a huge amount left in this wicket though, Brian. It's looking like playing easier.
It is, as he's swiped away off his hit by Aldridge for a single to the leg side sweeper. He moves to 65. There are just passages of play, aren't there, when you wonder how 17 wickets have fallen relatively quickly.
Yeah.
Because when the sun comes out and the ball gets soft, batting is relatively straightforward. And there have been a few top order wickets that were quite frivolously surrendered. Tom Kohler-Cadmill's name springs to mind. He's bowled him. There's the wicket that Warwickshire have been striving for. Ed Barnard strikes his clean bowled. Josh Davey, his off stump leans back. I think he was yorked. Really good pacey delivery. And as soon as Ed Barnard comes back in to the attack, something happens. Something good for Warwickshire. Davey bowled for 3, and Somerset 214 for 8, still 123 behind.
Right, it's 5 o'clock. I shall make way for Anthony Gibson to come back in, and leave you with that on. It's always a good time to go when there's a wicket fallen.
Welcome back, Anthony, as Josh Davey reaches the shadows in the gloaming beneath us. And Jack Leach comes to the crease with a bit of batting to do. I think a lead of 100 would be immensely valuable. Somerset will need to chip away at this deficit, won't they, Anthony?
They will, and they need another 36 runs for a batting point. And they'll be disappointed if they don't get this. Archie Vaughan just coming off the ground, looking quite like his father. He's taller and thinner than Dad Michael, but fine young cricketer. Tremendous fielding display he put in the Metrobank One-Day Cup semi-final against Leicestershire.
Why is he at Somerset then, Anthony?
Because he went to school at Millfield. And so he was in the Somerset pathway, and hopefully he will commit his future to Somerset, because he's a genuine talent. He's not in the side just because he's his father's son.
Well, he is going to watch Jack Leach face his first ball. He's just got one delivery of this Ed Barnard over to survive. 3 for 47, Ed Barnard, yet again having an impact on a match. All formats for Warwickshire, Ed Barnard affects things in a good way. Here he comes around the wickets, and it's a good delivery on middle stump, and Leach is off the mark. First ball, he'll keep the strike with a single. He's on 1, Aldridge has 65, but a successful over for Warwickshire and Ed Barnard. Somerset 215 for 8, chasing 337 for first innings parity.
Well, we've got 33 overs remaining in the day, so at 16 overs an hour, that will take us to around about 10 past 7, light permitting, and I don't actually see any reason at the moment why the light shouldn't permit, as Brian Halford makes way for Kit Harris. Brian will be back at 5:30. Phil Britt will be back for a final half hour at 6 o'clock. And in the meantime, we're going to have some Michael Ray from the Birmingham end. Be interesting to see if Casey Aldridge changes his approach. Don't think he will while he's got Jack Leach at the other end. It might be a different matter if and when Jake Ball arrives in the middle. But Jack Leach, as we know, a more than competent performer with the bat these days. And that's not trying to put the mockers on him. Here comes Michael Ray, round the wicket to left-hander. And, well, I go, but it was actually quite a long way outside.
You didn't mean to do that, did you?
Yeah, it was a good foot and a half outside the off stump. But when you've got a right-arm bowler bowling wide of the crease at a left-handed batsman, he's angling it in at the stump, so it was a slight misgiving about batsman leaving it. Ray in bowls. Ooh, Leach goes for a firm-footed slash and misses the ball. Not his finest shot. A little bit of nerves, early innings nerves there from Jack Leach.
Well, there's every chance we'll see Warwickshire batting again before the day is out.
Well, it'd be surprising if they're not. And from a Warwickshire point of view, it'd be very disappointing. For Somerset point of view, fantastic. Outside the off stump to Leach. I've got some Rue news.
Which one?
Thomas Rue.
Oh, right, the younger one.
Who has been playing in the... can't find it now. I'll come back to that in a moment. He's been scoring good runs anyway.
He's been playing in the Super Fours, hasn't
That's
he?
right. Yep. Here we are.
England Development.
110 from 56 balls. As Ray's in and bowls, and no shot from Leach.
What are the Super Fours?
I don't know, but it's an ECB competition. ECB under 18 Super 4 competition.
So it's a intra squad development tournament.
But,
before they narrow them down to a single under 19 squad, I suppose.
There's some video of him on Facebook, and he's been playing some tremendous shots. Here's Ray in and bowls, and no shot again from Leach to a ball wide outside his off stump. He's a right-hander as opposed to his older brother who's a left-hander, but also a wicket-keeper. So they will be rivals for the gloves when Thomas's time comes, which may not be far away.
Well, there's a murmur that he might be better than James, or turn out to be better than James.
They often say that about younger brothers, don't they? But Ray's in and bowls, and a swing and a miss from Jack Leach. Not a very good shot, Jack. End of the over, and it's 215 for 8. That was a maiden over from Michael Ray, who's taken no wickets yet, conceded 38 runs in his 11 overs.
I think Casey Aldridge might... it might be worthwhile having just going up one gear, not throwing the bat at everything. He's been ploughing his own furrow, going along at a steady rate. 35 short of 100. I don't think he's going to get there accumulating, because Leach is a law unto himself when he bats. He has tidy defence. He can play good strokes, especially through the offside, but he's a bit of a mystery. Barnard continues to Aldridge, who guides it away down to deep third, takes the single. So he's happy for Leach to take the bulk of the strike in this over. Aldridge 66, 216 for 8. Somerset chasing the game. And I suppose they'd mind a lot more if it weren't for the weekend's terrible weather forecast, especially Saturday. Warwickshire will be hoping that they can get this polished off, score heavily tonight, maybe get 120 or 100. Would put them the best part of 200 ahead, and hope that Sunday is brighter than anticipated. Barnard bowls to Leach, who flicks to mid-wicket, where
Should have been a single there.
he could have raced. Bethel was scampering across the square.
Interestingly, Kit, when these two sides played each other in the last game down at Taunton,
What was the
Somerset
lead?
conceded a first innings lead of 126 and went on to win. And they're only 121 behind now. So
by your calculations, they're favourites.
wouldn't quite say that.
Leach facing Barnard. He's bowled him a short, wide-ish ball outside off to see if he can tempt Leach into that cut which he loves so much. But he decides against it. He's still sizing up the bowling and the surface. It's a good surface for batting. But I would say it was sporting as a pitch, because when a bowler has put it in just the right place, there has been reward. It's not too flat, although there isn't much lateral movement off the seam. Leach this time does play his favourite cut, and not very well. He's caught at second slip, trying to
Robbie
glide
Yates,
that ball away.
Brilliant catch. Well, brilliant catch. A very, very good catch from Robbie Yates. And rather a limp dismissal for Jack Leach. He'd be disappointed with that. He's had a disappointing game. He was tonked all around the park yesterday afternoon by Michael Burgess, and now getting out for just one run, I think.
There was a plan, wasn't there, to bowl to Leach, to set the trap for his preferred area, to hang the ball outside off stump, back of a length, and
He made the most of that, did Robbie Yates? Sort of swallow dive.
high and to his left. I think he caught it. Did he catch it one-handed?
Yeah. Oh yes. Yeah.
Landed very well. A fine catch, as we can see from our replay. on the-
9.5 in artistic impression.
Just made a slightly more of a splash. Some of the replays on the Warwickshire stream show the catch to best advantage, and now Aldridge will have to adopt a new approach, because Jake Ball comes out, batting average of 12, top score of 49. He's scored more than 1,000 runs in his first-class career, so he's not a rabbit. He's slightly less Leach than Jack Leach.
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact he's coming in at number 11 below Jack Leach says quite a lot about his accomplishments with the bat. He can give the ball a good thump. Uncomplicated number 11.
Well, Aldridge, the game within a game here is, can Aldridge conjure a century? It's a tall order from
Very
66.
tall order, yeah.
2 balls left in the over for Ball to face. He boxed the first one perfectly well. Barnard bowled nice and straight, looking for the LBW, as he definitely should against number 11. Ball jumps into line and shows the full face of the bat to the bowler.
I think Somerset would be disappointed that the lower order hasn't emulated the Warwickshire lower order yesterday. That 7-wicket partnership between Bethel and Burgess, really the difference between the two sides.
Last ball. Well, they're offering Ball the single there with 6 men out, saving 2. But Ball's not to be tempted. Defends off the back foot, tippy-toed, and there's applause for another good over. And Ray, wicketless, is going to return, I think, for another over at the Birmingham end.
Just looking at the Somerset partnerships there, the best one between Rue and Aldridge, 87, and then 49 between Aldridge and Overton, and not much else besides. Too many wickets have been either given away by Somerset.
31 overs remaining, and an hour and 45 to bowl them in. That suggests that we won't cross them all off before 7 o'clock, which I believe to be the cut-off.
Can't they? No, I think they can go on later, can't they? I don't know.
Warwickshire are up behind the rate. They haven't bowled spin, but they haven't got through their overs as quickly as Somerset had. Now for Aldridge, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on or near the boundary, saving 2.
I think this is. I don't really go along with this, you know.
Just going to give Aldridge singles.
Well, he probably won't take them, and it just makes for some rather inconsequential cricket.
Can be boring, can't it, Anthony? The pattern, the risk for the spectator here is that you have each over contains a 1 and 5 dots in some sequence or other.
Here's Ray into bowl to Aldridge, who's taken on the pad as maybe I think there must have been a bit of inside edge there, judging by. Oh, it's a no ball. Hence the disappointment on the part of Michael Ray, but would have been a decent shout. Aldridge looking for an on drive. 218 for 9. The Warwickshire lead now 119. That's Ray's in and bowls, and this is down the leg side. Would have been a wide in white ball cricket. And Aldridge missed out there really, because if he just got a nick on that, might have got a boundary down to fine leg, although Chris Rushworth is quite fine at long leg. 3 fielders on the leg side boundary are not on the leg side boundary, they're all in about 20 yards. The longer boundary of the two, as Ray's in and bowls, and they think about a single, as that does indeed go down to Chris Rushworth. Decide against it, that's only the second legitimate ball of the over. It's all a bit. When you've got a weather forecast like the one for tomorrow, proceedings have a sort of phony war.
They do, don't they?
Air about them. As Ray's in and bowls, and Aldridge just lets that run off the face of his bat, make sure it doesn't run back into his stumps. That's 3 balls of the over gone.
There's no point in just waiting for a single in this situation, waiting till ball 4 or 5 or 6 and taking the single. You've got to conjure runs with the other balls as well.
Well, he can play this. He's got all the shots, Casey Aldridge. He plays scoops and ramps, reverse sweeps.
That seems right. No one particularly fine.
There's Ray in and bowls, and a lone appeal, a lone voice from Michael Burgess, who has his arms aloft and then makes the referral sign, the T sign.
Umpire O'Shaughnessy responded by making the replay sign. I think they both knew that it was ball on bat. Sometimes you've got to make your own entertainment out there, haven't you?
Yeah. And the field converges after 4 balls. So this is Casey Aldridge's opportunity to whack one over the top. There's all sorts of consultations going on with the bowler, Michael Ray, 6'5", 6'6", strongly built, in bowls, and Aldridge steers this for 4 runs. Well, he went outside the leg stump and had predetermined, I think, that run shot between backward point and short third man, and pulled it off to perfection. Moves on to 70. 2-2-2 for 9.
Super timing, super placement. Everybody was in from the short boundary. Now
they want to try and stop him getting the single so that they can bowl at Jake Ball. 1 ball left in this over. It's Ray to Aldridge, who goes for the uppercut and gets it for 4 runs down to third man. So successive boundaries for Casey Aldridge. 226 for 9. He moves on to 74. Whether that was a wise choice of shot, we will discover in the course of the next several deliveries, which will be aimed at Jake Ball.
I'm happy with the shot. I'd rather see Aldridge rely on ball either to block or scamper a single or a leg by. I mean, the match situation isn't colossally pressured from Somerset point of view. It's not as if they're trying to stave off defeat. So you may as well score the runs that are available, and if you can uppercut that 4, then do it. 8 runs off the over.
Yeah, I
That's
agree.
decent. You can't pussyfoot around too much in the first innings. So Barnard is going to bowl to Jake Ball on his legs. Ball walks across the wicket and clips the ball to forward square leg. Everyone's in now as they're striving for the wicket, except for long leg. 2 slips.
I think it'd be a case now for a forward short leg, wouldn't you? Bowl a short one into the body and get him fending it off. I mean, I know there isn't much pace in this pitch, but worth a try.
Barnard bowls, and Ball does the same thing. Clips to mid-wicket.
He looks a bit of a candidate for fending it off, doesn't he?
You'd have to break your back, wouldn't you, to get the ball up that high, especially against a tall batsman. There hasn't been much bounce. Ball walking across his wicket. I wonder if he's trying to score to leg. This time he takes a bit of a swing at it. Outside off. The ball wasn't there for the drive. Inside edge of the bat.
He hadn't a clue where that had gone.
Forward square leg was the answer.
I think for one awful moment he thought it might have gone onto his leg stump.
He'll know if that happens. There'll be a quick click and a cheer and a sinking feeling. Barnard steams in again, outside off, wafted at it and missed.
That's a dim shot.
No need at all of playing at it.
No,
Burgess,
absolutely no need at all.
Burgess would have held the catch easily. Came across in front of first slip to make the take. 4 dot balls in the over. And that ought to focus Ball's mind somewhat now, because now it's 2 defensives. He doesn't need to think about scoring at this point. Just see the over out. But don't waft, is the instruction. Next ball short. That was the one you wanted. He's just swayed out of the way of it. Played it very well. We haven't seen many bouncers. This one was only chest high. Ball swayed neatly. Wouldn't have been too quick, truth be told. As much as anything else, I expect Barnard bowled that ball to see if Jake Ball might take it on. Now the field goes back, allowing him the single. And this time Ball tucks it away to leg, and there would have been a single if they'd wanted it, but they don't. Up to deep square, and it's a maiden for Ed Barnard.
Might have gone to forward square leg as well.
Ball's not out 0, has now lasted 8 balls, and we're back to the fun part, which is Aldridge on strike against, will it still be Ray? Yes, it will. He hasn't put his white headband on this time. He's got his 2 white wristbands on. I called them armbands earlier on, but I think you swim in those if you're little. I should think he doesn't need armbands. Yet on goes his headband. There's not much hair up there on his pate to stop any sweat dripping
He's got
down.
a lot more hair on his chin.
Yes, he's upside down head scenario going on.
He's a great bear of a man, isn't he? Looks as if he could bowl a bit quicker than he actually does. A physique like that. He's bowling to another tall man in Casey Aldridge, who's there and bowls. Aldridge lets that go through to Michael Burgess with the field spread. Alex Davies just signals to Ollie Hannon-Dalby to come up at mid-off, perhaps with the idea of tempting Casey Aldridge to try and hit it over the top. And maybe giving a catch in the process, and extra cover is coming in as well. I think that's probably what the thinking is. Pitch it up outside the off stump, see if he goes for that lofted drive, and instead he comes down the on side of the pitch and plays a huge shot at it, which wasn't anywhere near the ball.
It was what Alex Davies wanted him to do, though, having brought the straight fielders up. He wanted him to advance and hit a length ball over the top. Aldridge keen to oblige.
We've got a third man down there as well for the top edge.
Davies liked that so much he's brought one of the leg side fielders up.
Well, the Aldridge method is to give himself some room. This time he pulls this though, and not too hard. Just steers it around the corner down to Hamza Sheikh, who fields, and they don't take the single. 3 balls in the over have gone.
See, it'd be a mighty hit, but if you really nailed that hook, the fielders on the long boundary are 10 to 20 metres in.
There's a lone magpie just outside the field of play at long on. Could
He's not
be
going
an
to stop
omen
anything
for someone. But not for Casey Aldridge, who again steers this down to a backward square leg and decides not to take the single.
Is that a magpie or is that a drinks bottle?
Oh, you could be right, actually.
There's another drinks bottle down at deep backward square.
You could well be right, yeah. See a lot of magpies down in Somerset, so I'm used to seeing them and paying them due tribute. There's only one of them.
So what?
But I think you're
what
probably
do they
right.
What do they say if it's one drinks bottle then?
Good afternoon, Mr. Drinks Bottle, I
yes.
suppose. There's your wife and family. More consultations. Alex Davis with his bowler Michael Ray doing nothing at all for the over rate. As Ray's into Aldridge outside the off stump, and this time he hammers this up to a deepish, wideish mid-off. Not a shot of great beauty, but brings him a single, which means that Jake Ball only has the 1 delivery in this over to survive.
He was aiming for the scoreboard, wasn't he? He was trying to go through the gap on extra cover boundary.
Moves on to 75. Casey Aldridge. What did he get for England Lions the other day? Was it 77, something like that?
Oh, look, Anthony, they're going to do that thing that you wanted them to do.
There you are, you see.
For the first time in the game.
Yep. Forward short leg. Hamza Sheikh under the lid. Short! Oh, my goodness me, his appeal for LBW, and it's given not out. Kit Harris said it was going down the leg side. Kit Harris, you wouldn't make an umpire.
Make a bowler, though. That looked very close to me.
It was miles down the leg side. Would barely have hit another set. 227 for 9. Wasn't a great shot from Jake Paul, who I think was preparing for the short ball, and it was pitched up. Didn't actually bounce too much either. So a good piece of bowling from Michael Ray, but not sure that even Alex Wharf would have given that out, LBW.
He's a bowler's umpire, is he?
Well, judging by the LBW he gave against Tom Abel.
Yeah, we've decided it was LBW, have you?
Yeah, it was LBW, but I mean, it flicked the top of his pad. He was all right. He wasn't playing a shot, so the fact that it hit him outside the off stump was neither here nor there. There was no way that ball was going to go on to hit the stumps. Just flicked the very top of Tom Abel's pad.
So Barnard resuming his battle with Aldridge. Aldridge has 75. 3 men back on the leg side boundary, but the 2 fielders at mid-on and mid-off are up. Will Aldridge go over the top? Here's Barnard. Yes, he does go over the top, and he's going to get 4 runs here. 3 bounces and away to the fence. That was in the slot, as they sometimes say on television. A bit of a gimme. It is the shot that Warwickshire planned for Aldridge to play, but the ball's got to be a bit less full than that. 79 he's got now. Somerset 231 for 9. Barnard looking for his fifer. Comes in again. This time Aldridge comes down the pitch and Barnard fires it through very, very wide. Just inside the return crease, outside the off stump, was it? Was it even the other side of it? Anyway, it would have been a wide in one-day cricket.
Should have been a wide.
But a huge degree of latitude is given in the championship. Now, I think Barnard might be going to do that again because the fielder who was up in the ring at point has been sent back to save 2. Comes in. Aldridge goes for a drive to mid-off, but he scuffs it and he gets the toe of the bat and it dribbles to Captain Davies. And it could have taken a run there if they were playing it take the single, but they're not yet. And I think that Aldridge has got a little crack in his bat there, hitting the toe end, because he's waving to the pavilion and saying, I need another one now. He's showing the bat to the umpire, showing him the toe end and saying, there you go, look, it's got Blackpool written all the way through it. So ball changes often result in a change of dynamic in the game, don't they? Bat changes don't get talked about quite so much. How many bats will an all-rounder like Casey Aldridge have now?
I don't know, half a dozen, something like that.
They all get given by the sponsor. Are we allowed to say who the sponsor is?
I think if it's of wider interest. If we were discussing the characteristics of cricket bats, probably.
Archie Vaughan has brought out 2 possibilities, and Aldridge has not hung around weighing and balancing them as the serious batsmen sometimes do. He's grabbed one and he's going back to the wicket.
Anyone out there in the Twitter sphere, I'd be interested to know if this is Casey Aldridge's second highest score in first-class cricket.
This one is slower ball outside off. Aldridge dangles the bat and glides it off the face down to deep third, takes the single to move to 80. 232 for 9. I think he might have got a 90-something at some point.
Could have done, yeah.
Caught short of his century maybe last year. It would
he certainly got 78 for the England Lions the other day.
Yes, that's easy to remember. So recent.
That one.
But to earn a really competitive century, I think that, there's still a bit of a question mark over his century at Manchester a couple of years ago because, well, the circumstances weren't contrived. It wasn't declaration bowling, but it was easy bowling. Ball has to survive 2 deliveries. The first one is short and he drops the hands on it, and it wasn't that quick. It didn't get up all that much. Never really got up to chest height. Ball played it very well. Wasn't quick. But with that short leg in there, Hamza Sheikh could easily have ballooned off the glove. I think for the last ball of the over, Barnard is going to try and bowl another short one because a leg gully has gone in. And now a square leg has gone in, so there's only one fielder saving the single on the offside. This is going to be short and at the body. No, it's not, it's full. It's a bluff.
What a dreadful shot.
Well done, Ed Barnard. Ball realised too late that the ball was on there for the drive and wafted at it. Missed it.
You wonder what goes through their heads sometimes, don't you?
Well,
Casey Aldridge just having a word with him.
He realises it's a bluff as the ball is halfway down, and then there's some compulsion in a number 11, isn't there, that says, well, I must therefore play this. Anyway, great thinking, Ed Barnard. It hasn't come off, but it was a good idea. 27 overs left. Do you remember when we used to finish county championship days at 6 o'clock?
Yes. Well, it still happens down at Taunton quite often because Somerset do bowl their overs at around about 16 overs an hour.
Yeah.
You can look at the record. They're commendably brisk in their approach. Right, we've got Michael Ray persevering from the Birmingham end to Casey Aldridge, who's on 80, and Aldridge gets on top of the bounce and just drops it down in front of him.
But these first 14 or 15 runs of the task that Aldridge has had since the 9th wicket fell, he's dealt with it very well.
He has.
I think it was 65 or 66 when I said, well, he'd love to get his 100, but it's a long way away. Well, it's a good deal closer now. 80 is the point where you start thinking about the possibility, I think. Ball has done his job well. He's had to face 11.
We've got a forward short leg coming in. It was a shake.
Yeah, they're going to test him with the short ball here. 3 out for the hook.
Yeah, that's worth a try.
And look, Ray is coming around the wicket as well. So this is all clearly signposted. could be the bluff again, of course.
Here comes Ray in and bowls. It is short and it's pulled and not far from Hamza Shaker, who ducks out of the way as well he might. And Aldridge just has a chat with him, saying, I shouldn't feel there if I were you, mate. And if I do hit you, don't blame me. Blame your skipper.
So I think Hamza's saying, well, do you think I've asked to?
Well, it's what happens to the youngest player in the team, isn't it? Gets put under the lid almost regardless of his catching abilities. Here's Ray again to Aldridge, who goes for a pull shot, comes off the bottom edge, down into the ground, out into the offside. We've got more Thomas Rue news. He's played another of these S4 games today, whatever they are, and has scored 96 not out off of 44 balls.
Crikey.
So,
and this is against other England under 19
against
squad players.
Decent standard. It's not club cricket.
You know what, Somerset don't want to end up with 2 keepers, though. Remember what happened last time?
Don't. Yes. This is pulled, and that will be cut off. I thought that he'd hit that hard enough to get it past Rob Yates, but Yates quickly across from a sort of 2/3 of the way back position at backward square leg.
Now 2 balls to go in the over. Aldridge will be thinking about how he moves the strike around. The offside fielders come up into the ring.
I think he'll fancy
Ray going back
out.
over. I reckon Ray's going to pitch this one up.
I think Aldridge will go outside the leg stump and try and hit it over the offside field. And I think that's what Alex Davies is rather hoping he might try to do as well. So here comes the New Zealander, Michael Ray, into Casey Aldridge, down the pitch, driving away through the offside, 4 runs. And it wasn't a conventional off drive at all. The bat was a little bit crooked, but he timed it beautifully. Got out to the pitch of that from Michael Ray. Takes him on to 84, 236 for 9. Somerset now just 101 runs behind. And this has been a good last wicket partnership between these two. Last ball then of the Ray over. Aldridge looking for a single, but you'd think he'd settle for a boundary. Ray in bowls, and Aldridge this time runs this down to third man, where it will be cut off by Ed Barnard, and Barnard might have let that go over the boundary.
It's a no ball.
Oh, it's a no ball. So that's 3 runs. So 239.
It takes the lead down to double figures.
Is it 239 or it's 236? The scoreboard is so quick here.
Well, they put the run down before the no ball has appeared, so I expect the scorers have had to press undo there.
They've given that as a 4 as well. So
They've sorted it out now.
oh, that was the previous delivery. So it's 1 no ball. So it's 3 runs. So it is 239 for 9. I was right first time. And still 1 ball of the over remaining for Jake Ball to survive. A great big gap in front of the wicket on the offside.
Control yourself.
Have a drive, Mr. Ball. Have a drive. See if he can resist the temptation. As Ray is in and bowls, and he does resist the temptation. Just drops his bat on a good ball that was homing in. No, it was outside his off stump. In fact, he might just as well have left it. But he survives. That's the important thing. 236 for 9. He's gone back to 236 for 9. So what's going on?
Now they've just gone back and changed the...
Yeah, it's the one. It's 239 for 9. It is indeed. Yeah. But why it went back to 236, I don't know. But there we are. I was just going to say that the lead is now
well, I tell
98.
You what, Aldridge hit a 4 and then a single that took him to 85.
He's only been credited at 84, is he not?
They've put the run down to third man as a bye.
Right.
Is my guess.
Yeah.
I didn't see a signal for bye, just a no ball. Well, there we go, it's all moot now. So Aldridge faces Barnard. It's gone for a drive and it's caught at cover. Well, that single, whether it was a bye or a run, it doesn't really matter now. He had a little bit of width, it was a full ball, and he's hit it really hard, and Bethel's clung on to a smart catch at cover, and that is the end of the Somerset innings. Barnard has 5 for 54. That's his first 5-wicket haul of the season. His best before this game was 3 for 61. He's a wholehearted player. He scored 165 earlier this year. Now he's got a 5 with the ball as well. He always was a class all-rounder. So the applause is partly for him and partly for Casey Aldridge, who's out for 84. Somerset 239 all out and have conceded to Warwickshire a first innings lead of 98.
Yeah, and a fine innings from Casey Aldridge, shepherding the tail. 84 from 139 deliveries with 10 fours and 1 6, and it's his third highest score in first-class cricket after the 101 not only scored against Lancashire and 88 against Hampshire last season. My thanks to Ian Shepherd for that information. So the Warwickshire lead is 98. We'll have 10 minutes now between innings, and I hope you'll be able to rejoin us for the start of the Warwickshire second innings in around about 10 minutes time.
Well, welcome back to Edgbaston as the umpires come back onto the field and the Somerset players follow as Warwickshire have a first innings lead of 98. So and we have got 23 overs remaining in the day. Whether we'll get all of those in or not. I'm Phil Britt. With me is Brian Holford, and we'll talk you through the next half hour.
Good evening, Phil. Good evening, everybody. Yes, we still have a solid session ahead of us. 23 overs remaining, so we're going to be going past 7 o'clock if the weather allows us to, and at the moment the sun is beating down. And Somerset need to strike back hard here, now facing a deficit of 98 on first innings. If Warwickshire can put together a 30 or 40 without loss, they'll be really well placed. And Alex Davis, who's going out there now with Rob Yates, is a player who likes to be positive in all circumstances. So Warwickshire will be targeting this little session as a serious chance to turn this advantage from solid to quite imposing.
Yep. It's important, though, I think, from their point of view, that they get through this session tonight without really having too much damage once or twice this season. And they've batted on. They've not really added the runs as they'd hoped to at the start of their second innings. Just to remind you that Somerset were bowled out in 65.1 overs, a really terrific bowling performance by Warwickshire, who held a 98 run advantage on first innings, and thanks mainly to Ed Barnard with 5 for 54 from 16.1 overs. So Josh Davey takes the first ball from the pavilion end, and Rob Yates tries to cut away a wide delivery, and not that far away from it, Brian, for that first delivery.
Well, it wasn't quite as indiscreet as Tom Kohler-Cadmore's first shot to the first ball of Somerset's innings, but it was getting along that way, wasn't it?
Yeah, let's hope he doesn't repeat it with the second ball, a la Kohler-Cadmore, and that he's a bit more restrained. Davey turns and on his way in. And this one is well wide outside the off stump, and no shot offered by Yates.
Yes, Somerset need to hit back hard, don't they? With the bat, just like with the ball, really. They were quite patchy, weren't they? Casey Aldridge batted beautifully for his 84. James Rue 49. Tom Lambie 44. But 4 of the top 5 didn't get past 5, and it was very bitty.
Davey comes in and bowls, and this is down the leg side and clips the pad, and there's a good diving stop from James Rue behind the stumps, which gets a roar from the slip cordon. So Archie Vaughan is on for Casey Aldridge. He's feeling sub for him. But Aldridge, who was 84 made 84 in the innings. This one is played back and fielded off his own bowling by Davey. So whether he's just having a stretch and the masseur is giving him a bit of a rub down before he comes back out. But you'd anticipate that he would be back out bowling at some stage in the session, and let's hope he hasn't got sustained an injury of any type.
He looked as though he was moving freely enough, didn't he, when he was last man out?
We were more concerned, actually. I'll just break off as Davey comes in and bowls, and again played back into the ground, and Davey on his own follow through. We were more concerned about Overton, who seemed to be hobbling this morning when he was bowling, when he was taking wickets and polishing off the Warwickshire innings this morning.
Yes, he pulled up after his first delivery, or hobbled into his delivery stride after his very first ball of the day, but then recovered, looked okay, took 4 wickets and scored useful 20 runs.
Here's David to finish off the first over, and Yates is placed that one solidly back down. That's better looking shots from Yates at the end of the over than that first ball of the innings. It's still no runs yet, but they've managed to survive the first over.
Ed Barnard 5 for 54 for Warwickshire. Impressive stuff from the former Worcestershire man, but I think a lot of credit to Chris Rushworth, who's come in for his first championship game since April. Looked fit, looked in rhythm, and took 3 for 42. Important wickets, which just gave Warwickshire that cutting edge they needed, and he made the incisions that Barnard then built on. And Oliver Dolby, as always, contributing with a couple of wickets as well. So it's good collective effort, and it's given Warwickshire a chance, Phil, to press for this first win of the season. Craig Overton is fit to bowl from the City end in the Birmingham sunlight, and he starts off with a leg side delivery, which Alex Davis tucks around the corner for a single, and Warwickshire are off the mark in their second innings, one without loss.
Chris Rushworth, you were talking about, did bowl really well, but the first game back since April when he sustained that injury here at Edgbaston, and just the 12 overs, so he wasn't over-bowled. And there must have been times as well where Alex Davis was tempted to throw in the ball and say, have another go, but he didn't, and that was very sensible.
Indeed, because Rushworth may have a lot more important bowling to do. This is short and wide and cut for 4 by Rob Yates. Craig Overton will be disappointed with that one. We'll loosen it outside off stump and hammered to the point boundary by Rob Yates, and that takes the lead over 100.
And that was the shot he was trying to play off the first ball, but ended up with an ugly shot as he missed it. They look beautiful when they come out the middle of the bat, but not quite so good when the timing's wrong.
If the weather does close in a little bit tomorrow, and it's a big if, because with such a strong wind blowing, who knows whether the clouds are going to come and how long they're going to come for. We could get lots of play tomorrow, we could get almost none, as Overton comes in again to Yates, who goes for a big drive, doesn't really time it, and the ball rolls gently to mid-off. But if time is to be limited in this game, then if Warwickshire can add maybe 60 runs tonight, there's 21 overs remaining. If they can put 60 or 70 on the board, then that will save them a bit of time, give them a little bit more time. And who knows, they could be trying to eke out the last couple of Somerset wickets on the last day. So time saved now could be very important. Yates again goes for an aggressive cut. This time it's a bit too close to him, and he just scuffs the ball into the offside field. So there's a case for being positive. As you say, Phil, they also don't want to lose early wickets. It's a very difficult balance to strike, isn't it?
Alex Davis is going to be very conscious of the fact that he set Somerset down at Taunton in the last championship game, a huge total over 400, with the expectation that that would be plenty, and Somerset made it relatively easily.
Yes, I'll be loath to set anything less than 1,000 this time round, I think. This one beats Yates outside the front. They're appealing for a catch behind it. It's been given. Yates has walked, and there is the big breakthrough for Somerset. Rob Yates went for a big drive. Maybe they have been a bit too positive in these first 2 overs. Almost every ball has been an attacking shot. Yates edged that one to James Rue. Goes for 4. Warwickshire 5 for 1.
Yeah, just what they didn't want for the home side, and just got to be really careful here that don't close the evening with 3 or 4 down with a lead of about 130, because that will, the whole initiative and advantage will swing with that, and that's a big wicket for Somerset. Rob Yates, who's been in good form, half century in the first innings, and a half century in his last innings for the Lions against Sri Lanka. So he's in good shape, but that is the end of him. It brings out Will Rhodes, who never had a bowl, and we're not sure whether there's a reason for that. It seems strange that he wasn't given a bowl.
There were times, certainly, when he appeared to be the likely option, but I guess having secured a lead of 97, Warwickshire will say, well, we got things spot on. but he looks as though he's moving perfectly freely as he goes out there to take guard. Casey Aldridge has also come out. He's now taken the field a little bit after his teammates, but he's fit to field. So Somerset's run-scoring hero is out there and able to bowl, evidently. 5 for 1, good start for Somerset.
Yep.
Craig Overton has got the important breakthrough, and Somerset will hope to carry on this now with 21.1 overs left. This match could take quite a big lurch one way or the other in the next hour. Here comes Overton again. Roods leans forward into a forward defensive shot, and a successful first over for the Somerset skipper. Somerset have struck Warwickshire 5 for 1.
15 wickets so far in the day here, Brian. The last 4 Warwickshire first innings, and Somerset bowled out, and then we've lost this one. So that's quite unusual this season. The wickets have been there's a bit of a premium on this ground.
Rich entertainment as well.
Yep.
And there has been some good bowling. I'm not sure some of the batting has been tremendous.
No, I would agree with that. I think both sides could look back on this and think we could have done a lot better. So David will start his second over to bowl to Warwickshire captain Davis, Alex Davis, who leaves the first ball. It goes through to James Rue. There's 3 slips in place and the backward point. A short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and the man down, sort of hovering between fine leg and deep backward square leg. It's a long leg position, and he's just on the boundary down the corner of the holly stand as Davy comes in again. The sun just goes in as Davis goes back and cuts this one away, and didn't quite time that properly. It runs across the square, and Yumi does the fielding, and they get 2. So 7 for 1. And Davis moves on to 3. So with this over, 21 overs still remaining tonight. It's I think a big hard push to get all those in, to be perfectly honest. As Davy is in, Davis comes forward. Davy to Davis isn't an easy speed, but this one pushed into the offside and there's no run. Just looking around the ground, I didn't mention it before, but the beginning of the week, this ground was absolutely bathed in all the advertising and stuff for the 100, and it's all been stripped away and back to its normal advertising hoardings. So somebody's been busy over the last few days prior to this game starting. Davy in bowls, and Davis runs it away into the offside. The ones I wouldn't want to do, Brian, are having to go up on the roof of the holly stand. There's some big adverts there with a bit of a drop in front of you and behind.
Yes, there's still a bit of 100 advertising around the back of the hollies if you walk around the back there.
Yeah.
Ready to be brought out again next summer, I guess.
They've got 11 months yet, though, haven't they?
But the ground is transformed, isn't it, for those 4 games?
Yeah. Davy in, that's full and driven nicely by Davis. That will go all the way down through mid-on, down to the boundary. That was nicely timed, and he got a full flourish of the bat, punched that away. So Davis moves on to 7, 11 for 1.
A big loopy half volley that from Josh Davy, and it's cost him a slip. Just 2 slips now as one of them comes out to plug the gap at short mid-wicket. There's an ordinary mid-wicket and a mid-on. So Alex Davis has got his work cut out to thread the ball through there.
109 the lead now as Davy comes in again. The Warwickshire captain waits, and this again is driven, but driven straight to mid-on, and there's no run. ball to the fielding there. So end of the third over, and just the 1 wicket to go. Robbie Yates was out for 4.
So we're closing in on 600 runs, 21 wickets, some excellent wicket keeping, 1 or 2 great catches, a few leg buys. There's not. What more can you want, Phil, in terms of
You don't like
entertainers?
leg buys, though.
Well, they have a certain charm. But I don't think they should exist, but they do exist, so we might as well try and enjoy them for what they are. Here comes Overton around the wicket, straight delivery, which Will Rhodes eases straight back to the bowler, who fields on his run through and pretends to take the bails off at the bowler's end as Alex Davis comes down and does a bit of gardening.
Yes, I've heard over the years you talking about getting rid of them, that they shouldn't be part of the game.
At one stage there was quite a campaign building, but it came to nothing. This is outside the off stump, and Will Rhodes allows it to pass. I'm guessing Will Rhodes will just bat in anchor type fashion. Alex Davis can only bat positively, but I think if he is in, a few runs will come along. Will Rhodes will just bat normally, and first and foremost intend to be there in 19.4 overs time, and if any bad balls come along, see what he can do with them. Overton again, that's edge, but under control. Second slip, or third slip takes it, but on the third bounce. It's good soft hands from Will Rhodes.
Alex Davis seems to only know one way to play, and it can be incredibly frustrating to watch him at times, because he gets going and he plays some wonderful shots, and then he gets out to some ludicrous shot, and you think, how many runs have you left out there when you walk back?
Indeed. Overton aborts his run-up this time. The wind is still very strong, and I'm surprised I think it's the first time that's happened today. I think so. There have been some. I remember one particularly windy day at Leicester in 2007, when the Bales spent almost more time off than on. Here comes Overton again, and that's a good leave by Rhodes. That was a little bit over high, but also not far outside off stump. But good judgment from the former Warwickshire and soon to be Durham all-rounder, former Warwickshire captain.
It wasn't that far away from his off stump there, so it was good judgment by Rhodes.
The sun has left us, and instantly the self-evident, if the sun goes in, it's not quite as bright as this one's turned to the leg side boundary by Will Rhodes for 4. Nobody protecting the square leg boundary, and Overton drifting to lead. But it's really noticeable how much gloomier it gets when the sun goes in at this time of year.
Yep.
So there are 1 or 2 grey clouds around, so it is far from certain that we're going to get these remaining 19 overs in.
Yes, there's a definite feel, a little bit of a feel of autumn approaching. And in the evenings, I went to a football match during the week, and it was really cold in the evening standing on the touchline.
Here comes Overton, this time wide outside the off stump, and Rhodes allows it to go through. Comfortably survived that over, did Will Rhodes. 15 for 1, Warwickshire, having bowled Somerset out for 239, and to their first innings lead of 98, they've added 15 runs for the loss of Robbie Yates, caught by James Rue off Overton for 4.
It's a very convenient number 98, isn't it? You can actually look at the score and you can arrive at the lead quite easily. You don't have to sort of do mental calculations or too many. Josh David will continue. He's into his third over from this pavilion end, and you're quite right. Once that sun goes, then the light really goes quite flat. We haven't seen the floodlights on today, but I would imagine that they're not far away. And Ian Mead has gone off, and young Vaughan is back on again. So he's being sent down to a sort of square leg, deepish or just around mid-wicket position for Davis as Davy comes in and bowls, and Davis punches this one away through extra cover. Again, it won't have enough timing on it to get to the boundary, but they scamper back for 2. So Davis has a real purpose to his game. He moves on to 9, and Warwickshire on to 17 for 1.
You are right about Alex. It can be frustrating, can he, when he's batting so well and then we'll just chip one away. But he did bat very long. Was it a double century or big
at the beginning of the
against
season?
Durham?
Yep. Yes, he did. He started the season in absolutely fantastic form. Davy in bowls, and this one is right through Davis. He was late on it, and that one whistles through to James Rue. Yeah.
Very good delivery from Josh Davey. Which shows there is still a little bit out there, isn't there?
Yep.
There's always been something just to keep the bowlers interested, especially when the ball is hard.
Well, I think we've seen that with the spinners have had absolutely nothing from this at all, either side. They haven't bowled very many overs. I think that's testimony to just that they're not getting much from it. Who knows, perhaps it might be at the end. Davy in bowls, and Davis defends, gets everything behind it and pushes it out into the offside, and there's no run. So, I haven't seen much activity from the Cranes over Birmingham today. They seem to have been fairly still, so whether they're getting ready for the holiday weekend that people haven't been working. A lot of them are HS2 building and crane work going on. Here's Davy comes in, he bowls. Davis is running it down to point. He thinks about a single, but Will Rose is not in the least bit interested. Stays on 17 for 1.
Yeah, Somerset probing away here. If Warwickshire are just 1 down, with a few wickets in hand and power to add tomorrow, Somerset could be under pressure.
Here's Davy in. Davis turns this to mid-wicket, and again, no run.
Jason Kerr did seem pretty convinced, and he's probably right, that this wicket will flatten and it will only get better for batting, hence their decision to bat last and chase, which then brings into the equation, doesn't it, as we've been talking about. Alex Davis set them 400 at Taunton and they got it. So where does he go this time? Where does he set the bar this time?
It has to be somewhere around about. It's got to be on the air on the side of safety. This one pushed into the offside and there's no run. He's got to look as well at the situation above him. He's got Nottinghamshire and Lancashire both in not going well, particularly well in their games. If they come out of it with 2 or 3 bonus points apiece, and he can get the 8 points for the draw plus the bonus they've picked up, then that will lift them above both Nottinghamshire and Lancashire.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. In the circumstances, if Notts and Lancs were winning, then a draw would see Warwickshire lose significant ground, wouldn't it? But in the circumstances, a draw here would be acceptable. Umeed is back onto the field, we can report, as Rhodes is beaten outside the off stump by Overton. And Umeed will be hoping to impose himself a little more in the second innings than he did in his first on his old stamping ground here at Edgbaston. Both Somerset openers bagged ducks today. 0 for 2 was the uneasy foundation, so they did pretty well to get to 239 after that start. Excellent delivery from Overton, shapes past Rhodes and beats him all ends up into the hands of Rue.
I have to say that at the end of the second day, this wicket isn't really showing signs of flattening out. Not yet. There's still plenty in there. We saw that through the Somerset innings, that it was only the seamers who were getting anything from it, and we've seen them already here that there's something there for the Somerset in this third innings.
Here comes Overton again, and Rhodes is forward, and yet again, as in the Warwickshire first innings, Somerset's lower order at times batted with a bit of confidence. It's
Yep.
just when the ball is hard, isn't it? It's when the ball is new and hard, then
Yeah.
it does. It's never going to be a shirt front, is it? There's a bit in it for the bowlers, but
It does seem to flatten here. We've seen this earlier in the season. Once the sun is out, it seems to get easier. But when the sun goes in, then it becomes, again, more bowler friendly.
straight on middle stump, this delivery from Overton, and Rhodes leans into a forward defensive shot, which evokes some comments from the Seagulls just above the south stand. A big flurry of them away to our left. Really, they should be beside the sea, but obviously they love Birmingham so much they're willing to hang around here instead. Overton again, this is edged under control by Rhodes, and they'll take a single first run for some time. 18 for 1, 5 to Rhodes and 9 to Davis, who will face Overton for the first time in a little while. Just one ball to go in the over.
I think the end of this over, I shall do a handover, and Anthony will rejoin, and Kit will come in. I think with you're changing as well, Brian. So we'll do a double change.
Warwickshire 116 ahead. 9 wickets in hand. Somerset would love to make that perhaps 7 wickets in hand by close tonight. The light is beginning to decline. Here comes Overton to finish his third over, and Davis just guides this one away to third man for 4. Very nicely timed by the Warwickshire captain. It's a short third man boundary over towards the Hollies side. Davis took full advantage there. 22 for 1.
The lights on the scoreboard are beginning to stand out quite clearly now, which for the first time it's been during the day it was quite difficult, but the light beginning to fade. Right, I shall be back with you tomorrow or Sunday, depending on what the weather's like.
Thank you, Phil. Anthony makes his distinguished way into the seat beside me. And Josh Davey prepares to bowl his 4th over. And as Anthony takes his seat.
Well, you do this over, Brian, and then I'll pick up for the next one.
Okie doke. Oh, I was starting to wind down there, but I've got to get loose for another over now. And it's Josh Davey who's going to deliver it around the wicket to the left-handed Rhodes. 3 overs for 8 so far. Josh, who's had a busy day. There he comes. Good delivery, which Rhodes is probing for a little bit on the front foot. Didn't quite get to the pitch, but under
Floodlights coming on.
Under control. The floodlights are coming on, and within the space of a quarter of a minute, so a quarter of an hour, it's gone from high summer to a sort of dank autumn evening.
It's not a dank autumn evening.
Dank. This is dank.
Perfectly pleasant late summer's evening.
Misty, dank, and gloomy.
No, it was that's what it was first thing yesterday morning. It was horrible then, but it's still very pleasant conditions for playing and watching cricket.
Here comes Davey, and this is turned to mid-wicket, where it is acrobatically fielded in the dank conditions. Barely can see it. It's the light and the mist and the murk are so. But he fielded that well, and that's 22 for 1 still. Just looking at the overall performance from Somerset, Anthony, it's just a bit patchy, hasn't it? And when you think of, well, they must have played this season at many times to be second in the table. Disappointing performance.
Yeah.
Here comes Davey again. Outside off stump, and Rhodes leaves.
The only thing I would say, fun enough, I was just running through in my head what I might ask Casey Aldridge at the close, and I was going to ask him, 239. Is that a disappointing score on this pitch, or is it actually not a bad score considering that Somerset were 0 for 2? and what were they, 60 odd for 5 as well. So it's it's some and some.
Well, both sides actually recovered really well with the bat. Somerset in particular, having lost both openers for naught, but the lower orders had a lot to do with their totals such as they were. This is driven by Rhodes, and it won't beat the offside infield, and there is no run. But I think that has been a pattern of the way cricket has gone almost, or red ball cricket, hasn't it? These days the ball does go soft. And
yeah, you need to take wickets with a new ball.
You do.
And the longer it goes, the older the ball gets, the harder it becomes to take wickets. And that's certainly been the story of both innings.
And there are fewer cricketers these days that hardly bat at all, aren't there? I mean, there aren't too many genuine tail enders now. You quite often get good players coming in low down, as Rhodes is up on his toes, just dropping this one down at the bowler's feet.
That's to take nothing away, though, from Casey Aldridge, and I would echo the sentiment of Tony Hardwick, who says on Twitter, well batted Casey Aldridge, some application. And there was plenty of application, no little skill. It was very, very well-judged innings, and he shepherded the tail well, too.
He did, and he's kept his side in the game. It was really well played. A little bit uncertain to start with, but when he settled, he batted beautifully. Here comes Davey again. This is well outside off stump. Rhodes allows it to pass. Warwickshire are 22 for 1 in their second innings. 119 ahead. 120 ahead in total. And I shall hand over, if I may, to Kit.
That's Brian Holford. Thank you very much, Brian, who's broadcasting on behalf of BBC WM and BBC Coventry and Warwickshire. I'm Anthony Gibson on behalf of BBC Radio Somerset, and our third voice on behalf of Wisden, the Wisden Cricket Almanac, and of course the BBC, is Kit Harris. And Kit and I will take this through to the close, which I'm guessing might be around about 6:45 if the umpires take the same attitude towards the light as they did last evening. This is outside the off stump from Overton, no shot from Davis.
Well, Anthony, yesterday, I think we were together on the microphone. The lights came on at 6:10, and the umpires walked off at 6:20. It's not quite as dark, judging from the level of glow from the electronic signs and the scoreboard.
No, I'd give it till about 7:15, I think. Still 16 overs, less one ball to go as Davis plays this into the offside, and Hugh Mead fields. Just the two slips now, Tom Abel and Casey Aldridge. Casey Aldridge, I saw just doing a few practice bowling actions in the previous over, so be a good idea to bring him into the attack, as his spirits will be high after his third highest score in first-class cricket with his 84. Overton bowls. Davis lets that go through to James Rue. A little bit of away movement, appreciated by former captain Tom Abel, who I think still finds it quite hard not to sort of act the part of captain.
Bet.
He's urging on his bowlers and clapping them. Well, there was some away movement from Craig Overton, but it was very wide. Tries again in bowls, and again wide of off stump, getting it to go off the seam, but he needs to make the batsman play. 22 for 1. The lead now is 120 with 9 wickets in hand. And interesting hearing Phil Britt and Brian Hofford talking about how many runs ahead Warwickshire might be comfortable at declaring. This is outside the off stump. They declared when they were 400 and some ahead down at Taunton. I think they'll probably leave it until they're 500 here at Edgbaston. Although, if you haven't won a game all season, and this was Mark Robinson's explanation for the declaration down at Taunton, they wanted to win the game.
If you set any team 400 plus on the last day and you lose, then it's well done them, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Overton in bowls, and defensive shot this time from Alex Davis, end of that over. And that means that Craig Overton has bowled a maiden over. His figures 4 overs for 14. The two umpires are conferring.
Here we go, Gibbo. It's about the same time as yesterday. In fact, it's exactly the same time as yesterday, and they are carrying on.
Carrying on. And I'm not sure they're going to carry on for much longer, unless the sun comes out again.
We haven't done a very good job of knocking off the overs that were added on from yesterday, though. That's for sure.
No. Well, the over rate's been slow all day, isn't it?
The over rate's been slow, and I think in terms of what the time is and how many overs are left owing, we probably increased the debt over the course of the day, because technically we should have cleared the arrears by 6:30, but we've still got 15 overs left, including all the ones added on. Davy bowls outside off, and Rhodes just guides it to point where it's fielded. Yes, that remaining, if everything had worked properly, 104 overs in a day, that remaining should say 0 by 6:30, but at the moment it says 14.5, 5 minutes to go, so no credit to most anyone. But it's the perennial problem.
There's been quite a lot of time taken after a wicket has fallen. The departing batsman has made a very slow way off, and the incoming batsman doesn't appear to have been in any great hurry.
Davy bowls to Rhodes, defended again, but in the match regulations, the umpires, when allowing how much time before they penalise over rates and so on, they're allowed to factor in 2 minutes, for each wicket. But I do find that a bit of a head scratcher, actually, because
why should it take 2 minutes?
Well, the whole point of a day's over rate is that it incorporates wickets. Or it may not incorporate 5 minutes while someone's injured or a ball is changed, but it's supposed to. There's a lot of excuses made for, they've taken a wicket. We didn't expect that. Have to stop the clock. Well, it doesn't wash with me particularly. Rhodes faces Davy. Outside off, left alone. That was very wide. No need to play at that.
Well, in the old days, the outgoing batsman would frequently pass the incoming batsman still in the field of play.
I'm not a total traditionalist. I'm quite progressive in one sense, which is that I would, when it comes to penalising teams for over rates, and there are many who buy tickets to attend games who will think I'm talking out of my hat here, if there's a result in the game, I wouldn't worry about over rates at all.
I think I think spectators are sometimes shortchanged, and will be here today if we go off a bad light.
Davy bowls. Rhodes defends on the back foot and coming forward. Yes, my argument won't please those who fork out a pretty penny for 90 overs of international cricket or 96 of county and they don't get them.
Yeah, I mean, if you paid 150 quid for a seat at Lord's in the expectation of 90 overs and you only get 80, well, logically you ought to be asking for a refund on your ticket price.
At the same time, I don't want to stick around till 7:15 watching cricket when it's time to go home and have a cup of tea. Rhodes faces, again a leave alone. I think Rhodes and Davies have just started to get a sense of the umpires who are eyeing each other coquettishly across the cut strips, as if to say, there's something more interesting that we could be doing than playing cricket at this moment.
Not quite sure coquettishly.
Inquiringly. They love it. No,
inquiringly,
they love it. It's the flirtiest cricket ever is when the umpires start getting a bit of a match on about one thing they'd rather be doing than playing cricket, and that's not playing cricket. And an opportunity.
It's very unfair on the umpires.
I'm never a fan. An opportunity to present itself. Last ball of the over. Davy gets one to curl back in and then hold its line. Rose leaves it alone again.
The players are hardly casting star-shaped shadows yet.
O'Shaughnessy is making headway towards the end.
He's the one, I think, who's keener to call it a day.
Yes, look, you see, there's a bit of body language there. O'Shaughnessy was walking straight to his wicket. Oh, they're going to take a reading.
They've got to have got the reading, yeah.
They're going to take a reading, or Alex Wolff is going to take a reading at his end. At the end of every over, he starts moving towards O'Shaughnessy. Out comes the meter. He's putting it on top of the stumps. It's very similar to the point at which they came off last time.
You can't
So-
possibly say that this light isn't suitable
we
for playing cricket.
We didn't
though,
think
can
it was yesterday. They've checked the meter,
well, we now got a reading, so
and
that will set the yardstick. Oh, are they going off?
you can. The veils are coming off, are they? No, they're being put
just
back
being
on.
adjusted.
You can almost taste the disappointment of the umpires there. They've got to bowl another one. But you can bet that they'll take another reading at the end of this over.
Well, I guess the light, although just depends on what happens to the sun, because the sun does come out, and
Well,
there's plenty of
there's a
little bit of blue sky around.
There's high stratus.
Anyway, is this yours or mine?
This is yours.
This is Overton then to Davies, who plays no shot to a ball outside his off stump, and still quite a few of the crowd hanging on. It's been a decent crowd. I think a similar sized crowd to the one yesterday. Mostly concentrated down at the bottom tiers, the lower tiers of the pavilion down below us. Scattering of spectators elsewhere. Overton in and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Davies. Very small smattering now in the Hollies stand. A few more in the barn stand, the press box stand, and then the Wyatt stand.
Quick dance around the divisions.
Yeah, bring us up to date.
Durham 531 for 7 declared today. Nottinghamshire at the close 220 for 8. So they're in a pickle. They're still 311 behind.
Here comes Overton to Davies outside the off stump, and no shot again.
Must be reasonably sunny at Southampton, where Essex are still going into their 94th over of the day, 359 for 6, so they're making up time pretty well. Elgar made 136, and Cox, having been released by the England team, is 131 not out of 116 balls.
Yeah, good player, isn't he, Jordan Cox? Here's Overton. Up to the wicket. Bowls, and this time Davies has to play a shot, and Aldridge flings himself to his right at second slip to try and make the stop. Doesn't succeed in doing so. 4 runs go on the score, 26 for 1.
They've come off a bad light in Kennington. Lancashire following on. They followed on 240 behind. They were all out. No, what am I talking about? They batted first and were 204 all out. And, Surrey declared on 444 for 9. Lancashire 4 without loss in the first over when they walked off for bad light. So Lancashire survived that brief passage.
Overton to Davies, who steers this into the offside. This time it'll just be a single, as Josh Davey comes off the boundary at wide third man to do the fielding. 27 for 1. Davies on to 18.
Kent managed to bowl Worcestershire out in the end for 447, just short of the 450. Wouldn't have got them another batting point though, because they were past the cut-off. Kent in their second innings 104 for 2, still 172 runs short.
Overton round the wicket to Rhodes, really gets that one to go. That was absolute beauty of a delivery, and Overton stands there with his hands on his hips, unable to believe that didn't find the edge of the bat, but it didn't. It's another good over from Craig Overton. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 19, 27 for 1, and here we go again with the light meter. And Josh Davey comes along to have a look, see what it says. And what it says is that
That's it.
play is concluded for the day. Well, we assume it's concluded for the day. I think it's unlikely they'll come back on. But umpire Alex Wharf just explaining to Craig Overton what has happened in the way of light meters and so on. So it looks as though the day's play has been concluded, with Warwickshire in their second innings on 27 for 1. The not-out batsman Will Rhodes on 5 and Alex Davies on 18. Somerset having been bowled out for 239. So the lead for Warwickshire is 125 with 9 second innings wickets in hand. The umpires are staying out there. Tom Kohler-Cadmore is staying out there. Alex Davies is staying out there. The other Somerset fielders making a somewhat reluctant way, very slowly towards the away dressing room. But Alex Davis has decided that the game is up, and so have most of the spectators. But your verdict on the day's play, Kit?
Well, fantastic day for Warwickshire. As soon as they got Somerset 2 down without scoring, it was all theirs. And yes, there were times when Lackmanby and then Rue and finally Aldridge looked as though they were getting into some sort of form, but I don't think the momentum ever really shifted away from Warwickshire, even when they weren't taking wickets. And, well, the big thing for Somerset is the weather tomorrow, I think. If you had 2 clear days coming up, then Warwickshire would be favourites for a handsome win. But they're definitely ahead in the game one way or another.
Well, I think a Somerset viewpoint on that might be that they were well ahead at the same stage in the game down at Taunton and made 281 for 8 declared in their second innings, which gave them a lead of over 400. And who won that game?
Well, but the question is, does lightning strike twice? And I think the answer is that it's forecast to strike tomorrow.
It is indeed.
But not in the way the cricketers would want.
Anyway, there we are. It's a lead for Warwickshire of 125 with 9 second innings wickets in hand. We'll be back here at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, come rain or shine. And if we've got play at 11 o'clock, and indeed at whatever time we do get play, we will be delighted to bring it to you from Edgbaston. But for the moment, from myself, Anthony Gibson, from Kit Harris, from Brian Holford, and from Phil Britt, it's goodbye from Edgbaston.